You are listening to one of our original 26 episodes. If you've listened to any of our new episodes, you're going to notice that we're sounding a little different in these ones.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
There is.
They've been remastered.
They have been remastered.
Because they had a really annoying hum.
Yeah, I mean, a huge thanks to listener James for doing almost all of the legwork on this thing.
Yeah.
You'll also notice if you had listened to what we're calling the last 26 episodes before, and you're re-listening now, the music and sound effects are gone.
Yes, we've gone back to straight audio. So be warned, we sound a little different today than we do in what you're about to listen to.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Thinking sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Okay, do you guys want to hear a story?
Only if there's a
Yeah.
car chase.
There is not a car chase.
Oh, well, what the
There
hell?
is a murder, though.
Oh, that's good enough. Yeah,
Might
that
be
works.
murder.
I like that.
Sweet. Let's
Yeah.
hear it.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
The victim was found dead at 6:30 a.m., December 1st, 1948, under a street lamp in Australia. That is all we know about this man.
There's
That's all?
nothing else.
That was a short story,
it. It's
I
a
got
short
to
story.
say.
Wow, that was great.
Well,
Great.
anyway, everybody,
Yeah.
thank you for listening to our...
Yeah. I have more information, but we should introduce ourselves first.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good.
I'm
idea.
Devin.
I'm Steve.
I'm Joe.
So you want to hear more?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's all we know, really, about him, the man. Is that
Those-
he was found dead.
Those are the only
it.
facts about
Those
him?
are about him.
Oh, okay.
So there's this mystery surrounding his death. So the first thing that was a little weird was that somebody called the authorities, obviously. They came and they took him away to do an autopsy. And the first thing they noticed that was weird was that all of the clothing identification marks, tags, etc., had been removed from his suit and shirt and tie and all of that stuff. That's a little weird.
Yeah.
So not a single label anywhere.
Not a single label.
What about his underwear?
Not a single label.
Really?
Any of his underwear, or any of his underwear,
Any of his-
or
any
any
of
of
his
his
clothes.
clothes, for that matter. So then they did the autopsy,
Okay.
which revealed that this guy was in exceptional health. He had a half-digested pastry in his stomach. There was congestion to his brain and stomach that would have been consistent with poisoning, except for that they tested his blood and there was no poison in his system at all.
So he just
Or-
mysteriously died.
Yes, and his spleen was 3 times too big.
Okay.
But that won't kill a man.
Yeah. What causes spleen enlargement?
And brain and stomach congestion.
Yeah, what causes that?
I don't know. And nor do they. They eventually placed the jacket that he was wearing to America, but it was weird because when they sent the dental records and fingerprints, it didn't match anyone who had lived there ever.
And where was he found again?
Australia.
Where in Australia?
The coach, the Somerton Beach.
Yeah, where the heck is that?
Is it in Adelaide?
Yes.
So, when they traced his clothes to America, does that mean they traced it to an American manufacturer or to an American tailor or what?
American manufacturer.
So they were store-bought clothes. They weren't tailored.
Yes.
Okay.
Upon further examination of his clothes, they found a secret pocket in his pants, which contained a little tiny scrap of paper with the words Taman Shrewd printed on it, which in, I think it's Arabic, means finished or ended.
Okay.
They figured out that this was last page from a book, a very rare translation of this book called the Rubaiyat. Rubaiyat.
The Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam?
Yes.
That one? Okay.
That one. But because I know how to say words.
Okay.
It was an extremely rare translation of that. So they, of course, did the logical thing and started an Australia-wide search for any and all of these translations of this book.
Okay.
Some guy, just some random guy, mentioned just after a couple months of this search going on, he said, "Oh, I found an exact copy of that book in the backseat of my car that was parked like 2 blocks away from where you guys found this guy."
So they
Weird, right?
Yeah. So they arrested him?
No.
Oh, damn.
So he brought his book. And they said, "Oh, we'll look into it." And the back page had been torn out, which was consistent because he had the back page in his little secret pocket.
Okay.
And they found this code written on the next back page.
Okay.
Now, this is a code that has been proven to be an actual code. They've decided that it is actually a coded message, but has never been solved.
So they don't know what kind of cipher it is.
They don't know the cipher.
Okay.
As far as anyone can tell, he made this cipher up
Okay.
himself. But it's not long enough for them to get any patterns, to establish any patterns to be able to break this code.
So, yeah, how many letters are in the message? I don't know. I mean, is it 10 or is it 50 or is it a couple hundred or what?
It's 4 lines.
4 lines, okay.
4 lines of text. It's a really simple cipher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think the problem is that there's not enough of it.
There's not enough of it.
There's not enough of it to figure out what the key to the cipher is.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't know if it's a substitution or some crazy cipher.
Sure.
Yeah. You could probably figure out if a substitution cipher, a message, you probably could, but it's probably a one-time pad, which is why they can't break it.
Yeah.
So, and
What is a one-time pad, Joe?
oh, yeah, the one-time pad. Yeah, for those of you who don't know what that is, it's like a one-time pad is when you either generate a sequence of random numbers or you use like a book or a newspaper article, whatever, and assign numbers to all those, and then say you for every number in your message or every letter in your message is converted to a number. So A is 1, B is 2. And then if you're using, say, a book as a one-time pad, you convert that into the same kind of numbers, add those to your characters, and then if somebody else has that same pad to translate it with, then it's not a substitution cipher, because it is a substitution cipher, but it's not like you're substituting a letter for another letter consistently.
Yeah, not A for B. It's...
Yeah, exactly. And so those are impossible to break, at least as far as I know. Maybe with modern supercomputers and the and Google and everything like that, maybe you can. Yeah, but one-time pads are impossible to break.
People as recently as 2012 have tried to decipher this, and it can't be done.
Yeah, and so it's a one-time pad. Obviously, the Ruby out of Omar Khayyam is probably not the key. Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Also, in the back of this book, there was a telephone number. It was an unlisted telephone number belonging to a nurse who lived like 400 meters north. 1,300 feet north of where the body was found.
Okay.
So, of course, the police go to investigate. And she says, oh, yeah, I owned a copy of that book. But in 1945, at the Clifton Gardens Hotel in Sydney, I gave it to a lieutenant named Alfred Boxall because we were in love. Weird. Okay. Mm-hmm. Why is an unlisted number of years in the back of this? Okay, so maybe this is Alfred Boxall. It's one of those 3 things. She said that they were in love, but late 1948, a mystery man had asked her next door neighbor about her, and nobody really knows who that was. And that was just before this guy showed up. Obviously.
So the mystery man, was that guy identified as being our dead body?
No.
Yeah.
So they showed her a picture of him on the slab. Mm-hmm. It wasn't gruesome. You can find this picture online easily. Mm-hmm. It just looks like he's sleeping. And she said, no, I don't know who that person is. But according to the detective, she was completely taken aback to the point of giving the appearance that she was about to faint.
So she's lying, possibly.
So they start thinking, all right, Boxall's the dead man. This is his copy. It all makes sense. That's why he's here. He was a lieutenant in the army. He's probably doing something kind of clandestine until Boxall shows up.
Just out of the blue?
No, he's working maintenance in the Ranwick bus depot, which is, I think, not even in Australia.
I don't think so.
So he showed up, or they tracked him down?
They tracked him down.
Yeah.
And he still has his copy.
Oh.
The Rubaiyat.
The plot thickens. Okay.
The plot thickens. He still has his copy. And it's the same edition, obviously. And the last page is obviously still there.
Okay.
But she had handwritten a verse out. It was verse 70 on the front cover. It was the same thing.
What's with these people who do stuff like that?
That's a good question.
It's an extremely rare, probably valuable copy of this edition of this book, and you just write all over it? You know?
Yeah,
I mean,
right?
well, is that a smart thing to do?
No, it was beautiful, the verse that she wrote. But why would you deface a book like that?
Mm-hmm.
Librarians
I don't know.
everywhere are cringing right now.
Yeah, sorry for our librarian audience. I'm sure there's millions of you out there. Yeah.
So in March of 2009, a team led by a professor decided that they would crack the code by testing the body for DNA.
Oh, yeah, that makes
Smart,
sense.
right?
Yeah.
Except for that none of the DNA of his body survived.
Oh,
They
really?
buried him.
They actually exhumed the body.
They exhumed the body, and it was just,
Yeah.
he'd been buried and
Mhm. So
decomposing, and it was
Oh,
just
they
not-
embalmed him, didn't they?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it makes it
because
hard.
that's what they do.
You would think they'd be able to find a little DNA somewhere.
You
but,
would think that,
you would
but
think.
they apparently couldn't.
But they were going to use DNA to identify who he was.
Yes.
Yeah.
They were going to try, at least.
Yeah,
Not that
yeah.
there were DNA records then, but they could maybe trace it to someone who is living now, or,
Mhm.
whatever. Additionally, this same investigative team said that police had found that the packet of cigarettes that he had a different brand of cigarettes inside of the pack. And the police had originally said, oh, well, this is a common army thing. You buy the one pack of expensive ones, and then you buy a bunch of cheap ones, and you just keep filling your expensive box with your cheap cigarettes, so it looks like you're smoking more expensive cigarettes.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Except for that the cigarettes that were in his box were more expensive than the box
Ew.
cigarettes.
Yeah.
So they thought maybe there had been some poison administered that way, although again, they never found any poison in his system.
Okay.
It was 1948, obviously.
Techniques
There's
not as
potential,
refined as we have today.
and there's the potential that they just missed it. And then in 2011, a woman contacted some really sad cold case detective who's still assigned and said that she found an identification card of an H.C. Reynolds that she had found in her father's possession. It was a document from the United States to foreign seamen given during World War I. And they compared the photograph to the man who died, and it was almost identical. They said it was a very good match. They shared a few unique identifiers within their face, and then their ears were the same. So the ID...
Their ears?
Their ears. If you look closely at these pictures, he had a genetic defect in that it made part of his ear larger than other parts of his ear.
Okay.
Not like a normal ear, which is a genetic mutation found in 2% of the population or something like that.
Okay.
It's incredibly uncommon.
Okay.
So that, along with the fact that his face looked alike, and
Okay, that makes more sense. I got it. Okay.
no, just random his ears.
Might be a great way to find relatives of his.
They thought that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they said, oh, okay, so this is probably this guy. The ID card was issued on February 28th, 1918 to H.C. Reynolds. It gave his nationality as British and his age as 18. They did searches in the U.S. National Archives, the U.K. National Archives, and the Australian War Memorial Research Centre, and they have failed to come up with any actual records of an H.C. Reynolds.
So it's a fake name or fake ID or...
They're not sure.
Okay.
But it is this man's ID.
So he looks... I mean, he died... This story, he died in 48, right?
Mhm.
And the ID was issued in 1918, did you say?
Mhm.
So it's 30 years later.
Uh-huh. He could have been in the picture. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
it's all
He's
black and white
dead.
photos.
It's all black
so-
and white. It's kind of bad quality. He could have been of that age. He also could have lied about his age to get into the military. Although he was obviously lying about other things too, given that there's no record of him ever existing prior to this.
1980.
What else did he lie about?
Everything.
Yeah, lots. So
So the
again,
case is still up.
so again, that ID was issued in 1918
Mm-hmm.
by the Brits, and they had
by the United States.
okay, but he was of British nationality, and
He
what
said
document?
it was one of those IDs they gave out during World War One when people who lived other places would come and say, "I want to fight for the USA," and they would be like, "Okay, great, here's your ID."
Okay, so in other words, it was never documented that he was actually a Brit.
No, I mean
Okay.
you kind of assume that they would have done some research into that, but records
Maybe
weren't
not.
great then.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
the time of war and things were kind of
Things are
slipshod.
kind of yeah. So okay,
So that's all
so
I
the
know.
guy gets saying. So, but where was this ID issued?
The U.S.
In the U.S.?
Yep.
So he shows up at our doorstep and we give him an ID. Okay. Sound like today.
No.
It's kind of similar, but
So how do we know that the stuff that he wrote in the on the page that they found in his pocket, it was just in his pants pocket, right?
The last page of the book was in his pants pocket.
Okay.
He had written the cipher in the back of this book.
Okay.
So
okay.
ostensibly what happened is he had a copy of this book. He wrote his cipher out, tore out the last page, and threw it into the guy's car. I assume the guy's just left his window open.
Something, yeah.
Something, because he didn't know it wasn't his copy.
So,
He
yeah,
just
obviously-
found it in the back of his car.
Obviously, he threw his coded message in the back of the wrong car.
I guess.
I guess.
And how do we know that it's a cipher and not just gibberish that somebody wrote down?
There's been a lot of analysis about it by real live code breakers. People have spent a lot of time decoding it, and there are patterns, but not enough patterns to establish what letter it might be. There's repetition that's indicative of it being English words.
Okay. So it's based on the English language.
It's based on, they're assuming it's based on English. It may not be. It could, it is entirely possible that he was just a Russian who was bored and deranged and wrote just random gibberish down. But
Well, entirely possible. You just think, I'm gonna mess with somebody's head. I'm gonna write this coded message and put it in the back of somebody's car, and then we'll have this eternal mystery about it.
yeah, and then I'll die.
Yeah.
I don't think he planned on that part.
I don't think he did either.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So the clues all point to this guy was either, say, Russian royalty.
He's the missing Princess Anastasia.
Yeah,
something
he
like
is.
that.
He
Well,
looks pretty enough to be.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. Has anybody checked out the Russian royal family to find out, the czars, to find out if any of them had that genetic anomaly?
None of them did.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so they're pretty sure that it is this guy H.C. Reynolds, but no.
Yeah. Well, the other possibility is that he could have been just infiltrated into America by another foreign intelligence service.
Yeah,
With a bunch of money to pay agents, and he absconded with it.
sure.
Which would explain why he was trying to hide his wealth by, taking the labels out of his jackets and putting expensive cigarettes in a cheap container. And so just keeping a low profile that way. I mean,
But why did somebody kill him? That's
probably let's say he's a Soviet. Let's say they eventually caught up with him. Because if you double cross those guys, they will not. Eventually they'll find you. Probably.
eventually they do.
Yeah.
I mean, in every Hollywood movie, they get found out
yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah. So I mean, that's entirely a possible thing. I don't know, but it's just speculation. I don't know.
Maybe.
Good speculation.
Yeah.
So I did find, I don't know if you came across this when you were doing your research, but when I was brushing up on this, I did find one thing of somebody saying they might have figured out the cause of death. I don't know if you'd ever come across that.
I have not ever come across that.
Okay, so I did find, let's see, this is, in 1994 this came out. Guy by the name of John Phillips, who is the chairman of the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine. And he is saying that based on the details, it's likely that he died of digitalis.
Oh.
Digitalis is known for engorging the organs prior to death.
Digitalis, you're talking about the plant, right?
Right. It's a member of the foxglove family, so
Yeah.
it's a
Sure.
poison that people used to use as kind of an herbal remedy. They didn't know how it was supposed to be used, so they'd use it for heart issues or epilepsy or stuff like that, but they didn't understand the dosage, so they would typically end up killing people unintentionally.
And does it enlarge the spleen?
It enlarges all of the organs.
So, but then the question is, why was only his spleen? Because your spleen is not the most sensitive of your organs.
True.
Why was his spleen the only one that was enlarged?
So his spleen was the only.
His spleen was
thought
3
I'd
times
seen something that said that
enlarged.
more than just his spleen was
No, he had congestion of the heart and brain.
Okay.
But that's not that's not.
No, that's not an engorgement
Sure.
or enlargement at all. So well conditioned is, but I don't know. I mean, this is just something I came across and I found interesting. Now
That's very interesting.
it's 50 years later.
Yeah.
And some guy is saying, well, I just looked at the autopsy report, and this is what I say. So who knows?
Sure.
It could have been just somebody, surprise attacked him in an interview, and
Right.
he threw out, here's the answer to the Talman Shroud. I mean,
Yeah, and I guess you assume that in a time when a lot of people are dying from an overdose of a thing, you as a
Coroner.
coroner,
Yeah.
you might know what that looks like generally.
you would think.
You would think, maybe not.
So anyway. Oh, by the way, when they found the body, how long had he been dead?
Just a couple. I think he died. They said he died in the middle of the night.
They found him at 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
So the question is, the coded message, the book, why? So it seems to me that if he was taking a message somewhere to drop it off, there was somebody, but discovered he was being followed. He probably wanted to ditch that message.
Sure.
So the nearest car with an open window, he dropped it in.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I mean, that's typical spy behavior,
Yeah.
is get rid of all incriminating evidence.
Yeah. So
The other kind of interesting thing about this is that there are two cases that people talk about them maybe being linked.
Really?
Yes.
Because this seems like a weird one-off.
yeah.
It does,
So
doesn't
you're
it?
saying there are two other cases?
Yes.
Oh.
So the
Because
first
there's so
one,
few details.
the first one is the Marshall case that happened in June 1945,
Okay.
where a 34-year-old Singapore man, they knew he wasn't a mystery man. His name was Joseph Saul Haim Marshall, was found dead
Wait,
in
how many names did he have?
a lot.
Okay.
Joseph Saul Haim Marshall.
Okay.
He was found dead in Ashton Park in Sydney with an open copy of the Rubaiyat on his chest.
Really? The same edition?
Same edition.
Found
His
dead?
death was believed to be a suicide by poisoning. His was it was the edition right before edition that was involved in this case, but
No pages missing?
no pages missing or anything like that.
But he died of poisoning. Did they say what he died of? He said he committed suicide, but what did he use? Did it say?
They thought that it was self-inflicted, but they didn't say
Okay.
what.
I'm guessing that one doesn't get as much notoriety.
It doesn't.
Yeah, and
yeah.
what year did this happen?
1945.
Ah.
An inquest was held. Gwyneth Dorothy Graham testified at this inquest that they had.
And why did she testify?
She was a witness. I'm not sure. There's
Okay.
not really details on that. But she testified and was found dead 13 days later, face down, naked, in a bath with her wrists slit.
Do they think that was suicide, or do we know?
I think they think it's suicide, like they think his death was a suicide.
Okay.
In that
Like, in other words, it was KGB.
you say it's
Yeah.
a suicide, right?
Until you figure out what really happened and then change the story.
But
if
maybe
you never
not.
figure it out. Okay.
Sure. So then the next one happened in June again, but this one in 1949, where the body of a 2-year-old Clive was found in a sack in some sandhills about 12 miles down the coast from where they found the H.C. Reynolds. For purposes, we're just going to call him H.C. Reynolds, the guy from the first case.
Okay.
So very, very close. Lying next to him was his unconscious father. The father was taken to the hospital and was treated for exposure, and then they transferred him to a mental hospital.
So he went crazy?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, because, his son died while he was right next to him in a bag or something.
Had they been, out and about that day?
They'd been missing for 4 days.
Okay.
They never were able to tell what killed Clive. This was another mystery death. They said but they don't know what killed him.
Okay.
The contents of his stomach were sent to the government for analysis, but never came back with anything solid, similar to HC. The mother said that she was threatened by a masked man a couple days before her son died. She said, quote, "The car stopped and a man with a khaki kerchief over his face told her to keep away from the police or else." Additionally, a similar looking man had recently been seen lurking around the house.
So somebody was stalking them while they were while the other two were missing.
Yep.
But we don't know who they were.
Nope.
Weird.
So what would be the tie-in to H.C. Reynolds exactly?
Well, they were found very close to where he was found.
Yeah.
And very weird circumstances surrounding their death.
That is weird, but they weren't that close. I mean, they were miles rather than feet away, right?
12 miles, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But,
Yeah.
on the coast of Sydney, or the coast of Australia.
Yeah.
So.
Not that many weird things happen,
Yeah.
except in this one little area.
Except for this one tiny little area, so, yeah.
So did they ever find any of his possessions? Or anything else that he had left around?
They found a brown suitcase.
Okay.
It had been left in the railway station. It had been checked into the station coat room. They do that sometimes. You come in on a train, you have a little layover.
Yeah.
So how did they find it? That would be an interesting story in and of itself.
They found it like a month later.
Mm-hmm.
So it had just been there for a month. So they decided to report it to the police because that's what you do after a month. Nobody's come back for it. And it had been checked on November 30th, which was 2 days before. 2 days? How many days are in November?
30.
30.
Yeah.
1 day before.
Okay. All right. So I assume they completely went through everything with all the tags missing from all the clothes.
They were.
Yeah.
Yeah. They found a red checked dressing gown, that was size 7. Red felt slippers,
30 copies of the Ruby Out of Omar Khayyam.
4 pairs of underwear, pajamas, shaving items, a light brown pair of trousers with sand in the cuffs, an electrician's screwdriver, a table knife cut down into a short, sharp instrument, a pair of scissors with sharpened points, and a stenciling brush that was used by third officers on merchant ships for stenciling cargo.
Oh, okay.
Also in the suitcase was a thread card of Barber brand orange waxed thread of an unusual type, not available in Australia, that had been the same kind that was used to repair the lining of his secret pocket.
His secret pocket.
The secret pocket of his pants, they found the little piece of paper in.
Oh, okay.
So it was used on his pants. Then, again, all of the identification marks had been removed from the clothing, except for they did find the name T. Keen on a tie, and Keen on a laundry bag, and Keen on a singlet, along with some dry cleaning marks.
So the name that was found on the card that they think links him isn't the same name that was on all the some of the clothes that they found.
Yes, they think that the clothes with the tags left on had been left on purpose to be misleading.
Oh.
Because they knew that Keen was not the dead man's name, somehow.
It's a sneaky spy.
Sneaky spy. I think he might be a spy.
That could be.
Very, very weird.
That kind of fits with my theory, though, that the guy was a spy who absconded with a bunch of funds.
Is there anything that they can still use today to analyze? I mean, any of, his clothes or the briefcase or any of that? I mean, can't that all be taken out of cold storage and gone over with modern forensics?
What would you gain from that?
Well, they might find that piece of DNA or something that they couldn't see before when they just searched through it, imaging technology or anything like that. I don't know. It seems like it's a cold case. It's got enough, what's the word I'm looking for?
Media traction.
Enough interest. It's got enough traction that people would want to, say, well, let's use the latest technology and see what we can see inside of things or analyze from it. So I'm just curious. I mean, do we know what happened to any of the stuff that they took off of him?
I don't.
Okay.
Know what happened to any of that stuff.
Okay.
Since it's a still open cold case, I would assume that they did not get rid of it. But that could be a false assumption.
Okay.
I don't know how things work in Australia.
It's all the Fosters. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, I would think that the best way to find out is to just ask the major intelligence services of the world. Because, I'm still guessing that he was a spy, either that or escaped royalty, but probably a spy. So probably the Russians or the Brits or even the Americans actually know who this guy is.
Maybe. I don't know. This one's just so weird.
Yeah. But
there's just so many odd missing pieces to it. I mean, this weird cipher that there's no answer to. I mean, it could have been his grocery list for all we know.
It could have been.
It's just so strange. And
it could have just been, entirely a ruse. I don't know, who the hell knows?
Yeah, it's very odd.
Yeah. But, So, last question. Where he was found, were there any rare bookstores nearby?
No.
No? Okay.
Okay. Nice try.
Nice try.
Yeah.
Nice try.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, a mystery. I think probably the Russians or somebody can solve this mystery pretty handily.
You think it's their spy?
It's somebody's spy, probably. I mean,
I'm pro spy.
I'm pro spy. Yeah.
Idea.
Yeah. And so, yeah.
Aliens.
You think aliens?
It's the aliens.
You think aliens are everything?
Aliens are my easy answer because I watch a lot of TV. I watch a lot of the History Channel. And the ancient aliens are the ones that are responsible.
Well, on that note.
Okay, there we go. There we go. I think that if somebody really seriously wanted to solve the mystery, they've a lot of the KGB's files from the past files and stuff have been, and a lot of our intercepts and a lot of their coded stuff has been declassified. If you wanted to go dig through all that, you might be able to actually find out who this guy is. I'm not going to do it because that'd be a lot of work.
Yeah.
But, if you're motivated,
You're
though,
lazy.
yeah.
Well, if you decide to do that, you should send us what you find
Yeah.
Yeah.
via email.
Yeah.
Our email is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com.
Mm.
All of the information on this story, plus probably some fun pictures of his face and the handwriting, are on thinkingsidewayspodcast.com, which is our website. So, yeah, I guess we'll talk to you next week.
Okay.
Toodaloo.
Well, yeah, see you, everybody.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hi there, and welcome to Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I am Steve. As always, I'm joined by my co-host.
Devin.
And Joe.
And today we've got another... Actually, it's not another. This is actually a really complex mystery that we're going to go into.
I would say this is the first time we've done anything like this.
Yeah, and this is a tough case.
Yeah.
I know it made Devin uncomfortable a number of times. You were not happy researching this.
I'm not, and it
You usually like the murder. What's going on?
I usually do. I just think there's something about this case as a young female that is, and granted, I am not of the similar situation of this case that we're going to talk about, but just there's something, I can totally do the random unsolved kind of mysterious murders, but when we're talking about something like this,
Yeah. Actually,
it just makes me...
researching this, I don't know if you guys ever watched that show. It was on for 2 seasons years ago, Twin Peaks.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever watch that show?
No.
I did see some of it, yes.
Yeah, it's about this bucolic little town up in Washington, and it's like a little small town. Everything's nice and everything, but then there's just all this stuff going on underneath the surface.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of murder, a lot of just intrigue.
Yeah.
All kinds of people who really surprise you. You thought they were just regular folks. And that's kind of what this reminds me of.
With that very descriptive introduction, before we get into things,
yeah.
Yeah, I want to we're actually talking about.
Well, I want to tell everybody right now that the story that we're going to talk about involves multiple murders and some very graphic things. So if that's not your deal, if you've got kids around right now, you should probably either skip this one or listen to it later.
Yeah.
Because this is a rough one.
It is. It has the potential to be a rough one.
Yeah.
And the story that we're going to talk about is the Jefferson Davis 8, or you've also heard.
It's also referred to as the Jennings 8.
Yeah, and this is not a small story. So again, this is kind of one of those we've all taken it on together to try to work through this
and solve it, which we will do.
I've got to tell you right on the outset, Joe, we're not going to solve this.
This one even more than any of the other times you ever say that.
We can solve this in high level terms. terms. There were 8 murders.
Okay, well,
We
don't get ahead of yourself with your solution
did it.
here, Joe.
Somebody did it. Can you?
Okay.
Am I wrong?
You're right. Somebody did it.
Okay.
All right. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do this in a couple of different parts. So this is going to be set up a little bit differently than a normal episode. Is we're going to kind of break down some of the players that are involved and some of the facts. The person that did the most investigation on this story is a man by the name of Ethan Brown. And Ethan Brown, he wrote a great article about this, and it's on Medium, and we actually were lucky enough to talk to him. And so we've got a pretty good lengthy interview where he's going to walk through a lot of this stuff with you, and then we'll talk about some other stuff after that. But I just kind of want to, before we get to that interview, let's lay down some groundwork.
Yeah.
So,
and by the way, Ethan Brown is writing a book about this very topic.
He is.
Which y'all are probably going to go out and get a copy of.
Probably are.
Yeah.
And I think it would probably be helpful to mention on the outset, you may or may not know our website. We always post stuff, but Steve has made this kind of flowchart graphic description of what's going on. So if you want to check out that document, you can download it as a PDF. We're going to make it available to you. So right now, go to thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You can just click on it, check the PDF, or print it out, or whatever you want.
Yeah, it
may actually help you track this if that's something. A lot of you listen while you're at work, whatever. So don't worry about it. We're going to do the best we can. But if you are interested,
absolutely,
print out your little Annie, Orphan Annie.
Yeah, hit the
Dakota ring.
hit the pause button. Hopefully your printer can handle 11 by 17 paper.
Well, if you view it online, it's easy. But no, we made this in knowing that this was a complicated case, and this is the first time we've had to do this, and I think it's going to really help.
Okay, so now that you've downloaded the PDF.
Okay, so here, let's start out, and we'll just kind of take this each person will kind of take a different piece. So I'll go ahead and I'll start off with our victims. And there are 8 victims, primary victims, and these are 8 different women. And
plus 2 other corpses.
Well, yes, this is why we're just talking about right now. We're just going to name off our primary victims. The 8. And they were murdered between 2005 to 2009. And on the outset, again, if we haven't said this, these murders are unsolved.
Yeah, and by the way, this is in Jennings, Louisiana, a little small town of about 10,000 people.
About 10,000, yeah.
Now, I'm thinking about this. Now, we live in Portland.
Mm-hmm.
Which averages about 20 murders a year. And Portland is infinitely larger than Jennings, Louisiana.
much larger, yeah.
That's for a town that size. That's a hell of a lot of murder.
Yeah, and I guess that there's the 8. This is getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah,
let's talk about the 8.
Let's just talk about the 8. Yeah. So I'm going to just list them off in chronological order.
Okay.
On May 20th, 2005, the body of Lynn Lewis was found.
We're doing chronological of discovery, right?
Of discovery,
okay.
yes. Thank you for clarifying that because we don't know the exact dates, so these are all discoveries of the body.
We don't know precisely when they were murdered. But,
yep.
And also, they might have committed suicide and just made it look like murder.
All right, so next we have Ernestine Patterson, whose body was discovered on June 18th of 2005. We have Kristen Lopez, whose body was found on March 18th of 2007. Whitney Dubois, who was found on May 17th, 2007. Laconia Brown was found on May 29th of 2008. Crystal Zen, is it Zeno or Zeno? I think it's Zeno.
I think it's Zeno.
Yeah, Zeno.
Zeno was September 11, 2008 was found. Brittany Gary was found on November 11 of 2008. And then lastly, Nicole Guillory was found on August 19th of 2009. And they're all young women. The youngest, I believe, was 17, and the oldest was 30 years old.
Yeah.
So they're in a very pretty tight age range. And we'll just talk a little bit about the murder victims themselves. In this town, it's rampant with drug use.
Yeah, they all knew each other.
There's prostitution is known to have taken place.
And these girls were all prostitutes at one time or another.
It is believed that they were all prostitutes. I'm not gonna 100% say, I'm not gonna cast aspersions on the dead. but they were also all known to frequent the same place, which is it the Joe? Help me with the pronunciation.
Bordeaux.
Is it Bordeaux?
I think it's Boudreaux.
Boudreaux. That's it. Thank you.
The Boudreaux Inn, which by the way is closed down now.
Yes, and the Boudreaux will come up in our interview with Ethan. So again, we're just kind of laying these things out, but the inn it sounded like a tin building that operated as a hotel. So it wasn't the highest class establishment.
Sounds like a pretty...
It wasn't a Motel 8.
Yeah, not even up to that high standard. Yeah, I know. And there was a lot of... Basically, it was kind of a den of iniquity, a lot of drug use, a lot of prostitution going on there, things like that.
Well, and Mr. Brown will talk about this a little bit, but Jennings is a place that's very divided. There's the north side and the south side, which are divided by
the railroad
literal
tracks.
railroad tracks. And the south side is apparently a den of kind of people who are in a much lower economic class. Lots of prostitution, drug use, crime.
Doing what you think you have to do to get by is the best way I can think of to say it.
Yeah.
I did a little street tour, actually. I got on Google Maps and got on Street View and just buzzed around the streets a little bit of the north part of town. And it doesn't look that bad, you know. And then I tried to go to the south, and apparently the Google car was afraid to go there.
There's not even Google Street View pictures.
No, actually there are. I'm lying a little bit there, but yeah.
So there are also 3 cops that are closely tied to this case.
Well, I think it's 3 cops that come up the most. And you might want to talk about the task force a little bit.
There is a task force.
Combined, it's like local cops.
It's local cops,
FBI and county cops and state cops. And
is the FBI on there? I wasn't clear on that.
Theoretically, they're involved.
Theoretically, yes. But they're a local branch of the FBI, right? It's not
local office. Yes.
Yeah. So these people all know each other, but the 3 main cop players that are kind of brought up that are really tied into the case. First one,
not tied into the sense. We should stress that there's any indication that they have any they've actually got involvement in the murders.
Nefarious, but
there's questionable actions. We'll talk about this a little bit.
Well, and let me preface what Joe said there, and I don't know. We're pretty deep in this, and that's why I want us to back up a little bit. Because for our listeners, I don't know about you two, but I've had my head deep in this story for 3 weeks, to the point that I've been talking about this story to everybody I know, to the point that I know that my boss is tired of hearing about it, my fiance is tired of hearing about it, my friends are tired of hearing.
But the FBI wants to talk to you.
But they want to talk to you. But we're so deep in this is that I think that what we need to get across before we get too much into the cops is this is a very small town.
Yeah.
And everybody knows everybody. And so when we're talking about these people and we're going to make connections, it's because if you've ever known anybody or you've ever lived who's in a small town, everybody knows everybody and everybody's connected. Yeah. And that's the point of what I think is the reason that we're bringing up these particular
and
players.
they have very defined actions that connect them to the case. It may not be murders, but I'm going to talk about that right now. So Paula Guillory, she was a deputy in Jennings for a while. She is no longer a deputy. She has since been fired. She was part of the task force. And she was charged with managing the evidence in a case against a guy named Frankie Richard, who we're going to talk about in a minute, because about $4,000 was missing after it was cataloged. It just went missing out of evidence. So she was accused of taking that money.
Yeah, it was actually when she was turning it in to be cataloged, that's when it came up missing.
Yeah, and I know that Ethan talked a little bit about this, so we'll get a little bit into the nitty-gritty of that. But she was fired for theft and claims of tampering with the evidence or theft of evidence. And she was at one time married to a man named Terry Guillory.
Also a cop,
who was actually the warden at the local jail, who is cousins with one of the murder victims.
Yeah. The seventh.
The 7th murder victim. So he was the warden at a local jail, and he was alleged to have tricked out female inmates, which I guess means...
That means you put really cool accessories on them.
He was... It's essentially he was pimping them out.
Yeah.
Which is not a good thing to have somebody in a position of authority doing.
Agreed.
Yeah, that kind of stuff happens, though.
And then Officer Warren Gary, who, as far as we can tell, has no actual relation to Brittany Gary, who was victim number 6, if you're keeping track. And he, I don't want to get too deep into it, but he purchased a truck that was probably evidence and then detailed it, thus negating any evidence that would have been in said truck. And he purchased it from Warden Terry Guillory.
Actually, Guillory brokered the sale. He actually bought it from somebody who was in jail for passing bad checks.
And that evidence, just so we can tie it back to our victims, would be related to the Lopez murder, which is victim number 3.
Yeah. So those are the 3 main police officers that we'll talk about a little bit in regards to this case.
Okay, now we've talked about the polizei, the popo, yeah, the fuzz. Let's talk about some of the other local characters. There's a guy that's kind of at the center of a lot of this stuff, whose name is Frankie Richard. Frankie's an older guy, and he's been around the block a few times. He has got his fingers in a lot of pies in Jennings. Mm-hmm. He is alleged to be a major pimp, and it's rumored that he actually pimped out all the women who were murdered.
All but one, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was it was all but one of them he had pimped out.
Yeah. He's involved in various other things, like, for example, the raid where Paula Guillory, the policewoman
that we just talked about,
that got her in hot water, was a raid on his house. So he and a bunch of other people in this particular instance had been running this ring where they broke into people's homes and stole stuff, including cash and coins and jewelry and stuff like that. And so they raided, including Paula Guillory and some other people. They raided his home and arrested a few people and confiscated a bunch of material, including the evidence that she was supposed to turn in, $4,000 of which turned up missing. So that was all Frankie Richard. So he's been involved in a lot of this. And if you talk to Ethan Brown actually spent a lot of time hanging out with Frankie Richard. He's kind of the crime kingpin of Jennings.
Yeah, he doesn't sound like the kind of guy I'd want to sit around and have a beer with.
No.
I've watched interviews with him, and
is he creepy? Is creepy the word to use?
Creepy is the word that I would use, but in the way that it's unsettling to talk to people who might not be all the way there. Generally.
Oh, you mean a long-term drug user? Somebody who's been using drugs for a long time, and they're talking.
He's talking, and
they seem to be lucid, but
stuff. But he's just not. There's something there. It's just like there's a wire that's not totally connected. He's not in that weird.
Well, the guy.
It's hard to describe.
He himself admitted to like decades of drug abuse and alcohol abuse.
Well, he definitely.
Yeah.
And
I will take its toll.
I unfortunately, just because of where I grew up, I know a lot of people like that, and so I totally understand what you're saying.
Where
you talk to somebody and you're like.
I guess it's that there's a bit of emotional connection that seems to be missing.
And I also think that it's the loose wire that you talked about.
Yeah.
I actually think it's not loose. It's connected to the wrong spot, and they make a lot of weird, rapid jumps.
Yeah.
And a lot of heavy drug uses. Those are the people that I've always found were like that. They just they skip back and forth. It's like a needle on a record that is in a car driving down the road. It's just bouncing around.
I've known people like that, and again, we'll post a link to a video of an interview with him, but it's sorry not to go off on a tangent.
No, that's fine. But yeah, anyway, so
he creeps me out.
So we talked about Frankie Richard. Just another aside about Frankie. He was actually they actually tried to put him on trial for one of the murders because somebody named, there's another character I'm going to introduce here now, Tracy Chasson is a female person who claims that she saw Frankie and his godniece Hannah Connor murder Dubois, who was which one? She was the fourth victim, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So Tracy actually claimed to have seen Frankie Richard murder a couple of different people, and then of course I mentioned Hannah Connor. That is again Richard's godniece, and they spent some time hanging out together. In terms of the Dubois murder, which of course Frankie never actually got tried for because for lack of evidence, she claimed that she was sitting around getting high with Dubois, Hannah Connor, Frankie Richard, and herself. And Frankie made a move on Dubois, wanted to like have sex with her. She refused, so he got angry, beat her up, and then supposedly Hannah Connor held her down and they drowned her.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how that works exactly. You pour 7-Up down her throat until she can't breathe anymore. But
I don't want
to. No, we won't go into the grisly
anyway.
details, but let's just say that she was found next to it's canal because the area it's in Louisiana, so it's surrounded by canals, and they drowned her. She was drowned, and actually, that brings up one thing that I did forget to mention when we were talking about our victims is that 6 of our 8 victims we don't have a confirmed cause of death.
They were their bodies were too decomposed.
They were too decomposed. They believe it was asphyxia, but they can't confirm that. And then the other 2, which this is terrible, but the other 2, they know the cause of death because their throats were cut.
Slit.
Slit.
Totally.
So I just, because that one, I know they talked about drowning this particular individual.
Okay, now speaking of some of the other characters involved, there's a couple of guys, Byron Jones and Lawrence Nixon, who are just general ne'er-do-wells who hung around Jennings. They were charged for Patterson's murder. Patterson was the second victim. She was discovered in 2006? No, 2007?
2005.
Oh, 2005, okay. So they were charged with her murder, but the charges were dropped due to lack of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just
which is a reoccurring theme.
There's not a lot of evidence, and so either these guys are really good, or covering up evidence, or I guess if you toss the body somewhere, it's not found for a long time. But by the time they find the body, all the evidence has sort of been washed away, And so Connie Seiler, so she was the last one to see Lopez alive. Lopez was the 3rd victim. And she was involved with this pickup truck that was brokered by this one cop to another cop who bought it. And we'll get into that
which we talked about just
we'll
a
get into
little
that
bit ago.
Later. But she was peripherally involved because of her pickup truck, maybe. She used the money from that sale to pay off a bunch of bad checks and get herself out of trouble. So those are just some of the other major players.
Let's talk about a couple of the because I know you in the beginning you mentioned that there's some other murders.
Yeah.
And when we talked to Ethan, and this will come up in the interview, is that there is a huge murder rate and there's a huge unsolved murder rate, or number of murders. But there's a couple.
It's a low clearance rate.
Low clearance rate is a good way to put it.
Yeah.
There's a couple of other facts that you should probably know before we get too far along, although we're already pretty far along. There is a death of a local man who is Leonard Crochet, and he died in April of 2005. Crochet was killed in, the term has been dubbed a botched police raid. So there was a bunch of people at a house. They were all doing drugs. The cops came in.
And apparently the electricity had been cut off.
Yeah, there was no electricity, and when the cops were there,
and for reasons unknown, the cops opened fire in the middle of this what was otherwise a peaceful drug raid.
Yes,
and killed this man. And there have been theories posited that these women, we know for sure at least one of the victims was there.
One of them was, yeah.
But it's been posited that they all knew something about that police shooting, and that was the reason that they were all targeted.
They were all friends,
Yeah, and in a small town, everybody talks. They won't talk to the cops, but they'll talk to each other, and they will share information and spread rumors like wildfire.
Yeah, although I got to tell you, though, I really don't buy into that theory personally.
No, I think that's weak sauce, but I want to put it out there so people are aware of that one.
Claim, but yeah,
there's 2 other deaths that I want to talk about. One of them is in relation to the 4th victim, which is Whitney Dubois. And there was a man by the name of Harvey Bird Dog Burlier. I believe I'm pronouncing that right.
I think it's either Burley or Burley.
I think it's Burley.
I think it's Burley.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Everything's kind of French in Louisiana.
And I'm not good with French.
Yeah.
I never took it.
We'll just call him Bird Dog.
Yeah, so Bird Dog was shot to death.
Stabbed to death.
Yeah. You're right. He was stabbed to death. I don't know why. I'm on a shooting thing, evidently.
Yeah.
He was stabbed to death after telling people that he was close to figuring out who was responsible for the Dubois killing.
Whitney Dubois.
Whitney Dubois.
Yeah.
So he died because of that, and his murder has never been solved.
Well, not necessarily because of that, but it is a little suspicious.
Well, again, it's you draw one to another. He's walking around town telling everybody he's working on the case and he's figuring out, and then suddenly he's stabbed to death.
Stab.
That's a little weird.
Yeah.
And then another victim that's on the periphery that I want to talk about is...
Russell Carrier?
Is it Carrier? Or
Carrier.
Carrier. Okay, we'll just say Carrier, and we'll probably be wrong on that, but Russell Carrier, he, after Crystal Zeno, how did we... Anyway,
we
Crystal...
said it was Zeno.
After the Zeno murder, he reported seeing 3 men leaving the woods.
Leaving the woods where the body was found.
Yep, leaving the woods where the body was found. And he said that he had spotted these 3 men, and it is a man by the name of Irvin Tyson Morton, Eugene Dog Ivory, and Ricardo Tiger Williams.
And those middle names are all nicknames.
They
by
are,
the way.
yes. That's a good thing to say. Those are their nicknames.
By the way, they are all close associates of Frankie Richard, who again is
all people the task force had named as suspects in the Lopez homicide.
Actually, no. Irvin was the only one that had been specifically, that I know of, had specifically been targeted in the Lopez murder. But they're all, as Joe said, they're all associates of Richard.
Frankie Richard.
And here's the weird thing is that is Russell, his cause of death was he laid down in front of a train.
Yeah, I know. That's one of my favorite napping spots is on railroad tracks. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he was snoozing on the tracks, and a train came along and killed him. Mm-hmm. So nothing suspicious about that.
No,
definitely not.
No, that's totally normal.
Yeah.
And I think some people said, "Oh yeah, it was a suicide," but no. I don't know that there's any documented cases of somebody laying in front of a train.
People do it, but
you freak out, right? You have your last minute of you're just primal, whatever. We're gonna escape this.
I just think it would be a really ugly way to go.
That commit suicide via train usually jump in front of it.
They don't just lay down.
Yeah, because when you're laying down, your natural inclination is to think about things. So it's very suspicious.
Yeah, jumping in front of a train. Suicide by train is very common in places like Japan, but in places like Louisiana, guns are pretty plentiful. It'd be a lot easier and quicker to grab a 12 gauge and stick it in your mouth,
or the bayou. I mean, you just run out to one of those canals.
Feed yourself to the fishes. You can do all.
A lot of ways to do it.
Definitely better, quicker, easier ways than laying down on the tracks.
So okay, I think are we all in agreement that we've kind of laid out as a skeleton overview the case?
Yeah, do we want to just quickly mention that a couple of the 8 were interviewed about murders that happened previous to their murders?
That's actually probably a very good thing.
So Kristen Lopez, who there's a lot of connections. She seems to be one of the big, more connected of the
she's
8.
kind of a hot spot.
Yeah, she was interviewed about the Lynn Lewis murder, which was the first body that they found. Mm-hmm. And then I guess just not so long after she was interviewed, she was murdered. Mm-hmm. And then Brown, who was the 5th person to be found, was interviewed about the Patterson murder, which was the second murder or the second body to have been found. Mm-hmm. Again, we don't totally know when the murders happened. Mm-hmm. We know when they were found. Mm-hmm. So she was interviewed about that. And then, if you kind of add the Bird Dog and Russell potential murders in with that, I guess that would be about 4 people who were interviewed or said something about the case.
Well, and I think this accompanied. I think that Ethan talked about this.
Ethan does talk about this, and it's much clearer.
It's much clearer, but they
to lay a foundation.
All knew each other. Were all wrapped up in it.
And it's also been posited, or it's also been said that they were all informants for the local police.
And thank you, Joe, because that's right where I was going, is that these ladies were all supposedly informants. Mm-hmm. I think the clearest case, I believe it was Nicole Guillory. Mm-hmm. She had a pretty serious rap sheet. And she had a lot of things on her rap sheet, but the DA decided not to follow it. And Joe, do you remember the phrase for when you're an informant and they don't want to follow through because you're an informant?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I don't remember the phrase.
I don't remember. There's a phrase. It's a Latin phrase, but essentially what it means is that we don't want to follow through because you're our informant, and we don't want to get you out of the field because then we're not getting information out of you anymore.
Yeah.
And all these women had things like that against them, where cops just like, oh no, we don't want to pursue that case.
So
yeah, you beat that guy with an axe handle. Well, that's okay.
Yeah.
That John deserved it. We don't want to follow that case.
Yeah,
Literally cases like that.
So one of the things that I suspect with these, if they were all informing to the local police, if and it appears that Jennings syndicate, there's kind of a mafia there, and they probably had at least one mole inside the police department, which means that if you're informing on members of the crime syndicate, then the mole gets the information back to the crime syndicate. That would be possibly a factor in your getting murdered somewhere later on down the line.
Yeah,
I feel
all
like
of these women were informing, and I'm sure there was a mole, at least one corrupt cop inside who was passing information along to the criminals.
I a little bit feel like we should talk about a lot of this police stuff that we're talking about are recent revelations based around Ethan Brown's investigation.
Yeah.
So I think that a little bit we should say, for a long time, people thought that there was just a really crazy serial killer on the loose in Jennings.
Another one of them wacky serial
that it was
killers.
one person who was killing a lot of people, and it's still, it's still totally plausible that it's just one person, but that person, was on a killing spree from 2005 to 2009 and moved away. I've seen a lot of stuff in my research, just looking through looking through threads on Reddit or looking at other kind of internet investigation places where people kind of talk, on forums. And a lot of people say, oh, yeah, the Jennings cases, the Jennings 8 are connected to this serial killer that they apprehended in California 2 years later. And it was just like that this person was passing through there. So I think it's
he was
very...
passing through and just decided to stick around for about 4 years and murder people. And then...
Well, I think it's important to mention that for a really long time, that was the assumption, including the task force's assumption.
That's their primary
was
focus.
That there's just a crazy serial killer killing prostitutes
Which
in
is
Jennings.
not an outrageous assumption, really.
I agree with that.
Yeah, it's not. But it might not necessarily be the case. There might be multiple murders. I know that Frankie Richard accused one of the local cops of being responsible for the murders, because, and I can't remember the cop's name, and I don't want to repeat it because I don't want to slander anybody who's dead.
Right.
But this guy apparently was a little bit kinky and known to frequent the prostitutes of Jennings. And when
he liked the ladies.
He did, and when he died, the murders stopped. Now, Frankie Richard claims that it was probably him, but at the same time, Ethan Brown, for example, doesn't place a lot of credibility in that. He believes that that cop possibly is involved in one of the murders, but not all of them.
Yeah. So I just think it's really important to talk about the fact that until Brown published his article, really, in terms of the coverage that this was getting nationwide,
it was always a serial killer.
It's just a serial killer.
No, that's a very good point to make, and thank you. I think totally missed that.
There,
I totally forgot to bring that up, so that's perfect.
I think, while we're kind of talking about all this police corruption, but that police corruption didn't really come to light until, I guess, when did the article come out? It was in 2010, 2011. No, later than that.
No. Ethan's article came out relatively recently.
I'm sorry. I'm getting my dates.
Yeah.
And by the way, I know I mentioned his book earlier, but he's still, since writing that article, has been still on the case. He's talked to a lot more people, and says that he's uncovered a lot more stuff.
Yeah.
So
and
that's
unfortunately,
coming out. Yeah.
So what we're going to do, I think, at this point, it's a good time to bring in our interview. So we were lucky enough, like I said before, to talk to Ethan. And there's a couple of things. So I know Devin, ironically enough, couldn't be here
Shocking,
because
yeah.
she was in court.
And
She was
Not-
actually...
luckily,
I
she
was-
got off. She
No.
was, she got a good lawyer.
I was
and,
on a jury.
Yeah.
I
happened
was
to be on a
deciding
jury.
someone's fate.
So Devin wasn't able to join us, but Joe and I did talk to him.
And I have reviewed the interview.
Yeah,
to be clear.
and there's a couple of things that I want to say, which is, Ethan, we do bounce around a little bit, and we tried to take it in order, but this case is such a tangled mess that it may feel like we're jumping around, and that's not intentional. We're just following threads. That's why we tried to lay everything out.
Yeah, because it's already, even just in this last, 30 minutes that we've been trying to describe
however long
this,
we've been talking about it.
it's a mess. You
Okay.
can tell already.
Absolutely.
It's
The
a
other
mess, and it's by the way, I believe that these murders are never going to be solved.
Yeah. The other thing I will tell you is, usually we get really lucky when we're recording an interview. Unfortunately, our phone connection on this interview wasn't the best, and that's going to happen. There's just nothing we can do to control that. So there are times that the audio is a little rough, and we've done what we could to clean that up. So bear with us as the interview plays out. Sometimes it gets a little funny. That's what happens when you record a phone call. But with that having been said, let's go ahead and let's talk to Ethan, and then we'll talk some more about the case.
All right.
Okay.
So to start off with, what I was kind of hoping is, because this story's pretty convoluted is the best description that I can come up with. I was hoping you could kind of walk us through the story a little bit, just to help kind of illustrate it for our listeners.
Sure. I'll walk you through the bare bones version of it first.
Perfect.
So from 2005 to 2009, the bodies of 8 female prostitutes were found in swamps and kind of abandoned roads and wooded areas of a town called Jennings, which is the parish seat of Jefferson Davis Parish in Louisiana. In Louisiana, what we have is parishes, not counties. So in other states, you would have, like I'm from Maryland, you would have Montgomery County, for example, right?
Right.
So in Louisiana, you have parishes. So Jennings is the parish seat of Jefferson Davis Parish. And Jefferson Davis Parish is a tiny parish in the very, very far west corner of Louisiana.
Would that be like by
It's
Texas?
only about exactly. It's very close to Texas. And the population is only about 30,000 for the entire parish. And the population of Jennings is about 10,000, so it's even smaller.
Yeah.
So, again, what's that?
Oh, I was just say I took a little street tour on Google Street View yesterday, and it's not a bad looking little town. But I noticed there was nobody out and about. It was like you see cars driving. I only saw one human being on a sidewalk. It was kind of scary.
Right. It's a very, very small town. And what's interesting about it is that it's a very divided town. The north side of Jennings has things like the library, the courthouse, a few car dealerships, sort of typical small town stuff, right?
Yeah.
The south side, which is actually divided by railroad tracks, so the cliche across the tracks.
It usually is true.
It's completely true here. South side, conversely, is abandoned homes, trailer parks, very, very small single-family homes, and things like that. So it's quite different than the north side.
Oh, is it kind of a racially segregated town? I mean, is it like blacks and whites?
No, it's not, and that's also what's interesting. It's segregated by class. Southside Jennings is actually African American and white. And when you talk to folks, I have a book deal to write a book about this case. I've been doing a lot more investigations since the article came out. And you hear phrases used by South Side residents talk about the North Side, like high class, highfalutin, and things like that. So it's a class divide. It's not a race divide. South Side Jennings is very racially mixed, actually. So you have these two separate sides of the town. And South Side Jennings is where all of these women who were killed were from. So the very bare bones sketch of this story is that from 2005 to 2009, 8 female prostitutes, all from the south side of Jennings, were killed, and their bodies were dumped either in canals, on kind of dirt roads, or in wooded areas in and around Jennings. So, and it's important to note, obviously, that every single one of the murders is unsolved. At one time, very briefly, charges were brought in one of the cases, the case of a woman named Kristen Gary Lopez, who was murdered in 2007, and charges were brought against the very notorious pimp on the south side named Frankie Richard, but those charges were very quickly dropped. So all of the homicides are unsolved.
Well, the charges against Richard, those are based on, what's her name? Is it Tracy Chesson?
Tracy Chesson, yes. Tracy Chesson is very interesting. She's the cousin of the first victim, whose name is Loretta Chesson. And she was, for a very long time, a prostitute working for Richard the pimp. And the reason, it's not entirely clear why the charges against Richard were dropped, but it appears to be that she provided inconsistent statements to police regarding that homicide.
Yeah. Now she originally told the police that she had witnessed Richard and Hannah Connor murder Kristen Lopez next to a canal. Is that correct? Yeah. And,
that's correct. And Hannah Connor is a kind of a god niece of Frankie Richard, who is also very close with all of the murdered women.
Yeah, and so was it Tracy? Is it Chesson?
Chesson, yeah.
Okay, Tracy Chesson. And now she was the source. Was she the source also of the accusation about the pickup truck?
No, she was not.
Okay.
In 2007, and I wrote about this a bit in my piece, a detective with the Jennings police named Jesse Ewing interviewed 2 female inmates who provided statements to him in which they talked about Hannah Connor confessing her involvement in at least one of the homicides, and I think perhaps 2 as well. And the inmates also said that Connor confessed to them that Frankie Richard is actually the chief criminal investigator of the Jefferson Davis Parish Sheriff's Office, a guy named Warren Gary, to dispose of DNA evidence in the Kristen Gary Lopez homicide.
Yeah, but she supposedly was murdered by the banks of the canal where she was found, correct?
That's according to the Chasson statement. It's not clear that that's correct.
Yeah, I see. It's a complicated little town. It seems like everybody was informing on everybody.
It's a very complex town, but the more time I spend there, the more I realize that it's a town that's very much doomed by its geography, meaning that Jennings is literally like if you're driving on I-10, and a big highway that connects Houston to New Orleans. If you're driving on I-10, it's like a driveway kind of off I-10. It's literally on the highway. And I-10 in that area is a major, major drug trafficking route. And the amount of drugs coming through Jennings and around Jennings is staggering. And it's cocaine, it's crack, it's prescription pills, it's everything. So Jennings is really, really at kind of the heart of the drug trade in that area. And I've actually, since my piece has run, I've actually talked to people who were in the drug game for a long time in Jennings, and they would tell me stories about everybody in Jennings knows that, like, when you're growing up there, that the way to get money and the easiest way to get money is to make these little drug runs to Houston for cocaine or prescription pills and bring them back to Jennings. And it's very easy to do. It's very available, and it's very lucrative. So Jennings is this tiny town that has this tiny town setting, as I'm sure you saw, like from some of the images that you looked at online. You look at the downtown, and there's the post office and the library and the courthouse, and it looks like a small town that could be anywhere, but yet it's really kind of a bullseye area as far as the drug trade is concerned.
That's a shame. This is sort of a side question, which is, while you were there doing your investigation, did you pack heat?
No, I did not.
I would have.
Yeah, I get asked a lot of people threaten me, or did I bring gun with me and whatnot when I go out there. And actually, interestingly, as I was doing this piece, this has completely changed since the piece came out, but prior to the piece coming out, I was sort of looked at as a kind of, they're like, oh, well, there's this strange person, coming to town a lot. He's not from here. No one pays attention to what's going on here. Isn't it sort of interesting that this guy is coming here? It was sort of, I was actually treated quite well by everybody that I saw for this piece, including law enforcement, because they had no idea what to make of me. And I think also, just as importantly, this case had been covered quite a bit in the media. CNN covered it, the New York Times covered it, and everybody covered it from the same perspective, which was there's a crazed serial killer loose in the swamps of southwest Louisiana, and that's it. And I think they just expected me to do that piece that everybody else had done. And, they were quite surprised when that was not the piece that I did, and very unhappy about that too. So
they were unhappy about it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the people in Jennings overwhelmingly, and I've heard from a lot of people, overwhelmingly were very happy about it. The DA's office, the sheriff's office, the police department were extremely unhappy about it.
I bet.
Yeah, extremely. So since the piece has come out, I've had to radically change how I go out there, because it is, there is a legitimate threat of many people out there wanting to do harm to me.
Uh-huh.
So since the piece has come out, I've had to really limit my time out there. I meet with people in places like Lafayette or in Calcasieu Parish, which is a parish next to Jeff Davis Parish. So I really had to radically alter how I move out there. And in fact, for the first at least 2 months, maybe even 3 months after the piece was out, I didn't even go near there. It completely stayed away. Just I wanted to have it cool down a bit. But so now, I do have to really watch myself. I don't know, though, that having a gun necessarily is going to be the best thing for me out there. I think it's more about moving in very smart ways out there when I go out there.
That makes a lot of sense. Now, I know that one of the things that you found when you were in your piece is there was a lot of police involvement, maybe nefarious is the word I would use, that people hadn't made the connections before, and is that kind of what really rankled the feathers?
Yes, particularly the information that I got about Warren Gary and his involvement in disposing of the DNA evidence in the Kristen Gary Lopez case, and the other piece that made them very, very unhappy, which they're stuck with, and these people are not my witnesses, they're their witnesses, was I obtained dozens of task force interviews, witness interviews. Now, The task force is a multi-agency task force that was created in 2008 to investigate these homicides. And I obtained dozens of task force witness interviews. And in these witness interviews, witnesses named specific cops who they believed were involved in murders. And what so upset them about this was that for years, and going back probably to 2007 or so, when people in town started wondering about law enforcement and their potential involvement in this, law enforcement's response was, well, you're just wondering about this, you're just hearing rumors, there's nothing to it. There's nothing to this at all, don't worry, you're just hearing rumors. And what I did was, by obtaining those task force interviews, where their witnesses, and I emphasize that a lot, it's their witnesses, not my witnesses, where their witnesses name specific cops as suspects, and that upset them so much because they can no longer say it's a rumor, right? When your own witnesses are coming forward and saying, for example, Deputy Danny Berry, who's a deputy who's actually now deceased, was involved in these homicides, then you can't say it's just some guys or girls or whoever talking on the street about Danny Berry. These are actual witness statements. That completely freaked them out, and it's now destroyed their narrative. This is the narrative that they have foisted upon this case, and this is the narrative that they desperately want the town to believe, is that anything you hear about law enforcement is just a rumor. Well, that's absolute, 100% crap, and it's proven by their own witness interviews. So, it was really the two pieces of, one, the statements about Warren Gary, and again, those are their witnesses, not mine. Those are witness statements taken by the Jennings police. And then it was two, the witness statements taken by the task force, where cops and sheriff's deputies are named as suspects. So it's really destroyed their narrative.
Yeah, about how many different law enforcement personnel were named?
I would say about 4 to 5.
Okay, so that includes Warren Gary and Danny Berry.
Warren Gary, Danny Berry, the former warden of the parish jail, a guy named Terry Guillory, his former wife, Paula Guillory, who was the deputy with the sheriff's office. And so quite a few, actually. And many of those people are very high-ranking. I mean, you're talking about Warren Gary was the chief criminal investigator for the sheriff's office, and Terry Guillory was the warden of the parish jail.
So, speaking of Paula Guillory, I was kind of curious. You interviewed her. So she got fired for mishandling evidence, but it looks like, and I read the sheriff's memo and everything, and it sounds he named a whole list of grievances against her, including but I noticed that even though he fired her really quickly, there was never any investigation or prosecution.
Right.
So do you think he fired her simply for the straight-up reasons he specified, or because perhaps she wasn't on board with the cover-up, or perhaps on the other side, maybe he thought that she was involved in the crimes and wanted her just gone?
It's really hard to say because there's a lot of competing narratives about Paula Guillory, including from Paula Guillory herself. I interviewed her for my piece briefly, and she claimed to me that the missing evidence that she was fired for was evidence seized in a raid on Frankie Richard, and Frankie Richard's the prime suspect in several of these murders. This was a raid on Frankie Richard's house. So she told me that she turned in the evidence and it simply disappeared. She didn't know what happened to it. She said that she was then terminated. And actually, the personnel file that I obtained on her, which contained the investigation into her activities, she had actually never even seen that, which I thought was really interesting too. And I was reading bits of it to her to have her respond, right, to the allegations in the investigation, and she had never heard any of them before. So she was very quickly moved out of her job. And, if you believe the investigation, the internal investigation into her, it's, the reason is that she took something like $3,000 that was taken into evidence and essentially just stole it. And is that what happened? Well, I don't know. She says that's not what happened. The sheriff's office says that is what happened. When I interviewed Frankie Richard about it, and I quoted him about this in the piece, he made a comment which he meant kind of as a joke, but I took actually very seriously, which was, evidence in that case, because it caused the charges against me and my mom to get dropped.
Mm.
And Paula,
and
she was pretty upset when she heard that, wasn't she?
She was really upset. I read that quote to her, and she was very upset about that. She claims she's just a good cop who was doing her job and really wanted to go after Frankie Richard. And then I have a number of people, including the private investigator who's working on the case, Kirk Bernard, who have told me that right around the time that Paula Guillory disappeared that evidence, she was observed at Frankie Richard's home socializing with him, and she was also observed at a house on the south side of Jennings that was basically a crack house where just about all of the women hung out. She was observed at this crack house also socializing with a number of people there.
Huh.
So,
well, I was going to ask, because we've kind of dipped our toe in the water about Frankie Richard. He seems to be at the middle of a lot of this stuff, and I'm just I haven't been able to wrap my brain around what exactly is his involvement in all of this.
Right, he is at the center of Frankie is at the center of the entire case because for a number of reasons. One, and this is by his own admission, he pimped out pretty much all but one of the women. The one exclusion being Ernestine Patterson, one of the early victims in 2005. So he pimped out all of these women. He also pimped them out from one specific place, and I wrote about this a bit in my piece, which is a motel that's right on I-10 called the Boudreaux Inn. So he and those women were doing their business out of the Boudreaux Inn. He was also, by his own admission, in at least two of the cases, and those would be Kristen Lopez and Whitney Dubois. He was one of the last people to be seen with at least two of the victims. And then he also, again by his own admission, had pretty significant fights or disagreements with at least two of the victims right before they were killed over drugs and money. Mm-hmm. So you have all of that. And then you also have the fact that Frankie's relationship with both the task force and the sheriff's office is very interesting and suggests that he's both an informant for them and also someone who assists them in covering up the things that they do. I obtained an email exchange between Kirk Menard, the private investigator on the case, and one of the top-ranking members of the task force, where Menard says that he sent two witnesses over to be interviewed by the task force, and the task force told these witnesses that Frankie Richard works for them. You also have the witness statements that were taken by the Jennings police, where the witnesses say that Frankie Richard worked hand in hand with Chief Criminal Investigator Warren Gary to dispose of DNA evidence in the Kristen Gary Lopez case. So Frankie is deeply connected to the women, and he's deeply connected to law enforcement. He's very much at the center of this case.
And he's been accused of course, two of the murders, Kristen Lopez and Whitney Dubois.
He was charged in Kristen Lopez. He's never charged in Whitney Dubois. The circumstances around the death of Whitney Dubois, though, highly suggest that he is involved, because she was found in kind of a swampy area that has little crawfish ponds, very, very desolate area. And she was found on the road near one of these ponds by a guy who works kind of on the streets for Frankie Richard. And the guy claimed to have found her and claimed to have seen her something like a half mile away from where she was. And it just seems highly implausible that this guy would just suddenly pop up, in this desolate area where there's nothing around and find Whitney Dubois. And by the way, he happens to work for Frankie Richard too.
Mm-hmm. Actually, although at the same time, maybe he actually legitimately did, because if he'd just gone out there and disposed of the body and then turns around and says, "Hey, I found a body," I would tend to dissociate myself from dead bodies that I'm involved with.
One would think so, and that's a good point. Although there is actually this odd kind of phenomenon of, and I have this in another case that I'm working on, where someone who's involved in a murder finds a body or claims to find a body, and they believe that it'll actually take suspicion off of them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see that.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Like, look at me. I'm part of the search party, and I just happened to find this body. The man who found Dubois, his name is Jamie Trahan. He's a very close associate of Frankie Richard. And he presented it, and I spoke to Dubois, a number of people in the Dubois family, about the way Trahan presented himself to them after finding her body. And, he presented it as, I was just out here, and I'm just trying to help, and I'm so sorry. And at one point he even offered to put down quite a bit of money to help pay for her funeral expense, which the Dubois family also found incredibly suspicious.
That is a little odd.
You would think if you had any involvement in something like this, you'd want to be nowhere near it, especially if you were somebody who was so closely connected to Frankie Richard. But I think sometimes people think that by presenting themselves as like, this like innocent person who happened to stumble upon this horrible thing, that moves the spotlight off of them in some ways.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me, but
yeah, and as we're talking about Frankie Richard's associates, I remember you had there was a part in there where you were talking about Brittany Gary when and the three men that were seen leaving the woods where she was found. What was it? Irvin, Eugene, and Ricardo?
That was actually not. That was Crystal Shea Benoit.
Oh, okay.
That was a different victim. Yeah, and three men were seen. She was found in this wooded area on the outskirts of Jennings, and three men closely associated with Richard were seen leaving the wooded area after her murder. And the man who saw them was a man named Russell Carrier, and Carrier mysteriously was run over by a train in Jennings. Yeah.
Yeah, that happens.
As soon after that witness identification, and law enforcement said it was a suicide, and his family does not believe it was a suicide.
Now, did he say? Did he at one point? I'm racking my brain here. I thought that when he was making the statements, did he tell somebody else that he was trying to figure out who had done it, and he had almost figured it out at one point? Or
that was the other guy. That was the brother of one of the victims.
That was yet another person, actually. Yeah, that was a drug dealer named Harvey Bird Dog Burleigh, who was very close to the Dubois family. And he said that he was, working the streets and gathering tips on the homicides, and then he was stabbed to death in Jennings. And his murder, he was stabbed to death in Jennings, I believe, in 2007. And his murder is unsolved as well. Yeah, I was going to say quickly, that's another piece of his story that's so fascinating, which is you have 8 unsolved homicides in a town of 10,000 people, which is extraordinary. The fact that you have 8 homicides in that size of a town is extraordinary in itself.
Yeah.
But the fact that all of them are unsolved is even more extraordinary. But what adds even another level of craziness to this story is you have homicides like Bird Dog that are unsolved. There's quite a few of them. So if you were to add up the 8 women plus the other unsolved homicides in town over the past decade or so, it comes close to 20.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was that high.
Yeah, it's really just truly remarkable. And I can say, and I've been writing about crime and working in this field for a very long time. Never seen anything like this anywhere. I've never, both in terms of the level of law enforcement corruption and the number of homicides and the number of unsolved homicides. Such a small area.
It doesn't sound like they solved any homicides ever in that town.
They actually had a homicide early this year that they solved.
Good for them.
Which was, pretty unusual.
Yeah.
My interest in this story, actually, and this had to be taken out of the piece just for space reasons, began in 2011. I was out there visiting with Kirk Menard, the private investigator, just to get a sense of the story. And actually, within days of being out there, there was a murder of a drug dealer in Jennings named Bowlegs. And I actually just met Bowlegs the night before he was murdered. And, it was pretty amazing. And this had never happened to me before, where I was introduced to somebody and they were murdered the next day. And that murder, which dates back to either June or July of 2011, that murder is also unsolved. And Bowlegs also, by the way, dated at least two of the women who were killed in this case.
Did when you interviewed Bowlegs, did he give you any useful information?
No, it was just a very brief introduction to him. I didn't actually interview him. My trip back then was just essentially meeting people.
Yeah. So Bowlegs wasn't sitting on a powder keg of information, and he had to be silenced. More likely, he was.
I don't think so. I think he was, a casualty of some sort of drug beef, but his murder's unsolved, just like the rest of them, which is interesting.
Now, another piece in this whole story is that I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong here, is that of these 8 women, a number of them were present at a police shooting prior to their deaths?
Correct.
Correct,
yes.
So were all of them or just a couple of them?
I thought it was just one.
Just a couple of them. Yeah, I've been able to confirm just one, which is Kristen Gary Loeb, that it was 2 or perhaps 3. It was a shooting from April of 2005. It was a botched drug raid in South Jennings that was carried out by the DA's office, Louisiana Probation and Parole, the sheriff's office, and I believe the police department. They raided a drug house in South Jennings. Drug house was like completely shrouded in darkness when they raided it. I don't think even the electricity was on. And for some unknown reason, one of the probation and parole agents opened fire on a man named Leonard Crochet, who apparently, witnesses say, had his hands up when he was shot. But regardless of whether, there's a dispute about whether or not he had his hands up. But no one disputes the fact, actually, and this is interesting because I obtained the Louisiana State Police report on that incident. No one disputes the fact that he was unarmed when he was shot to death. He had no weapons on him or near him, and he was shot to death. And at least one, and perhaps more, of the women who would later be killed witnessed that incident. And I also know for a fact that, for example, Kristen Gary Lopez, who was murdered in 2007, she was brought in by cops and interviewed about, I believe, the Loretta Chatson murder, the first victim in 2005. So there's a pattern of these women being interviewed as witnesses in other homicides and then getting killed.
And is there any connection or any thought that whatever statements they gave or what led to their death, if we're going with the police are definitely deeply involved, the responsible kind of aspect of it?
Yes, I believe so. I think you see this pattern over and over again, and you see it with Kristen Lopez being interviewed in Loretta Chatson. You see it in Laconia Brown, who's a victim in 2008. She was interviewed about the 2005 homicide of Ernestine Patterson. You see that pattern over and over again where these women are witnesses. Then the other pattern that you see over and over again is that the women, just before they were killed, would say, I know who's doing this. The police are involved. I fear for my life. And many of them said, I know I'm going to die. And then they would be killed.
We sort of wonder why more of them didn't just leave town or go into hiding or something.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I feel, we're talking about a population that's like extremely poor and it has very, very few options. So I think they were just sort of stuck where they were.
Leaving town's not an easy option.
Yeah.
Yeah, not an easy option. That said, one thing that's interesting to me, particularly since the piece came out and doing the investigation that I'm doing, is that there are quite a few survivors of that era who do know quite a bit, and they're still around. So they didn't get everybody. There are a number of women who were in that scene who do know quite a bit about what happened, who are still alive.
Yeah, because that wanted to bring me back. I wanted to come back for a minute to Danny Barry. As you know, Richard said that Barry was the killer because they all stopped in 2009 when he died.
Correct. I believe it was. Yeah, I think he died in 2010. But
okay.
But the last homicide was 2009. Yeah, I mean, I think Richard has his own purpose for making that claim, which is, it's not me, it's him. My sense of Danny Barry, especially from reading all the witness interviews about him that the task force conducted, is that Barry was deeply involved in the prostitution scene in South Jennings, which is where all these women are from. He would pick up these women and bring them back to his house. And at least one witness, task force witness, talked about Barry having some sort of dungeon in his house with chains and whatnot.
Uh-huh. And I assume that would have been one of the prostitutes that he took back home with him.
Yeah. And I'm developing now, I don't have, I'm not there yet, but I'm developing information as I go about his involvement in his possible involvement, I should say, in the murder of Brittany Gary, the very young 17-year-old victim who was killed in 2008.
Well, and his involvement, I mean, if we believe Richard, the task force, I understand, is kind of working on the assumption that it's, the one mad killer, and he would fit that bill easily, wouldn't he? If based on, these statements of the dungeon.
Barry would fit that bill. From my investigation, I don't believe that he is the killer. I don't believe, and I say this in the piece, that there is one killer. I think it's a number of people. I think that you could hone in on Barry for at least one of the homicides, but I don't think that he's responsible for all of them, even though he fits, as you say, fits the bill.
Well, and
for sort of the,
because he's deceased, he's an easy mark.
Correct. He's a very easy mark.
Have you been able to talk to his widow?
I haven't yet, no. That's something I want to do. I haven't yet talked to his widow. He gave a statement before he died to the task force that was extremely unilluminating, and it was unhelpful primarily because the task force is so terrible at conducting interviews. He also told the task force that his wife, now widow, was refusing to be interviewed by the task force.
Now, the private investigator, Kirk Menard, that's his name, correct?
Correct, yeah.
What has been his contribution? Because I've seen stuff about him, but I'm not really clear on exactly what he's doing.
Good question. What Menard is doing, and I don't want to speak for him, but this is my impression of what he's doing, is that he's able to talk to a number of people who perhaps would not talk otherwise. And he then forwards those people directly to the task force. So essentially what he is like a kind of a conduit between people on the street who might not feel comfortable going directly to the task force. You see what I'm saying? And
yeah, he's kind of a neutral party for them.
Yeah, he's kind of a neutral party. And that's what he's doing. You know, he's in a very awkward position now, though, after he had sent these two witnesses to the task force, and they told these witnesses things like Frankie Richard works for us. You know, he's in an awkward position because I don't think he knows what to make of the task force now. And I wouldn't want to be in his position either, because it's a strange place to be sending witnesses to a task force that has such huge problems. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh,
I mean,
yeah.
to me, the task force, which is dominated by the sheriff's office, by the way, and I mentioned that in the piece, really is not to be has zero credibility in my view, because what you have is a task force that's dominated by the sheriff's office taking witness statements, and in the witness statements, the witnesses are saying Deputy so-and-so and Deputy so-and-so are involved in the homicides, and the people taking those statements are coworkers of the people implicated in the murders.
Yeah.
You know?
It's
really just, I mean, it couldn't be more of a clear conflict of interest, and it couldn't be more of a clear problem, huge problem. You know, how is a task force supposed to conduct an investigation when all of their friends and coworkers, when their friends and coworkers are suspects?
Yeah.
So, it's a huge problem. And I think the task force is kind of the problem in making any headway in this case. You just can't tell me that the task force can investigate its own.
No.
You know,
So,
it's just not possible. So that's the problem.
Is there any indication that the governor's office has gotten any interest in this, or that the FBI perhaps would come in and take over the investigation?
It's a good question. You know, from the state side, after my piece ran, a local news station out there asked the Attorney General, the Louisiana Attorney General, Buddy Caldwell, they're doing anything. And he just sort of punted on the question and said, oh, well, there's the task force, and that's what we're doing. Okay. Now, the FBI side is interesting and also very depressing in the sense that the task force is depressing. Because when you look at the task force interviews, it has obviously the name of the interviewee, / witness. And then it also has the names of law enforcement folks who are present during those interviews. So it'll say, witness Ethan Brown, present, deputy, so-and-so, and then deputy so-and-so. And then occasionally it'll say that an FBI agent is present. And these are FBI agents from the Lake Charles office. And Lake Charles is in Calcasieu Parish, which is next to Jeff Davis Parish. And many times when the FBI agents are present, there are very clear allegations of law enforcement involvement in the murders being made by witnesses. And the FBI agents are present for when these allegations are made. And what's happening there? What is the FBI doing about this? Because any kind of misconduct just about under the sun by law enforcement can be prosecuted federally.
Yeah, and it's
there's a statute. There's a federal statute called deprivation of rights under the color of law. So if I'm a cop, let's just say I live in New Orleans, and I'm an NOPD cop, and I walk outside my house and I see somebody jaywalking, right? And I grab him and I kick his head in. That can be prosecuted federally.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If I'm a cop and I go out to a crime scene and I dispose of evidence, that can be prosecuted federally. I mean, there's so many entryways into this case federally, and it's stunning to me that none are taken.
Yeah.
And it's particularly given the fact, again, that I know for a fact, because I've seen the interviews, that FBI agents are present when allegations. But I can't answer. I don't know why nothing is happening, but I do know that the FBI is aware of it.
Have you tried to reach out to them? Or are they just ignoring you? Or
I have. I do know for a fact that the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Western District of Louisiana is looking at this, is aware. I don't know what they're doing. Again, like it's a mystery to me. My guess, and this is only my guess, is that the local FBI office out in Lake Charles, I fear that they're close with, many of the law enforcement folks that are under a cloud of suspicion on this, and that they're not moving as a result of that.
So it comes back to that.
Although again, I should say it's really complicated. There was a lot of police misconduct during and after Katrina in New Orleans, and it took years for those cases to go federal. Why did it take as long as it did for those cases to go federal? What was the route, right, that those cases took exactly? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows other than people who work for the U.S. Attorney's Office down here.
Yeah, I think that
nobody but them is privy to that sort of information. Why did it take as long as it took?
It could be nothing more sinister than government inertia. I mean, you know how ponderous the federal government can be sometimes. It might be that simple.
Yeah, and it might be as simple as, prosecutors have vast discretion in terms of the cases they pursue. Why do they pursue this and not that? They have a lot of discretion there. So it could be something as simple as discretion. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know, what they're doing. I think that I know that under Eric Holder, police misconduct is a big priority for DOJ to prosecute. I know that. So I'd hope that this would catch their attention because of that priority, but it hasn't yet as far as I know.
Yeah, well, it might be, too, that they've actually reviewed it pretty carefully and realized that there's no way they can come out of it looking good. Because they can take over the case, but let's face it, I mean, there's a lot of conflicting information, and there appear to be hardly any physical evidence. And so it's...
Correct.
And, of course, the trail is very cold. The last murder was 5 years ago, so the possibility of the feds coming in and, on their white horse and actually solving these murders is pretty limited. So maybe for that reason alone, they realize it's not a case that's going to cover them with glory. It's going to be a case that they'll take over to great fanfare and then grind along for a few years and then not solve either.
Correct. I mean, it is a very complicated case. A lot of narrative statements and a lot of completely uncredible witnesses. And, they're old cases, which makes them harder to solve. All of that said, I do think that they do have a number of ways in, particularly when it comes to, federal cases in particular are all built on flipping people against one another. And I think in this case, you have quite a few people who could be easily flipped.
Frankie Richard.
Being one, I think, and there's quite a few others. When the feds prosecuted the NOPD misconduct cases, they would get people, they would haul people before a federal grand jury. And if one of the cops engaged in the sort of lying and that they had engaged in the past, they would get a federal charge for that. Going up before a federal grand jury and lying is a federal crime.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like the feds wield such an incredible hammer, no matter who they're going after, that it's doable.
Well, and that gets to the question for you, which is, do you think that any of these will ever be solved?
Good question. I certainly don't believe the task force will ever solve them. I do believe the only hope in this case would be federal interest, DOJ interest, and specifically interest from the DOJ Civil Rights Division, which goes after law enforcement misconduct. I think that's the only way. Now, will it happen? I have no idea. But I think that's yeah.
Yeah, it seems unlikely because this has been going on for a long time and they haven't stepped in.
Well,
yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Okay, well, that's our interview with Ethan, and
I'm so glad I was there.
Yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed listening to that.
Yeah, that is a lot of information, and it's hard to digest it all.
And by the way, a lot of thanks to Ethan again for
Absolutely
taking the time to talk to us.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know it took us a while to catch up with him, and I'm glad that he was able to move his schedule around to do it, because it really, I think it does this story a lot of justice to get all of the information straight from the proverbial source. And Ethan really kind of has been the source here. As he talked about, nobody thought he was doing the story he was doing, so gave him the details they gave him.
Yeah, and it's interesting. The fallout for him is like, at first everybody was willing to talk to him, and now some people are a little ticked off with him.
And he's got to tread lightly around some people.
Yeah, he's got to be a little more careful and a little more circumspect now.
Now, I think Joe had mentioned this before. Ethan's been working on this for a good while, and as he said, the original article he wanted to submit was 30,000 words. The article that's up is 8,000, so that's a huge amount of information. And he's since gotten the book deal. He's gotten a book deal. I don't think we've talked about that yet.
Yeah.
And it's on the order of 100,000 words. But so there's the book deal, and then there's some other things.
Oh, I guess, it doesn't necessarily pertain to Ethan so much as it pertains to this kind of vague speculation that the TV series, the HBO TV series True Detective, which some of you may or may not be familiar with, is loosely based on this story.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's fair to say that it's not. It doesn't, derive facts from this story or anything like that. But I definitely, I watched True Detective as it was on, coming out originally. So I guess it's been, gosh, I'm going to say 4 or 5 months since the last episode of the first season aired. And immediately, I've vaguely been aware of Jefferson Davis 8 or the Jennings 8. But as soon as I started really getting into it, I just kept thinking, this sounds so much like True Detective. Just the vague ideas of, X number of murders, the weird
connections
in a parish in Louisiana, the kind of weird twisted people,
personality,
the sort of incestuousness of the whole situation.
And also the not to do spoilers or anything, but also a certain amount of potential police involvement and how much that allegation may or may not be true. And I think if you haven't watched True Detective and you have any kind of stomach for things like this, watch it.
Yeah.
Just immediately. But I think it's also very interesting the parallels you can draw between these things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that we should probably, that was part of our interview, and we haven't shared that with everybody yet. But let's share that part of the interview with Ethan where he talks about some of that stuff.
Yeah, and actually I should mention one thing I should definitely mention. I think I briefly mentioned this, but I should be more specific about it. I have a book deal with Scribner, which is a division of Simon & Schuster, to write a book about this. And I'm quite excited about it for a number of reasons. One, the original draft that I turned in for the piece was almost 30,000 words, and what ran was about 8,000. So, I've got a lot of stuff that I have not used at all, and I've got a lot of material that I'm still developing. So it's exciting for that reason. And it's also exciting because Scribner publishes Nick Pizzolatto, the creator of True Detective. And a lot of people have noted the similarities between True Detective Season 1 and the Jeff Davis 8 case. I don't think actually that I think the similarities are really due to the fact that it's the same milieu. I don't think that it's Pizzolatto being inspired by one specific case, but I think it's a very similar milieu. But regardless, it's a very exciting thing to both be able to expand on a piece that was extremely expansive when I turned it in.
Yeah.
And then also to be with a publisher that did great things with Nick Pizzolatto. So and people should if you think the case is sprawling after reading 8,000 words of it, wait till you read nearly 100,000.
Yeah, can't wait to do that.
I did this, somewhat with my first book, a book called Queen's Reign Supreme, which Random House published. But this case is so complicated that I could actually see a gigantic kind of outline of the cast of characters coming at the beginning of the book. The number of characters and that I'm going to explore in the book is just going to be.
And when do you think that book is going to be out? Do you have a date yet?
I don't. My guess would be 2016.
Okay.
You got a title plan for it yet?
I do. Yes, I do have actually a very clear battle plan. I have, as I said, have been doing quite a bit of investigation since the piece came out, and I've also identified a case from Calcasieu Parish in the 90s that I believe is sort of the door opener to this case, which is going to be fascinating to people, I think. And then I've also got new sources, I don't mean individuals or people, I mean actual sources, like, in the sense of like the task force document that I got for the piece. I have new sources that are witness interviews and whatnot to pour over that are huge, caches of information that I'm going to be able to utilize as well.
Cool.
So it should be really interesting.
Yeah. Can't wait to read the book.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about the pair of you, but I'm definitely glad that we got to talk to Ethan, as Joe said earlier, and I'm definitely looking forward to when the book comes out.
Me too.
Yeah.
I think that it's going to be sure, but I don't think in the sense that I can't stop reading, as in I think I'm going to be turning the pages and then going back and turning the page back and checking, because this is going to be, there's so many players in this, and it's just going to be so hard to track. And I think it's going to be absurdly interesting, but just such a volume of information.
He does a great job. His article is really great at succinctly laying out what's going on. It's easy to follow what's kind of going on in this case. That's just a tangled web.
Quagmire.
Yeah, so it's a bowl of spaghetti, but yeah, it's probably one of those books where you want to make notes as you go along, especially names of people and what their relationships and stuff like that are. Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have a title because he didn't tell us what the title of the book is, and maybe
he might have done that on purpose.
Yeah, or maybe he doesn't have a title yet. Maybe he hasn't quite decided exactly what it's going to be.
Maybe.
It's going to be Bodies in the Bayou or Bayou Full of Bodies. Or, I don't know.
Well, he's got a couple of years to figure that out.
Yeah,
he's got a year to go. Well, let's. I just want to know what we haven't really dove into personal theories so far.
Yeah.
We've kind of been relying on the information we've got from Ethan, and we know what we've read. But I want to know what you guys think. I know what my theories are, but
really?
one of you go ahead and start us off. And
got
Joe,
a theory?
You want to? Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Okay, the murderer is drum roll, please. Nicole Jean Guillory. Yeah.
Sorry.
Nicole Guillory died, or her body was found August 2009. I think she murdered all the rest of them, and then she died apparently of asphyxia, they think. So I think she auto-asphyxiated and threw herself into the bayou.
So you're just going for, you don't have a real idea and you're just making something up.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. It could have been the owner of the Boudreaux Inn who was really ticked off that all these women caused so much of a fuss, and that his place got closed down.
I think his place would have got closed down regardless.
Yeah, I think so.
From what I can tell.
Yeah, but it's really hard to say. I mean, there are a lot of questionable characters in this town. A lot of them have peripheral involvement in this story, and they're also at the same time involved in the drug trade. So So when you're in prostitution, that makes you kind of uniquely vulnerable, right? Then in and of itself.
You put yourself into a lot of bad situations.
Yeah. And then also, but when you're also involved in the drug trade, as most of them seem to be, then that's a whole other layer of motives for murder there. So it's really, really hard to say. And of course, I don't want to commit libel or anything like that. So I'm not going to say, and frankly, I don't really know. I mean, there's just so much going on here, and there's no real hard evidence against anybody.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with space aliens.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stole my theory, man.
Lizard people.
Sorry.
Joe went with the lizard.
Yeah.
Oh no, he didn't go with the lizard
No.
people. So
Okay,
you got the lizard people.
hang on. I'll let you have, you can have space aliens. I'm going to say it's the same person who did the Hagley Woods thing.
Oh.
The body found in the tree.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh.
All right, Devin, what's your thoughts on this?
Again, just like Joe, I don't necessarily want to commit any kind of libel. I only know what has been published. But in my estimation, I guess, you look for the common denominators. And, you've got drugs and prostitution, and it's a small community. And so, okay, fine, those are all common denominators. But they're also all tied to this Frankie Richard guy, who I find to be super creepy. And there's been depositional testimony, it seems, to the fact that he has a violent streak, particularly when high and people say no to him. And, I don't want to say it's definitely this person. I don't have access to all the evidence. They're open cases, so there's a lot of stuff that the just general public cannot know.
It's absolutely true.
And, as Ethan said, some people in the task force have said Richard is an informant. He works for us.
Yeah, he is an informant, yes.
It's just one of those cases of, like, I don't know who to believe, but my gut instinct is to say that it's him. Mm-hmm. But, the thing that's the most frustrating about this, this little TV spot that I watched, and, one of the locals said, the thing that's most frustrating about this is that somebody knows who killed all these women.
Probably. Or
it may
maybe
not be the same person. It may be a syndication. It may be a group of people, but at least one person knows for each one person killed.
Yeah, it may be that the murders are not actually all that interconnected, and it might be there is no single one person who knows who killed all those women.
It's true, but, I think...
as far as Frankie Richard goes, like, for example, he was accused by Tracy Chasson of murdering, along with Hannah Connor, of... murdering Dubois in front of her.
Yeah.
And that was her accusation, and
Right.
that's why he was charged with that initially. But when you think about it, her story makes no sense because here he is committing murder right in front of this person. It's like, what it is about Tracy Chasson that makes Frankie Richard and his godniece Hannah Connor believe that they can commit murder right in front of her and it's perfectly okay, and she's not going to say anything to anybody. It doesn't really make a lot of sense.
No, I hate to say, but I think I can answer that question, which is...
He's drug-addled?
No, not at all. Is when you're in a small town. I've seen these kind of communities, and I've lived in these places, as you know everybody. And hey, can I trust you? Can I vouch for you? I've done things for you, and you've done things for me, and you know you're not going to say anything, and I'll do favors for you down the line. So you scratch my back, I scratch yours, kind of mentality.
Well,
I don't have the exact way.
Then,
I mean, this would take a long time to suss out, but I think that if you have somebody so scared of you, I mean, think about, let's look at people who are, abducted, and they're so afraid, like kids, they're so afraid of the person that has abducted them that they can brainwash them, is the word I want to use,
Stockholm
into saying,
name.
don't tell anybody, or I will go kill your mom and dad. That kind of influence over somebody.
Yeah.
So I can see how that may be the reason that he, if indeed Richard is responsible for this particular murder, I can see how he could have done it in front of her and said, "Well, you're not going to talk because if you talk, I will come after you.
Yeah, but
you don't want me after you."
But then she did talk, and she didn't wind up murdered.
She talked. She didn't wind up murdered because a bunch of evidence against him disappeared, right? I mean, I guess
Yeah, I mean,
It's not a solid theory.
No,
I'm
no,
not
I'm
saying
just-
that I have any kind
I'm
of
saying I
evidence.
can see why.
yeah, but I'm just saying that I think her story is not entirely credible.
Which is fair.
And there's
That's
a lot of
totally fair.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of things in this story that don't make sense. And like when we talked to Ethan, is the whole thing about the Chevy Silverado.
Yeah, that's
And
Yeah.
supposedly transporting the body of Lewis, which
Uh-huh.
does not make any sense.
Yeah.
If they murdered her by the canal and she's found in the canal, why they put her in a drum and drive her around and then dump her back in the canal?
Yeah. Although Ethan did say that it's not 100% certain that she was actually murdered by the canal.
Right.
But the whole thing about it is if you murder somebody and transport them around in your pickup truck, then what you do is when you get home, you get out the garden hose and you hose out the back real good and get the blood and the DNA evidence out of
You
it.
and
You don't need that.
and a lot of people understand that, but
Yeah.
not everybody thinks about that, especially if not all the cylinders are firing because you're high as a kite on something.
Yeah.
Well, that's
you're on
true.
amphetamines or whatever it is. You don't think about these things.
Yeah, it's
I mean, if
true,
you've ever
but-
been around a tweaker, they do some weird stuff because they think that they know what they're doing.
Yeah, that's true. But and then if you have this, one of the things about the truck, it was bought by one of the local cops for a below market price, and then he took it to the car wash and detailed it all out, supposedly destroying evidence in the meantime. Well, if you want to destroy evidence in the back of your pickup truck, you don't need to sell the pickup truck to a local cop to take to the car wash. You can just take it to the car wash yourself.
I get, well, except for that person was in jail, weren't they?
Oh,
The owner of the truck was in jail.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how much
I don't
time
know that-
elapsed.
I know
between
she'd
the-
been, Siler.
the
I know
murder.
she'd been charged, but I don't know that she was in jail at the time. But I mean, this is the problem with this case. There's so
Yeah.
many weird loops. Now, personally, I think that some of the murders are connected. I don't think they're all connected because, as we talked about in the interview with Ethan, I-10, I think it's I-10 is right there, and so it's a
Yeah.
major thoroughfare, and so I think that it's not an uncommon thing to discover that we've got a trucker who killed a woman.
Yeah.
So I think that might be part of it. I think the drug trade is part of it. I think that just weird interconnections. I think this whole thing is a cesspot, and there's a lot of not good things going on. But I also think that in this small community, you're right. As we said before, everybody knows. At least somebody knows. But they all have their reasons for not. I believe the phrase is snitching.
Yeah.
You don't snitch.
Well,
And there's a good reason not to snitch because when you snitch, retribution comes down.
Yeah.
Well, because, and especially in this case, it does appear, as I said earlier, that there is a mole in the police department. The police are corrupt, and I think everybody knows that if they snitch, the cops are going to immediately inform on them.
Yeah, and a lot of these women, as we talked about in the interview, they were afraid to talk or they knew that they had talked and they made a mistake and it was going to come back on
I
them.
think just by the sheer fact that I think Ethan said there's something like 20, but there's solid evidence for 11 at least unsolved mysteries or unsolved murders
that are connected.
in a community of 10,000. At that point it's clearly a systemic problem. It is no longer just an anomaly of a weird unsolved mystery. There's something larger going on if that high a percentage of murders are just unsolved for a lot of years in a community that small. Because let's be fair, there are other small communities of that size on huge interstates that are drug trafficking havens. It's not, this Jennings is not the only place on I-10
No.
in between Austin and New Orleans, right? Is that what he said? Or
Yeah,
wherever?
I think Houston and New Orleans.
Wherever. It's not the only small community that's just, inundated with drugs and violence and gang crime and things like that. But they are the only ones that have this kind of, and so I think
it's the scale.
It is the scale. It's the fact that there is a systemic problem, and whether that is just like pure incompetence and stupidity on the part of the police department there, or if it's something more sinister, that's hard to tell. But I think I just think that this is just such a messed up
Yeah, no, this whole thing is
Yeah.
it's awkward and it's hard to track.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jennings is a scary little town. If I
So
ever go
don't
there.
go to Jennings.
Yeah.
Well,
Don't go there and try and dig up answers on your own, ladies
Yeah,
and gentlemen.
seriously
Please
not.
stay home.
If you
and
go
do
there,
not go there.
if you go there, pack heat.
Don't pack heat. Just don't go there.
Just don't go
Stay the
there.
hell away.
Well, again, as we said before, Ethan's book is coming out next year.
And there should be some more fun-filled facts in
And
there.
there should be a
that we
lot
haven't.
of
Yeah.
fun-filled
Yeah.
facts there.
Yes, he's been doing a lot more research, so you're going to want to read that
Yep.
book.
So when that book comes out and we find out what it's going to be,
We'll
we
let
will
you know.
definitely put something up about it. But in the meantime, all of the links and a good spot of the research that we did and we got access to about this story will be on our website. The website, as always, is going to be thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You can read all the links there. You can find the PDF that helps kind of outline this story for you. And, of course, you can listen to the story there as well. If you want, you can always go ahead and stream the show. You can stream the show on Stitcher. So any mobile-ready device, tablets, phones, whatever they may be, you're going to be able to follow it all there. And, of course, we're on Facebook. And I know a bunch of you have been on Facebook, and we're getting comments and all that good stuff and good conversations, which is a lot of fun. And if you haven't done it yet, find us and friend us. And we've also got a group there where there's some discussions going on and things being shared, which is always great.
I liked our page.
I should like our page.
Yeah, I finally
I like
did.
our page a lot. You can, of course, download if you don't want to use Stitcher and you don't want to use the website. I know it seems like the majority of the folks, at least over half of you, are using iTunes. You can use iTunes, find us on iTunes, and just download the episodes for whenever you want them. And of course, last but not least, if you have something you want to tell us, you've got story suggestions, you've got leads for us, you can do that all on our email, which is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. As a matter of fact, this story was suggested to us by a listener via email.
That's right, Thomas, right?
Thomas, yeah.
Thanks, Thomas.
Thomas, thank you. And at the same time, I kind of regret you having done that because we've just gotten so deep into such a crazy story. No, it was very good, but at the same,
Yeah, Steve's going to go insane.
I
when
really
those
am.
break down, yeah.
I'm going to keep making infographics about this story until the day I die.
That's probably true.
It kind of might be.
Now, Colonel Mustard in the study with a candlestick.
Is that your answer?
Uh-huh.
Oh, well, thank you, Joe. I
Makes
appreciate
sense.
that. And before we forget, speaking of emails, we did get an email this week.
We got
an
a
email.
lot of emails
Well, I was
this
going to say,
week,
yeah,
I
we
was
got an
saying.
email this week that, whenever I say that, I'm like, oh, this one stood out. I really liked it. I
That's
really
what
had a
you
fun
mean.
time.
Yeah.
So I didn't know who wanted to read the email this week.
I don't care.
I'll read it. This email is from a guy named Jacob. Hi, Jacob.
Hey, Jacob.
Hi, Jacob.
It says, "Hi, I really like your show, and after finding it at the start of a 16-hour drive, I proceeded to listen to 16 hours of thinking sideways. I'm so sorry, Jacob.
I said the same thing to him, and he said it was
Yeah.
awesome.
Did we keep you awake, I hope? Not put you to sleep?
He says, "It was a great marathon, and I really liked your interpretation of these events. I'm currently working as a scientist, but still fall for imaginative or fantastic explanations for many stories that rather than the logical choices. For example, I read about the Dyatlov Pass incident a while ago. Apparently, I can't read today. I'm sorry. And could only conclude radiation and or monsters, which probably makes me a pretty expletive deleted scientist. Your walkthrough of the story using the avalanche hypothesis makes such great sense. He has, as everybody who emails us, almost everybody who emails us, he has a little suggestion, and he gives us his scientist take on it.
Which was really, really interesting.
Yeah.
What says that, like Yeti?
No, on the story he suggested.
Yeah. And then he goes on to say, I'd be happy to give you my take on things if interested. Keep up the good work, and I hope you guys are finding a way to get compensated for this great show.
Well, we're working on that.
We're getting there.
Yeah,
One of
actually-
these days.
Should we put a tip jar on our page?
Yeah. Yeah, PayPal.
Yeah, probably should.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
Anyways, thank you, Jacob.
Yeah, thanks, Jacob.
I don't know what kind of scientist you are. Maybe Steve or I will follow up, or Joe. Joe doesn't know how to do email, so
I really feel bad. I didn't ask him what kind of scientist he was.
But, we might need a resident scientist.
No, actually, I think having a consulting scientist to be a good
is a good idea.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about
that. Did he say scientist or Scientologist?
He said scientist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We don't need a resident scientologist.
No, we don't.
We've got 5 of those already.
Yeah.
Oh, well. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that is what we have on the Jefferson Davis 8.
Also known as the Jennings 8.
The Jennings 8.
Yeah.
I hope that
also
it
called
helped.
sometimes the Jeff Davis 8.
Yeah.
Just so you
or
know.
the JD 8.
Uh-huh.
If you want to be hip and abbreviate
JC
everything.
8.
Or just
Yeah.
the 8. Yeah.
Anyway. Okay. Well, so I hope that while we didn't necessarily solve the issue, we might have hopefully clarified some of the facts that you've heard about or you've read about, and it gives you a better perspective on it. Because I think in this particular story, that's about the best we can do, because this one is a long way from being solved, and I think Ethan hit it on the head. Until we get some big government intervention, we're not going to get an answer.
I don't think the FBI is going to solve this either.
I don't think they're going to step in. But.
No, they're not going to. But it's a cold trail. Let's face it. You know. I mean, and the problem is all the witnesses and all the people that come forward saying they know something about it. Well, a lot of them are dead, but a lot of the other ones are drug-addled and not necessarily reliable people. So sorting out all the counterclaims
are sort of important.
Yeah. So in other words, it's not just enough to get somebody to snitch on somebody. You need some actual physical evidence too.
Yeah.
And I think that's all been sort of washed away or pilfered from.
The oldest one is 9 years gone.
Yeah.
So that's a hard.
So
hard,
I'm thinking it's not likely that this is going to be solved. Yeah.
Steve.
What?
Did you hear that?
I did. Did anybody else notice that?
Yeah.
Joe just admitted that we have not solved a mystery.
Well, no, we solved it. Somebody did it. I mean, it's like at a high level, kind of, But as far as specifics, no. I think that.
No, it's okay.
Let's stop there.
Team Sideways can break this thing wide open, but we need to go to Jennings in person. And
just stop.
for that, we're going to need money, so you guys start sending us money.
Joe, can we just go to Stonehenge instead?
Oh,
yeah, if we're going to go someplace.
That's a good point. Yeah, pick another one. Let's go to Hagley Woods. Let's solve
Better.
it. You want to
Okay.
go there? Yeah,
all right, we'll go to one of those places.
Okay, so listeners, send us a bunch of money, and then we'll go there on the spot, and we'll really solve the crap out of this stuff.
With that, we're going to wrap this up. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've enjoyed it, and we will bring another one to you next week.
All right. Toodaloo, everybody.
I'm sad I can't blame aliens this time.
I'm not.
It's not too late. Go ahead and blame them.
It was the aliens.
All right. Yeti.
Thinking Sideways is not supported by a fleet of puppy supremacists. Instead, it's supported by the generous donations of our listeners on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/thinkingsideways to learn more. And thanks.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hi there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I am your host, Joe, joined by my co-hosts,
Devin
and
Steve.
And this week we're going to talk about a really, really interesting World War II mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff happened around World War II time.
Kicking it old school.
Yeah. So our story begins in the year 1941. Germany had overrun much of Europe and was at war with Great Britain, as we all know. Mm-hmm. Or you should know anyway. Rudolf Hess was the deputy Führer of the National Socialist Democratic Workers' Party, a.k.a. the Nazis, at the time, and he was the third most powerful man in Germany after Hitler and Goering, so he was a VIP. On May 10th, 1941, Hess did something kind of strange. He climbed into a Messerschmitt Bf-110 fighter bomber. By the way, did I mention that Rudolf Hess knew how to fly?
Nope.
Not yet, but we know now.
Yeah, he knew how to fly. And he flew to Scotland. His intention, he said, was to negotiate a peace between Britain and Germany. So what the hell was he thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big question.
Yeah, was he deranged, as Winston Churchill and Adolf Hitler both said? And also, the general consensus is that Hitler was not aware before he left on his flight that he was going to leave and go to England.
Which is a little strange.
Yeah, and that's the general consensus. But really, is that true? Did Hitler really not know?
That his third in command was going on a little trip,
Like going on a little peace mission?
a little trippy poo.
Yeah.
Can I briefly ask? Maybe you'll talk about it later. Why Scotland?
Well, there was a guy living in Scotland.
Okay, so we'll get to
the
it.
Duke of Hamilton.
Got it.
Yeah, who he felt might be sympathetic to his cause.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll talk about that in a minute.
Yeah, we will.
Great.
And also, Rudolf Hess left us with one last little mystery, which is how did he die? The official story is he committed suicide, but other people think that he was murdered.
Yeah, I've read up on this, and I can see how they would think that.
Yeah. No, a lot of people think he was murdered. But well, let me tell you a little background on Rudolf. He joined the Nazi Party in 1920 after hearing Adolf Hitler speak at an event in Munich. He was member number 16, so he really got in on the ground floor of the whole thing.
And that was at the time when Hitler was considered more charismatic and less crazy talk.
Yeah.
So he was much more of a very motivational speaking. I mean, I imagine that's how he got a lot of people in the beginning.
Yeah. Well, and this is post World War II, and with
Post World War One.
Yeah, exactly. My bad. Post World War One, and a lot of Germans, of course, they were under the Versailles Treaty. The terms were quite harsh, and a lot of Germans were very, very angry about the outcome of the war.
Yeah.
And so Hitler tapped into that pretty nicely.
Oh no, he definitely did.
Yeah.
It turns out it's not so hard for crazy people to rally around the guise of fixing everything.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, Hitler fixed things real good.
Well, like I said, the guy did it.
Yeah. You guys have, I'm sure, heard of the famous beer hall putsch in 1923 when Hitler and Hess and a bunch of other Nazis went into a German beer hall where they were holding a Bavarian town meeting, basically tried to start a revolution.
I have read about this briefly, and it never made sense to me. Like, it never seemed I never understood why they thought it was a good idea.
Me neither. I never did either. But it turns out, it didn't work out so well for them. They wound up, Hitler and Hess both went to jail for a while. And it was at that time when that Hitler wrote his magnum opus, Mein Kampf, in jail, and Hess helped him edit it. So he was part of that too. And this is really when they started becoming, really good friends, and very close relationship between these two.
And they always had a very close relationship. I mean, through the years, not just at this point forward, is what I'm getting.
Yeah, I think that their time together in jail really kind of cemented the relationship, though. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hess, as you all know, rose to power along with Hitler, and Hess is the guy who introduced the concept of Lebensraum to Hitler. He had gotten the idea from one of his university professors at the University of Munich, and Lebensraum in German means, quote, let's go conquer most of Eastern Europe so we can live there, unquote.
Right,
and
the direct translation, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What actually does it mean, Joe?
It means living room, and not the living room in your house.
It's a room to live.
Space to live.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they felt that.
I like the original translation better.
Yeah, I do too.
I know. Well, as we all know, Hitler really took to the idea.
What?
Yeah, he did. In June 1940, Hitler was heard to say that what he wanted most was peace with Britain.
And they'd been at war with Britain for about a year and a half at this point. Would
Around
that be about correct?
Yeah, around that. Yeah.
Okay.
And he said that he felt there really was no need for the two countries to be at war. And besides, I'm sure he had better use for all those military assets that he was throwing at the Brits. Because in June 1941, of course, Operation Barbarossa got underway. That was the invasion of the Soviet Union.
But prior to that, they'd been sending plane after plane after plane, just bombing the holy crap out of Britain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is a lot of material.
Yeah, which could be more usefully spent on bombing Russians instead of Brits.
Right.
In June 1940, when Hitler said that he wanted peace, it looks like Hess started planning his peace initiative about that time. Rudolf Hess first learned to fly in the German military near the end of World War I. And after the war in 1929, he got a private pilot's license, owned several different planes, not all at the same time, I don't think. I don't think he was that wealthy. But he got pretty good at flying single-engine planes. In October 1940, he went to the Messerschmitt Aircraft Works in Augsburg, Bavaria. Hope I pronounced Augsburg right. And he told them that he wanted to start training on the Messerschmitt Bf-110, which is a twin-engine airplane with a lot better range than your typical single-engine. And he received instruction on how to fly from a Messerschmitt test pilot, and the company held a plane for his own personal use, which is nice of them.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
But
one of Hitler's best friends, you're not going to be like,
Your government number 3,
Yeah.
guy number 3, yeah.
No.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
They probably didn't make him pay for it either.
No, I'm sure they didn't. They probably didn't even make him pay for the gas.
Or all the upgrades.
Yeah. They did upgrade it a bit. They installed a radio compass, long-range drop tanks, which are fuel tanks. Reportedly modified the oxygen delivery system, though I'm not sure exactly what was done there. That's all I heard.
I would imagine that if they were extending the range of the plane regarding fuel,
They might want to add some oxygen tanks.
they would probably have upgraded the oxygen system to match it.
Probably, yeah.
I would guess that as well. It seems like oxygen would be an important component to flight.
Right, directly following fuel, yes.
I don't know. Oxygen might be even more important than fuel.
You
One
can have
could
a ton
argue.
of fuel, and if you can't breathe and black out, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alternately, if you run out of fuel, you might be able to pilot the plane to a safer landing,
Maybe.
even if the fuel runs out, as long as you have oxygen.
So we're both right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to call this a win-win. So where are we at here? May 10th, the day of reckoning at 5:45 p.m., Hess climbed into his Messerschmitt, took off from the airport at Augsburg, and flew northwest, eventually turned north, hit the coast of the North Sea right around Bremerhaven, Germany, turned east for a bit to stay out of the range of British radar, and then turned north-northwest. At 9 p.m., he turned west-southwest and headed towards the northern part of England.
So hang on here, Joe, just so people get an idea. He took off, he headed, and he basically did kind of a zigzag north is what he was doing until he got to Scotland, and then he was hanging basically a 180-degree turn, correct?
Not a 180, really.
Or-
It was
well,
it was a zigzag, but yeah, he went west-northwest and then basically made a 90-degree turn and headed he headed north-northwest and then made a 90-degree turn and headed west-southwest.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think part of it is he was killing a little bit of time because he wanted it to be dark when he actually hit England, and so it was dark. He actually did sort of kill some time out at sea too, waiting for it to get dark, and then flew over the northern part of England at about 50 feet of altitude. So he was picked up on the radar, and some RAF fighters were scrambled to intercept him, but they couldn't find him because he was flying so low.
Well, the thing that I didn't understand for a long time when I was doing the reading is why was he killing so much frickin' time? Why didn't he just leave later in the day?
That would have been a good idea.
Well, it turns out he was following is it the Blitzkrieg?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was following a group of planes and tagging along on their navigation to get himself to Britain. So he was following a suite of bombers that were heading for London that day. That's the reason he left when he did, instead of saying, well, why don't I leave like an hour and a half later and then I don't have to dink around in the middle of the ocean flying in circles.
I mean, that was probably a good idea just for radars as well.
Yeah.
You know.
Although you don't want to be tagging along with those guys when they actually reach Britain, because the
No.
RAF is going to be after you.
Oh, yeah.
That's right, yeah, but yeah.
A lot of flak in the air at that point.
Oh, that too, yeah. So yeah, you understand why he didn't like fly just directly to London and then north from
He didn't
there.
lead them.
He wouldn't
Yeah,
be
that
doing
was not a good
no.
idea.
Yeah. A little after 10 p.m., he was picked up on radar, as I said, and he flew north into Scotland. He was mostly navigating by landmarks, which would be kind of tricky in the dark.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was having trouble finding his destination, which was a place called Dungavel House, and I could be pronouncing that incorrectly. I looked it up on the internet, and I got 3 different pronunciations of
Pronunciations,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well, and the reason he was having such a hard time in the dark, though, is because it's wartime. Everybody was keeping their lights off at night.
Yeah.
yeah.
Or
I know.
shuttering their windows. So
I
there
know.
was nothing to navigate by.
I know. So, well, there's landmarks still.
But I
there's
mean,
water,
no light on the ground to
mountains,
say,
yeah.
oh, this should be X
This
town.
should be this town. Yeah, I know. That would be. It was a tricky thing, and but anyway, the Dungavel House is the home of the Duke of Hamilton. It's not that anymore. Now it's like an immigrant detention center somehow. So somehow the Duke of Hamilton lives somewhere else now. The Duke was a friend of Hess's friend Albrecht Haushofer, who had a lot of English contacts. In fact, there was lots of contacts between the British aristocracy and a lot of the German aristocracy, because they all knew each other. They're aristocracy. You know, they're all like kind of family. Hess thought that Hamilton would be sympathetic to his peace mission, and again, there's a little bit of back and forth about exactly why he believed that. I'll talk about that in more detail later. Some people think that perhaps MI6 tricked him into thinking that there was a whole bunch of people in Britain that would be really receptive to his peace proposal. So that's one theory that's out there.
Well, and then there's also what is it? The Anglo-Germanic Society? Was that what it was called?
Yeah, I think it was the Anglo-German Friendship Society.
Something like that. Yeah, that was I think also one of the big theories of why he thought he would be sympathetic.
Yeah. And also, the Duke had access to King George VI, and that'd be a big bonus. And also, best of all, Dungavel House had an airstrip because
highly important for an
Very
airplane.
Important.
And the Duke of Hamilton, it turns out, was also an airplane enthusiast like Hess, so they had something in common there. I should also note it was rumored that a number of members of the royal family were pro-German, or at least not in favor of war with Germany, which really wouldn't be too outlandish when you consider that they're actually part German themselves. You know, the House of Windsor actually did not begin until 1917. When they changed their name from, what was it? The House of Saxe, Coburn, and Gotha, which doesn't exactly sound British. And, so the name change was due to anti-German sentiment in World War I.
Which there was a lot of.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. And so now they're the Windsors. Anyway, back to Rudolf Hess and his plane. He was having trouble finding the Duke's house, so he flew west to the Firth of Clyde, where he oriented himself, and then he flew back inland. But by the time he was back in the vicinity of Dungavel, he was low on fuel, and he had picked up a little company.
Shocking.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, an RAF interceptor finally began pursuit of him. And I forget the name of the plane. It's an interesting-looking plane. Instead of having forward guns in the wings like most fighters you think of having, this one didn't have those, but it had, behind the pilot, there was a turret with a couple of gun barrels sticking out of it.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't look this plane up.
Yeah, it's a strange looking little plane.
Weird.
So it would almost have been if you were to imagine it being a two-seater, the second seat was actually the gun.
Yeah, it was actually the gunner. Yeah, weird. Sitting there in a raised turret over the pilot's seat. So, handy because you can shoot to your side, I guess. You just got to be careful not to shoot your wings off or anything.
Yeah. Seriously.
Yeah. That's probably the first thing to cover in training.
Yeah, seems like.
Day one, don't shoot the wing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you'll get a black mark on your record.
That was at 10:30 at night, you said?
Yeah, that was 10:30 at night. Hess decided it was time to bail, so he climbed to 6,000 feet and jumped out. Luckily, he had a parachute on. And he landed about 10 miles northwest of his destination, near the village of Eaglesham, which is actually pretty close when you consider it was dark and he didn't have much in the way of navigational aids.
Yeah, just like a compass, right?
Super lucky.
Compass, yeah. And that was, he was seen parachuting in by a local farmer named David McLean. McLean found him on the ground wrestling with his parachute, and he had a very badly wrenched ankle. McLean was armed with a pitchfork and essentially took him prisoner. And
how did he see him coming down?
I'm not really sure. Maybe there was a moon that night.
There must have been. If he was navigating at that time of night by landmark, there must have been at least a half moon.
There must have been some good moonlight. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I would expect also if you heard a plane above, two planes kind of in hot pursuit above you, you might look up and then you might see something kind of pop out of one and think, huh.
True.
Yeah. And I don't know if he was on the ground by the time his plane crashed. His plane crashed very shortly after he bailed out.
But it's several miles away.
Yeah, but they're even in the distance, there must have been a kind of a big kaboom.
Yeah, that plane. Have you seen the photos of his plane?
It was pretty messed up.
It did not survive that landing.
No, not so well. Fun aside about this farmer, he actually went to where the plane wreckage site was. After the Home Guard came and got Hess, took him off his hands, he went over and he found the plane crash site and he hid some parts in the bushes. And then after they'd hauled all the rest of the wreckage away, he went back and got those. And so he had those. He had those around for years. Yeah, and I think he eventually sold
his
them.
Trophies.
Yeah. He gave a couple of the other ones he sold. Yeah, part of Rudolf Hess's plane. Very collectible.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they hobbled back to his cottage. That's McLean's cottage, and they had a cup of tea. And McLean contacted the Home Guard, who showed up shortly thereafter with some police.
Hess was operating under a different name at this point, though.
He said his name was Captain Alfred Horn, and that he needed to speak with the Duke of Hamilton. And in another account I read, he told the Home Guard guys, tell the Duke of Hamilton that I have arrived.
But he was German, right? So he would have had a relatively thick accent.
Yeah. I mean, he spoke English fluently. He was actually raised in the English section of Alexandria, Egypt.
Okay.
So he did speak English.
So do you know about accent?
Oh,
I just mean if you have a German accent,
he had an accent
in 1941 in England,
I am
people are going to be like, Okay, Mr. Horn, I'll get right on that.
I am absolutely positive he had a fairly distinct accent. His English was good to speak. He evidently wasn't that good at interpreting English, though. That was a difficulty for him for quite a while.
Which is weird. Whenever I've tried to tackle a foreign language, I always find understanding it is easier for me than speaking it.
It's interesting.
Really?
I have some friends who are fluent in like stupid amount of languages, and a couple of them have been fluent since birth in both languages. And for them, it is hard to translate because they just think in both languages. So it's like a concept, and whatever language you're speaking in, they just know the words that they're trying to think, but they have to actually really think about what the word for that in the other language is.
Process it.
Yeah, they have to actually take a step back and say, okay, but if I were having this conversation in this other language, that lamp would be called that other word, So I wonder if there was something like that going on.
Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, so there were some communication difficulties in this whole thing. Back to the Home Guard, they took him away to their little HQ. And according to one source that I found, there was actually a reception committee of military intelligence officers waiting at the airstrip of Hamilton's estate. I only heard that in one place, so I'm not sure if that's true or not. So apparently Hess's capture by the Home Guard was a little bit of a hitch in their plans. It might be. If they had indeed lured him under false pretenses to Britain, maybe they were planning on just secretly spiriting him away and never telling the public anything. But because he got captured by the Home Guard, it was
I hadn't
harder
thought about
to
it
keep
in that way.
Yeah, and maybe that they were actually planning on trying to work something out, but that wouldn't necessarily be in popular opinion, so you would kind of want to take it slow.
Well, I was actually, as Joe said, that I was like, well, maybe they're trying to work something out of him with fists and do it completely under the radar, and nobody would ever know where they got their intelligence.
There's a lot of reasons that you would not want to publicize that guy was in your country.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know. Probably Hitler would have kept it quiet, too. It was embarrassing for him.
Yeah.
So, the whole thing could have been kept a secret, except, oops, he didn't make his target. So, he got captured. Anyway, supposedly it was this reception committee that caught up with Hess in Home Guard custody, and they persuaded the Home Guard people to finally let him go, and so they took him to Maryhill Barracks near Glasgow, Scotland. And then the Duke of Hamilton did arrive the next day to see Hess, and that's when Hess revealed his true identity and said, I think the words were, quote, I am here to save the world. Something like that. Something melodramatic like that.
I'm sure.
Yeah, but he wanted to work out a peace deal.
This is one thing I love about Germans is they are so direct. It's I'm not going to work up to it. I'm going to save everybody.
Yeah.
Let me do that now.
Well, I'm not really going to save the world, just Germany and England.
Well, that's all the world that he cares about.
Pretty much,
right?
Yeah. One of the concessions that he apparently put forward was that Germany would withdraw from Western Europe, except for parts of France, like Alsace and Lorraine, they were going to keep. They would allow Britain to keep its overseas possessions. And in return, they wanted a free hand in Eastern Europe and Russia. They would also try to mediate a settlement between Britain and Italy. And also they said that they would buy the full output of Allied war industries production while they were converting back to peacetime uses to help avoid any economic downturn.
So I have a lot of problems with this, but I'm going to wait until we get into the theory section because there's all kinds of holes in this for me.
Yeah, well apparently Hess had a full-blown peace proposal, which was eventually, I think, presented to Churchill. He met with the Duke of Hamilton. Churchill did, that is. And they met with the War Cabinet, and apparently there was no interest in a peace deal. They didn't tell Hess this for a while.
Well, I mean, it's not surprising to me that Britain didn't think there was any reason for a peace deal, right? I mean, the whole reason that everybody was going to war was like because the Nazis are bad and we don't like what they're doing, right? It wasn't, they're coming to get us, so we have to defend ourselves. It was more of a proactive approach. Yeah. So it makes sense to me that they wouldn't necessarily, if they did have a peace deal, it would just basically give tacit consent to what was going on in the rest of the world that the Nazis controlled.
Exactly, because that's why Britain declared wars, because they had a treaty with Poland. One defends the other. Well, Poland was invaded. Well, they had to actually do something about it, and so it was like that whole sense of honor. But at this time, the war was not really going that great for Britain.
Right.
No. Speaking of Poland, when I was doing the research, one of the things that I always am really interested in, and this is just a weird thing about me, is posters from different eras. And one of the ones that was in Britain at the time was the Polish flag. And, it's in that typical 1940s illustration style. It's all torn up and it just says Poland, first to fight. It was really well done, but it was just so
I
iconic
love
for
all
the
of
area.
those
The
wartime
era.
posters. They're so cool.
Well, some of them are a little offensive though.
They're just
No.
stylistically. I'm sorry.
There are some
like some of-
serious
Super
stereotypes
offensive.
going on in some of those old posters. I will agree.
Well, yeah.
They are very, very brutal at times.
You know who actually produced some interesting World War II propaganda cartoons? Dr. Seuss. Have you ever
Yeah.
seen any of his cartoons?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
some of them are seriously racist.
Yeah.
Oh,
a lot of, almost all of it is. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, especially like the one where Uncle Sam is in an alley. He's backed up, and he's got all these rats that are coming after him, and they all have little Japanese faces on them.
Of course they do.
and it is very, very stereotypical.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but let's get away from that. I have another question because this is something I've also never understood about Germany. Is why didn't they quit when they were ahead? I've never understood, and this is maybe
You're
just
talking
because I
about the
haven't.
invasion of Russia.
Well, yeah. Why did they decide to do that? Why did they continue to push on into North Africa? I mean, they had essentially rolled through a huge part of Western Europe, and if
And
they
Eastern
had just
Europe.
stopped and sat,
Yeah.
that's how countries have been formed for thousands of years. Is we took it over and we just stayed, and eventually everybody went, okay, well that's yours. We don't like it, but that's yours.
Why didn't the Romans stop when they were ahead?
Well, I don't understand that either. That's why I'm asking. Is I've never understood why they didn't say.
Here's a question.
We took Europe. Let's
Here's
just
a
hold on
question
to it for
you,
a while.
Steve. When you go like gamble, do you stop when you're ahead?
Yeah,
Do you actually?
I try
absolutely. I have a system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cheating doesn't count as a system.
No. I have X amount of money I'm going to gamble, and that money's in one pocket. And if I win, I put it in another pocket. And when the original bank is empty, if there's money left over, I walk out.
That's not stopping
That's a
when
good way
you're
to go.
ahead, though.
Oh, but if I win, let's say I'm on a slot machine,
Yeah.
and I hit and I win $100 on a nickel slot, I'll say, all right, well now my bank I can't go below, let's say, $80.
Right.
So I'm continually setting a bar that I will not drop below, so I'm always ahead.
Right. So
I do stop when I'm ahead.
I think the thought process is that you okay, so yeah, they were ahead because they had like a bunch in their winning pocket, right? But they still had money in their other pocket, so it still felt like I'm winning, even though okay, well if I gamble this like one nickel,
Strategically,
The war
gambling is not
cabinet-
the
you're
right
probably right.
metaphor. It is such a big area that strategically the resources don't make sense to me. It's something that I've never understood.
I think people have a hard time stopping when they're ahead.
And that's probably it. I mean, Hitler had gone a little cuckoo for
I
Cocoa
also
Puffs.
think you get delusional.
It could have been that. Yeah, he definitely did bite off more than he could chew. I mean, you should have looked at the lessons of history. I mean, Napoleon didn't fare that well in Russia either, did he?
Nobody fares well in Russia.
I know.
What's that
The
joke?
Russians barely fared well. in
Yeah, they didn't do so
What's
well.
the
either.
joke is
Yeah.
like, come to Russia and our country will fight you. Like, the actual terrain just kills people.
Yes.
The people
Yeah.
of Russia don't have to do anything.
They have there is a lot of strategic depth there too.
Yeah.
I mean, they can afford to surrender a lot of territory. And just,
Oh, yeah, you can
Yeah.
continue to just give and give and give.
Yeah.
And the ground will just eat up the troops that are invading.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I took us way off track there.
That's okay.
Yeah, we are way off track. Yeah, well, by the way, so far I haven't mentioned what happened back in Germany when Hitler found out about all this. This was the day after. This was May 11th. Hess had given his adjutant, a guy named Karl-Heinz Pinch, a letter to deliver to Hitler the day after Hess left, and also to basically tell him what he had done. So Pinch delivered his report. Apparently Hitler blew his stack.
He delivered it directly to Hitler.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yeah, he was rather upset. It was unfortunate for Pinch because it was like shoot the messenger and all that stuff. He was arrested and jailed, and also a lot of other people around Hess were also arrested. Pinch was later released, but then he was sent to the Eastern Front to fight the Russians.
So he really wasn't released?
Not really.
Yeah, it was basically a big step down for him.
Is the allegation that Pinch knew what the letter contained? Like, did he know that Hess had left?
Yeah, I think that
It wasn't just like, okay, I'm going to bed, give this letter to Hitler tomorrow.
Well, I don't think it was just him giving the letter to Hitler. I think he also gave him an oral report, basically saying,
Okay.
Hess has gone to.
Yeah, I
Hess
can
gone to
understand why
Scotland.
you would arrest him then? I mean,
Yeah,
it's
he's a
more than just
co-conspirator.
at that point, right?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
totally is true.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that. It wasn't just like literally he was like, I don't know, Hess just gave me this letter to give to you. I
Yeah,
don't know what's in it.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But apparently, and besides which, even if he hadn't said anything like that, I'm sure there would have been suspicions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
When poor Pinch was then captured by the Russians.
Oh yeah. He was captured by the Russians.
And tortured.
Tortured, held in captivity for like 10 years or something like that.
Wrote some crazy 11-page story or something.
It was a 28
Confession?
Page, it was a 28-page, I don't know, confession or just telling all he knew or whatever.
Yeah.
But that was eventually found in the historical archives many years later. So Hitler said at the time that he felt like it was a huge betrayal because Hess was such a good friend. He also said, as I said earlier, that he thought that Hess had just gone over the edge. And again, Winston Churchill agreed with him on that one. They didn't agree on a whole lot.
No.
Yeah, and also Hitler apparently gave orders that Hess was to be shot on sight if he returned to Germany. Well, back to Hess in Scotland, he was shuffled around to various places, eventually wound up spending 13 months in a place called Camp Z.
He was in the Tower of London for a while.
Oh, yeah, before that, I just didn't want to give a laundry list of all the places.
No, when I noticed that, I was like, oh, he's another one of the... Because there was only 2 Germans that were in the tower ever, and he was one of them.
Yeah, lucky him. Camp Z was in London, kind of southwest of London. And by the way, I'm sure I'll get at least one email telling me that it's actually pronounced Mitch or Mitt. I did look it up on the internet, and supposedly it is pronounced Mitchett, so I hope that's right. But yeah, if I'm wrong, let me know. So at this point, Hess really saw himself as a diplomatic emissary, and he demanded to be sent back to Germany. Well, the British didn't
under
see it that way.
asylum.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Or no, it's not asylum. What is it called?
Like diplomatic immunity
Thank
or
you.
something.
Mhm.
But
Yes.
it's like the problem is Hess swore the whole time that Hitler never had any clue that he was going to leave and go to Britain. And so because of that, because he essentially hadn't really been sent by the German government as an official emissary, Churchill and the gang felt like, well, we can keep him.
That's,
Yeah.
I mean, I think I understand that empirically, but I understand Hess's argument too, right? He's like third in command of the German government, so he sent himself on a mission, and they're saying, no, the German government didn't send you.
Yeah.
But
Well, the problem is that his position was a puppet position.
Oh, for sure.
He had absolutely no power. He had been progressively pushed farther and farther out of the power structure of the regime for years.
But we all know that guy, right? The guy the Dwight Schrute of the group, right?
Uh-huh.
That's, assistant to the manager, and he keeps saying, yeah, I'm the assistant manager, and it's like, no, you're the assistant to the manager. You keep getting pushed out and told no, but you think that you are so much more. So I can understand his argument. It may mean that he went kind of loopy, but...
Or it might be... that
overstepped his bounds, yeah.
Yeah, it might be he thought this was a way to really,
He thought Hitler wanted this.
Yeah, he did.
He thought he was doing a good favor for his good buddy.
Yeah, he was extremely loyal to Hitler. I mean, even though Hitler said he thought this was a betrayal, I don't think Hess saw it that way at all. He was trying to do him a favor.
It's possible.
And it's alleged that maybe Hitler didn't think that at first, but I know we're going to get into all of this stuff, so we'll...
Yeah, there are people who say otherwise. Yeah,
I was just going to throw out there that it's also possible that, Hitler said offhandedly, yeah, I totally want peace with Britain, and didn't remember it at all.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Hess starts planning and plotting and thinking, oh my gosh, this is going to be the best surprise for Hitler when I'm done.
Yeah, he's going to love
He's going to love it.
Yeah.
And Hitler's like, what do you mean I said that? I never said that. Oh.
Yeah, well, yeah, you did.
Oh, crap.
Oh, I was joking.
Yeah, it's in the papers, dude.
Remember that time you bedazzled an entire fighter plane for me and I said I didn't really want that? Same situation.
Same thing. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. All right. So anyway,
I'm having a hard time. I
Rudolph.
identify with Hess. I'm sorry.
It's because you like to bedazzle things.
Yeah, it's true.
Well,
and
anyway.
steal planes.
And history, certainly, if Hess had been successful, history would have turned out a little differently.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Anyway, back to Camp Z. Hess was there for 13 months, as I said. He was, of course, I'm sure, being interrogated.
Surely.
Yeah. At one point, he tried to kill himself by throwing himself over a staircase railing because apparently he was depressed. He was pretty disappointed that his peace plan hadn't worked out.
His peace plan didn't work out. He was a prisoner.
Yeah.
He was like, he couldn't be friends with his friends anymore.
Yeah.
Probably being tortured.
His family, He wasn't going to see his family again.
Yeah.
I'm sure there was a lot to be depressed about.
Yeah.
And he might have also felt that he had a patriotic duty to kill himself before the British wrung too many secrets out of him.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, he didn't succeed, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it. He just broke his leg pretty severely, too. He had to be in traction for like 12 weeks. Yeah, that would not be fun.
No fun.
No fun
Yeah.
at all. Just a note to our listeners, throwing yourself down a staircase, not the best. Or over a staircase railing, not the best way to do it.
No, not a reliable way to
Well, if
kill
it's only 2 or 3 steps, you're not going to hurt yourself.
yourself. Yeah, it was more than that.
You might twist your ankle.
Yeah.
Wrench it severely.
Oh, wrench it severely, excuse me.
Yeah. Anyway, after he recovered from his leg thing, Hess was sent to a military hospital in South Wales. He stayed in this military hospital until the end of the war, and apparently that was a good place. It was a hospital not only for military members but also for POWs. So it was a fairly secure place, not like your ordinary hospital. Mm-hmm. It actually required fewer guards than Camp Z did.
He tried to kill himself when he was there too, didn't he?
He did. He tried to stab himself with a bread knife. It didn't work out so well either. Apparently, it
so
only
many
took
jokes.
2 stitches.
2 stitches.
To sew it up.
Man, my brother busted open his chin and it took more than that.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was a half-hearted attempt. I could never stab myself to death.
That would be a hard way to go.
That would be tough. People do it, but it would be hard.
I think people, yeah.
You really would want to have to die.
Mm-hmm. Get some serious resolve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, as you know, in the end, Germany surrendered. You guys did know that, right?
What?
Yeah.
I thought they won.
No.
No,
I
that's
thought we
the
were
Man
speaking
in the
German
High
right
Castle.
now.
That's wrong. That's not real life. No.
Oh.
It's not real life?
It's TV.
I might be from an alternate universe, though.
You probably are.
We've wondered that about you for
I
a while.
know. I'm sorry. Also, it's Bernstein, not Bernstein.
Bernstein. After the surrender in October 1945, Hess was sent to Nuremberg to face the International Military Tribunal, a.k.a. the Nuremberg Trials. You've heard of those, I'm sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty well known. He was charged with conspiracy to commit crimes, crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity.
Oh, crimes against peace.
Yeah, I know.
Come on,
he was
dude.
He was trying to make peace.
He was
Hello?
trying.
Yeah. Well, anyway, luckily for him, since he sat out most of the war, it was really pretty hard to get convictions on the war crimes and crimes against humanity. But he was found guilty of conspiracy and, again, crimes against peace and sentenced to life in prison. Apparently, the Soviet judge in the trial wanted him to die by hanging.
That doesn't surprise
They
me.
had a real thing against him.
They really did.
It's strange.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, they really didn't like Hess. And anyway, the French judge wanted to give him 20 years in prison, which is probably a little more fair.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Nobody else got life.
There were,
or was it there was a couple that got life who didn't live very long?
There were 3 that got life. Of the 7 people that were sent to prison, 3 of them got life, and then the other 4 got 15 or 20 years, depending. I don't remember which ones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, most of them got released early.
Except for Hess.
Except for Hess. Yeah, he went to Spandau Prison in West Berlin, which was used exclusively for the 7 prisoners who were convicted but not put to death. So this prison was a fairly large one. It has 600 cells, or I should say it had 600 cells. It's not there anymore.
But they only had 7 prisoners?
But only 7 prisoners.
Aww.
Yeah. They were these former high-ranking Nazis. It was run by the 4 powers. That's the U.S., Britain, France, and the USSR. And they all supplied the guards. Along about 1966, there were only 3 prisoners left in Spandau. As I said before, it had 600 cells. Yeah, you'd be rattling around that place.
Mm-hmm.
For days and never see anybody.
Yeah. In October 1966, Albert Speer and Baldar von Schurek finished their sentences, and they left. And so from that time on until his death in 1987, Rudolf Hess was the only inmate at Spandau prison. 21 years. That's all by yourself in this prison.
And you can't talk to anybody.
He could have very limited visits with his family.
Well, but I remember
there were guards,
and
though, right?
There were guards. He could talk to the guards, but the guards were constantly rotating in and out from different countries and stuff.
But I also remember that there was sanctions on what he could talk about.
Yeah, he wasn't allowed to talk about his peace mission.
Or certain things about what he had done while he was with the Nazi Party. I remember there was... It was strange to me, the clampdown on certain topics.
Yeah, no, it really is true. He was not just allowed to talk freely.
I mean, did that not apply to all of the prisoners?
I don't know. I just sort of researched this from the Hess point of view. I'm sure there were there were a lot of restrictions on their behavior. I mean,
But even if it was that way for everybody, it probably didn't end up being as extreme because they had other German prisoners to associate with, so they at least had some shared common bond. Whereas when it's a set of guards who rotate every year, you can't make any personal connections.
Nah, not really. I mean, there were a few longer-term employees. Like he had a friendship with the warden at one time. I'll tell you more about that later. That was interesting. But I imagine it was probably a lonely existence anyway.
Yeah.
But, and even Winston Churchill, who was really no friend of Nazis, once said that he felt that the treatment of Hess was really overly harsh, especially considering that he had come to Scotland in good faith to try to broker a peace. But and there was the other three powers had talked about releasing him and had said they would be willing to do so, but the Soviets always vetoed it. And it's because, again, they just didn't like him that
I'm
much.
guessing it required a majority vote.
Yeah.
Or it required a unanimous vote, I should say.
Unanimous vote, yeah. And so anyway, that's pretty much the end of it. He died in 1987 by hanging. He hung himself. Although, again, that's a mystery. So, but our mystery right now is, did he go of his own volition, or did Hitler order him to go on his peace mission?
To the peace mission, yeah.
And there's still some debate about that. I mean, generally the historians agree that he just wanted his own, and that Hitler was really upset about it. But there's some evidence that maybe he didn't just decide to go on his own, or maybe it was his idea and Hitler signed off on it. Maybe Hitler ordered him to do it. The other thing is, what made them think that this was a good idea?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there are
So we're
theories.
going to tackle that first, and then we'll tackle the death.
We'll tackle the mystery of the suicide or murder.
Second.
Yeah,
Okay.
second. But
Got it.
yeah. So the theories. Well, he went on his own. And after all, this is what Hess always said, and that's what Hitler said. And Hitler supposedly did get very furious when he heard about this flight. Doesn't sound like some guy who knew in advance. And plus, the night that Hess landed in Scotland, the Luftwaffe bombed London very heavily. Not really something you're going to do if you're trying to put forward, peace feelers.
Well, okay, so I'll play devil's advocate on that. That's a great way to distract from your secret peace emissary coming to the country.
That's true too. Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to assume that the RAF is going to be kind of tied up with that,
They're going to be
and
really
not so
busy.
interested in this one bogey over there.
Yeah.
So that's one theory. The other theory is that he went with Hitler's permission. And actually, I read an article that was written, I think in 1943 or 40, I can't remember when, and I forgot the magazine it was published in, but according to this theory...
Is this the one that was in 3 parts?
Yeah.
I mean, the article was all continuous in the format we looked at, but it was broken into 3 parts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found this one a bit outlandish.
Yeah, I don't know how supported that stuff was, but essentially the idea is that he had to have had Hitler's sign off on the whole thing, because otherwise, what's the point? You can talk about making all the concessions he wants, but if Hitler doesn't want to do that, well, you're not going to get very far. There was an article about this. Oh, did you want to say something?
No, I was just agreeing with that. I mean, that does stick out to me as it's not as though this is one of those situations where Hess would come back and say, listen, the Brits are being really reasonable. You're going to kind of look like an idiot if you don't accept it. It would have been really easy for Hitler to say, no, I don't want to do any of that. Thanks. Versus going with some of, knowing what Hitler's willing to give. That makes for a much more powerful situation.
It increases your odds of success. Because frankly, yeah.
Although I guess there is something to be said for if he was close enough to Hitler, it wouldn't be very hard for him to say, so what, what's the deal breaker for you?
Yeah, what's important to you to keep and what are you willing to give up?
Yeah.
He could have
just in casual conversation over the year that he was planning his trip, right?
Yeah, you could have done that, yeah.
My whole thing with Hitler had to know, because, I mean, Hess is quoted as saying, Hitler is the party and the party is Hitler, and other statements that equated to him believing that the Fuhrer was God, that he was so powerful and he had to be followed, that I just can't see him suddenly turning away and doing something without the permission
but he
of
didn't see
his
it.
leader.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to be trampling all over this because I know we have more information in this theory, but he didn't see it as treason, right? He saw it as a favor. He saw it like it was a surprise party for Hitler.
Yeah,
But
You know?
his personality never supported it. They called him the brown mouse, meaning he was meek and mild, and he was only brown because he was wearing the brown shirt.
Yeah.
He didn't have any initiative. That's why for the 3 years prior, everybody else had been, jockeying for position, and he slowly got pushed out, and he was given a made-up honorific title.
Yeah,
Like the guy had no gumption of his own.
Yeah, no, he was definitely not a hard ass like say Hitler or Goring or those people. Not at all.
No, he wanted to serve the Fuhrer.
Yeah.
He wanted to serve the cause.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the impression that
Right,
I've always
but I
got.
guess my counter to that is that he thought he was.
And
but
he
I
could have
do-
been completely misdirected. I'm not disagreeing with that at all.
And I totally hear what you're saying. This is one of those amicable moments. I totally hear what you're saying that, but he wouldn't have taken that initiative.
His character didn't show this
right.
to me.
Right.
Yeah, but it is possible that he went there entirely on his own, and he was just kind of delusional and actually thought he was going to succeed. But back to the Hitler thing, where Hitler had there is some evidence that Hitler did know well in advance. Rudolf Hess's son Wolf Hess. Yeah, I know. Wrote a long article about this a while back. Yeah,
I'm going to
I know.
name my
Wolf.
first child Wolf.
I know, it's a cool name.
With your last name? No, I wouldn't do it.
Well, she'll have a different last name.
Nope.
We're going to make it up.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Oh, anyway, yeah, it's Wolf Sideways.
Yeah.
That'd be a good name for your
That's
kid.
hard. Wolf Sideways. That's a hard.
Yeah.
Sideways is a hard name to plan for. It's true.
Yeah. Back to Wolf's evidence. Okay. He says that Hitler and Hess met for 4 hours on May 10th, just a few hours before he left to fly to Scotland. And Hess, as we've said, was pretty much sidelined in Germany by now, and he really wasn't involved with the war effort or with foreign affairs. And so I'm finding it hard to believe Hitler would have carved out 4 hours for him if it didn't actually involve the war or foreign affairs.
Oh, I can totally tell you what they were doing. They were watching the latest Michael Bay Transformers movie, because those are 4 hours long.
Oh, that's a good point.
Watching Lord of the Rings.
They were watching The Hobbit.
Yeah, that's an easy 4-hour time commitment.
No,
Hitler
wait.
needed some time off.
No, wait. This was the 1940s.
Oh, they didn't have that yet?
No.
Oh, damn it. Crap. Yeah, I think it was right around this time that Tolkien was writing Lord of the Rings, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty close.
Yeah. Oh, anyway, back to
So Hess was involved with foreign affairs in the war.
No, he wasn't.
Oh.
He wasn't. He was involved with more domestic stuff.
Oh, I see. Got it.
Yeah, why would Hitler take the time unless it wasn't one of those things?
Yeah, I mean, he's busy planning Operation Barbarossa and the bombing of London and everything else.
And we're saying Hitler didn't have any kind of love for friends?
Oh, no. I mean, he did, I'm sure, but I don't know that he would have had 4 hours to spend with Hess just hanging out when there was so much going on.
He's got a lot of work to do, a lot of politicking to do.
Yeah.
You take 20 minutes and you hang out with your buddy and you have a drink. You don't take 4 hours.
Yeah.
I get where that's what this is coming from.
Yeah.
Again, I see both sides.
This doesn't prove anything, but it's interesting, and it's the next thing is, as you mentioned, as we mentioned earlier, Karl-Heinz Pinch, the adjutant who delivered the letter to Hitler, who was captured. An historian came across, what's his name, Matthias O, discovered this document in the Russian State Archives, written by Pinch. It was handwritten, and according to what he said about the encounter with Hitler, Pinch said that, quote, Hitler calmly listened to my report and dismissed me without comment, unquote. Yeah, Pinch said that Hitler had known about the flight plan for a long time. And so that's
that
what he
was
wrote.
the impression that he had.
Yeah.
So where did the mad as hell story come from?
I'm thinking that might have been cooked up to reassure the Japanese and the Italians that Hitler wasn't trying to stab him in the back by making peace with Britain.
Okay.
And I think that's why Hess was loyal to the end and always said all along that it was his idea.
Well, his family also never got any kind of retribution from the Nazi Party. They never went after him.
That's the other thing is that a lot of people surrounding Hess, even like his astrologer, and all those people, in fact, all kinds of astrologers were rounded up and arrested.
Because Hess was really into that stuff.
He was into astrology and all that stuff.
Well, who isn't? Let's be fair.
I know.
I'm reading my signs all the time.
Yeah, so all kinds of people suffered retaliation except for Hess's family. Actually, Hitler personally intervened to make sure that nothing happened to them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's hard. Again, it's hard if you're really good friends with somebody, you don't necessarily want to see their wife and kids hurt just because he made a bad choice, but I don't know that Hitler necessarily strikes me as that kind of guy.
Yeah.
No. Again, his character didn't reflect that kind of behavior that we know of.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. It could be that just pastimes and all that. I'm gonna look after his family. It might just be that he so none of this definitively proves anything. Although Pinch's document is pretty interesting.
Well, it came out in they printed that Der Spiegel.
Yeah, that came out in 2011 in an article in Der Spiegel. Yeah,
we've talked about that magazine.
We
before,
have,
haven't we?
Yeah, we have.
Okay,
yeah.
I knew we.
So it's like his journal or something that they found.
I think it was more on the lines of a confession to the Russians.
It was they. So the Russians used to like to make people write these long confessions denouncing everything.
Yeah, but so that's my problem with it.
Well, but that's it, because if you ever read any of them, they're always crazy long.
Yeah.
And they always have a very set style and certain verbiage in them. And I believe this falls right into that category.
Yeah, it's almost as if they told the guy what to write.
Yep.
They might have.
Well, doesn't mean it's the same set of interrogators using the same book.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that everything in there was a lie, but you know.
But you base it on the truth.
Yeah. Anyway, after the war, some other people talked about various things, and there were two other high-ranking Nazi Party members hanging with Hitler at that time when he received the letter in the news that Hess had left to go to Scotland. And they said that Hitler wasn't angry at all. Hitler's valet said after the war that Hitler's behavior at the time indicated to him that he must have known in advance. He too said Hitler wasn't upset at all.
Who did he say that to?
That was his valet. He actually,
no, but who did the valet say it to?
I don't if it was a reporter or who he said it to. All I read is he said that after the war. The valet did say he was actually afraid to ask Hitler if he had known ahead of time.
Understandably.
So he didn't ask him. But he said his behavior just indicated to him that Hitler was not mad.
So here's my other problem with this theory in particular that Hitler knew is I started to talk about this earlier, is the concessions of peace that he was supposedly willing to give.
Yeah.
Germany had just spent the last 2 years marching south through is it Norway? And then into France, and they would have kept going.
Norway is kind of north of
No, not Norway. What's the other one just north of France? I can't.
Belgium,
Netherlands? Thank you. Netherlands and Belgium. That's where I got the end. But they had spent 2 years working their way south through all of that. And they would have kept going into Spain if Franco hadn't been just jerking them around the whole time and saying yes, no games. But my point is, if they've just spent all that time and effort to secure it, they've wiped out the local governments, they've installed all their own people, why would they then suddenly say, we'll just leave. It's cool. You can have it back. We just wanted to check the place out. That doesn't make any sense from a wartime perspective to me.
I don't know that they expected to occupy all of France forever. They did intend to keep Alsace and Lorraine, but they were going to withdraw from the rest of it. So they didn't really need to be running France. I mean, they could have, if they had their chunk of Poland and other parts of Eastern Europe, that was all they really needed.
Well, but they also, what they would do though is like in France, they moved in and they put in their own people, and then eventually when they took over all of France, it's the Vichy government?
Yeah, the Vichy government.
The Vichy government, those guys were technically still running the country, but they knew that they had to keep the Germans happy. And the Germans did this. They were like, you can live and do what we say, or we can kill you and put our own people in, which is way easier. Yeah. And that's what they did. So why would they do all of that, though?
No, it might be that some of this stuff was misreported. It might have been basically, we're not going to withdraw from Western Europe, but we will leave you alone. We'll buy your munitions supply, for the sake of your economy, and we'll leave your overseas possessions alone, and so that might have been all the concessions they actually planned to make.
I mean, you don't plan for the peace to happen, right? You install your government and you say, okay, we're good here, but you know how valuable this is to us, and we are so committed to peace that we are willing to give you this thing that obviously we fought a lot for. So you understand how much we're willing to give up for peace. That's how much we want it.
Yeah.
Right? And if they say no, you've got your thing, you're covered, it's fine. You still have your country there that you've taken over. If they say yes, great. You've got this huge piece of leverage to say, great, you're going to give us pretty much the rest of Europe.
Yeah, it's just their sunk cost for what they did was so large. It's just so much.
Actually,
it's such a thing to walk away from.
They didn't really expend huge resources taking over France. It was actually a pretty quick thing.
Well, but then they spent a bunch of money, bombing Britain and then defending France. I mean, a lot of munitions. And maybe what I'm responding to is more what happened after that for everything that took place. But it just seemed like it was such a big friggin' investment.
Yeah.
I don't think I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, in my mind, strategically, it makes a lot more sense to be willing to give up something that appears to be very valuable to you that you may or may not actually care about. Bridge that to get you more things that you actually do care about in the future.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Yeah, that could be. I don't know.
Maybe it makes me a horrible person versus you.
Yeah, it does.
I don't know.
No, that means I'm the guy who will never back down. Nope, I made it here. You can't come in.
That's right.
And I'm the one who will be like, oh yeah, it totally looks like I care about this jewelry.
Yeah.
You can have it, but I'm going to take your first child.
Devin, for everybody who doesn't know, just made the creepiest big eye face at me. I'm never having children now.
Now.
I'm kind of leaning towards Hitler knew.
I agree.
I think so.
Are there any other choices? Is it just the two?
Kind of those two. That's the question that everybody's been wondering for all these decades, and it really is an historical kind of mystery. And then, of course, my other question is how could they have thought this was going to work? How could they have thought this was going to be a good idea? And that's what gets us to the whole MI6 angle.
Oh, I thought it was because Hitler was a vegetarian.
There might have been that too. Yeah, Hess was a vegetarian also. He was like really new agey and all that. The Nazis were all new agey.
Eggplants are bad for you.
Yeah, maybe
don't
not
eat
good
them.
for your
See
mental
what
health.
happens?
Yeah, but the theory about MI6 is that Hitler and the Germans were putting out some feelers towards influential Britishers in the early 1941 regarding peace negotiations. And, of course, there was the Anglo-German Friendship Society or whatever that was called.
Yeah, great name.
Yeah.
It rolls right off the tongue.
Yeah, and so this is like aristocracy to aristocracy, talking back and forth. And Germany eventually proposed a meeting on neutral ground, and that was rejected by the British, as the story goes. And so they finally offered to send a delegate to England. And they proposed a guy named Ernst Wilhelm Boll as the delegate, and there was no response from England about this. Yeah.
I'm guessing that's because they were busy dealing with the Luftwaffe?
Yeah, that's probably it. But they were doing a good job of playing it hard to get. Eventually, they were getting kind of nervous about this because this was actually kind of important to Hitler, I think, to actually not have that second front with Britain when he went after the Russians. So Hitler came up with the idea of sending a really big Nazi to England, somebody with a lot of stature, somebody who's close to Hitler, who could credibly speak for Hitler. And who else would that be? Rudolf Hess. I mean, he wasn't really important to the war effort.
And he was highly expendable.
Yeah.
Actually, all things considered.
He was kind of, yeah.
Obviously, the war continued on without him, without a hitch.
Quite well, yeah.
For a number of years, at least.
Actually, Hess was...
some hitches.
Hess was not really violent. I don't think he was really into the whole war thing.
No, he was just supporting the cause.
Yeah, I know. The Germany, in a sense, had a good reason to feel some grievance after the way they've been treated after World War I. I'm not saying they were justified in anything they did.
No, but I understand why there was a lot of angry Germans after World War I.
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah. What actually was happening is apparently, so the theory goes, and there is a little evidence to support this, we're not going to find out for a little while, but they were actually negotiating with the British Secret Service and not members of the royal family or the British aristocracy like they thought they were.
So it was a game.
It was a
ruse.
It was a setup, yeah. It sounds like they just wanted to get their hands on a high-ranking Nazi and just interrogate the heck out of him, which is probably what they did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only qualm that I have with this, and it stems back to that Friendship Society.
Uh-huh.
The things that I have read are that as soon as war broke out, the Friendship Society was dissolved.
That's what I heard too. Yeah.
We're not friends anymore. You like blew up my house and stuff. So no, we're not friends.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, obviously you're not going to be overt, but there was still context between the British aristocracy and the German aristocracy.
Yeah, if you have a personal friendship with somebody and they're saying, "Dude, I'm sorry that my Fuhrer blew your house up," they're not going to be like, "Yeah, I know you ordered the bombs." You're going to say, "Oh, thank you, I'm so sorry." But also it's underground. It's very easy to, even if it had been totally dissolved, it'd be very easy for a member of MI6 to say, "Oh, no, I'm part of this thing. I know that you think that we're dissolved, but just kidding, we're still underground." So
that's a good point. I hadn't thought about the clandestine side of the society still existing.
So that's why you need to meet us in Scotland, not, at Scotland Yard or London proper or, anything like that.
And don't follow the Luftwaffe into town.
Seriously.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. Let's go talk about this. So anyway, do you guys have any favorite theories there?
I think we've all agreed.
Hitler knew, Hitler didn't know.
Hitler knew.
They were tricked by MI6. I'm thinking he did.
I know that Hess just stood by that he did it independently, but I can't buy it.
Yeah, I think Hitler knew, but I also do give some credence. It wouldn't surprise me to find out that MI6 had something to do with it too.
No, the Brits pulled off a lot of ingenious plans.
They really
this would have been a good one.
They did some amazing stuff. In fact, there was another one that I stumbled across. I won't mention it now. In the course of my research of this, that's another interesting little mystery. But I'll talk about that later.
Oh yeah, no, they were really crafty.
They were very good. Oh yeah.
Well, when your back's against the wall, you do whatever it takes.
Yeah, no, they did a great job of turning all the German agents against against Germany too. They totally controlled their entire network in England.
I also think that part of it, though, is that, like I was saying before, is that the one thing I like about the Germans is it's this, and we're going to here, and how could you think it would be anything else? And the Brits are like, nobody else thinks that way, dude, but we'll totally use it against you. Thank you.
Yeah, the Germans in World War II actually did not practice good tradecraft when it came to spying. Not at all. Yeah. Oh, anyway, so I'm thinking that they wouldn't have done it unless they received encouragement from Britain, and that, I think, probably came from MI6. It might have come from, say, members of the aristocracy, but I think it probably came from MI6.
Possible.
Yeah. Well, let's get on to our other mystery, which is how he died. He died in August 1987 in Spandau Prison. Cause of death was suicide by asphyxiation. The prison had a garden. It had like a courtyard in the middle with a garden in it. It had a small summer house that Hess used as a reading room.
Oh, that's
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Hey everybody, Steve here. As you all know, we recently announced... Hey guys, Steve here. You are listening to one of our original 26 episodes. If you've listened to any of our new episodes, you're going to notice that we're sounding a little different in these ones.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
There is.
They've been remastered.
They have been remastered.
Because they had a really annoying hum.
Yeah, I mean, a huge thanks to listener James for doing almost all of the legwork on this
Yes.
thing.
Yeah.
You'll also notice if you had listened to what we're calling the last 26 episodes before, and you're re-listening now, the music and sound effects are gone.
Yes, we've gone back to straight audio. So be warned, we sound a little different today than we do in what you're about to listen to.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Uh-huh.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hello there, and welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways, the podcast. As distinct from Thinking Sideways, the movie, Thinking Sideways, the novel. This is the podcast. So I am joined by, on my right,
Devin.
and on my left, actually straight in front of me,
Steve.
Yeah. So, okay. So the gang's all here. And we're going to talk about something very mysterious, an unresolved mystery from the 1970s. It is, some of you may have even heard of this, the case of the Isdal woman. The Isdal woman was found dead in late November 1970 near a town called Bergen, Norway, in what's called the Isdalen Valley. The valley sort of tapers down towards this mountain called Mount Ulriken, which is to the northeast of Bergen. And on that side of the mountain, it's called the Valley of Death.
Oh.
Yeah, I know.
I was going to say, I was waiting for the connection of like
Yes.
how Joe might have found this story.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just
you've
type
got to
in-
think for the death
Death
mountain.
Yeah, I just go and type in Valley of Death, Mountain of Death, River of Death.
Lake of Death,
Yeah, Lake of Death,
Yeah.
Creek of Death, Toilet of Death, and I always find something. So November 29th, on the foothills of Mount Ulriken, a man who's apparently a professor and his two daughters were hiking, and they came across the remains of a naked woman who'd been hidden among some rocks. She was partially burned. There were some empty bottles, plastic bottles, which smelled of gasoline nearby. Also a bottle of sleeping pills. So they, I don't know if they finished their hike or not. Presumably they walked back to town and got the police.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I would think so. And by the way, this place is called the Valley of Death because there's a lot of trails there, some of which apparently, according to a website I was reading about that was totally separate from this entire thing, some of the trails are not very well maintained. It's considered, and they're rather treacherous. So that's why it's called the Valley of Death, not because corpses are found up there all the time.
Okay.
So anyway, the police show up, and this winds up being the biggest criminal case at the Bergen police. It's not a huge town by any means.
And it's in the Netherlands, right?
And no, it's Norway.
Didn't you say? Oh, Norway.
Norway, yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, Netherlands. It's all the same.
Same
yeah.
thing,
Yeah,
really.
same thing, really. Yeah. So anyway, I mentioned they found some plastic bottles reeking of gasoline, and they also found a partially burned passport, and again the sleeping pills. She also, and it turned out that upon the autopsy, that she had some of those pills in her.
So she had taken a couple of pills, presumably.
She had taken several of these things, yes. Some more interesting things. I mentioned the passport and the sleeping pills. And this is one of those dealios where I really, really would like to be able to see the actual police reports because, what I've been able to round up is kind of spotty. For example, the body was naked, right? Mm-hmm. So were there any clothes nearby? There's no mention made of that. So
Was there burned up clothes
were there burned clothes
near her? Because you said she had been burned, correct? That's where
her body
the gasoline connection is?
Yeah, her body had been partially burned. Presumably, they don't say what parts were burned, but presumably it must have been her head. Mm-hmm. Because they weren't not able to take any photographs of her face, to show to people.
Because there was nothing recognizable left.
And apparently they were not able to get a photograph out of the passport that they found because that had apparently had been burned also. It's probably why it was burned. So anyway, they had a problem with how to identify this person. Her fingerprints had been sanded off. And
did you ever find, when I was looking through this, I could never find... were they sanded off prior to death, or had they been sanded off, weeks in advance? I was never able to pin down, was this like done to her after she was killed?
Well, that's one of the little fragments of evidence that's in here leads me to believe it happened after she was killed. But there are people who are criminal types who don't want to leave fingerprints behind, and they do sand off their fingerprints. It's not totally uncommon. You can either use sandpaper or acid to get rid of those fingerprints. As far as when they were sanded off, later on they found some luggage. I'll get to that, but they found some pieces of glass in the luggage, and it had partial fingerprints on the glass. And police reportedly believed that those were her fingerprints, although they were never able to use those to identify her.
Oh, okay.
But if police believed that they were her fingerprints, then that makes me believe that somebody must have sanded off her fingers after they murdered her.
That would make sense.
Yeah. So, but again, I'm not 100% sure. And again, like as with all of these things, little stray factoids that aren't really actually true manage to get worked into the story by other people.
Yeah.
And so as far as the pieces of glass with the fingerprints, I don't know if that's true or not. Who knows if any of this is true? Who knows if Norway even exists? It might be a big old hoax. I've never seen it. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, as I said, they did an autopsy on her. She had suffered blunt force trauma to the neck, and this was apparently the cause of death, or if not the cause of death, then certainly a contributor to it. Then again, they discovered several sleeping pills in her system. They looked at her teeth, and they tried to find her using her dental records, and that came back nil. They were not able to identify her that way. There was evidence that she had some dental work done in Latin America.
Wait, how?
Yeah, how?
How do you know that?
Can you tell?
This is again something I know that like certain things, like for example, if you get dental work done in Russia, it's kind of obvious apparently because it's kind of crude. And it might be, and I was not able to find out how they knew it was anything to do with Latin America, unless customarily in Latin America, perhaps they use different materials for fillings.
Or techniques, maybe?
Or different techniques, yeah. So I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, that was one of those things.
Yeah.
I questioned how did you make that connection? Because it's not stated anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, enough of the dental work. I'm going to skip ahead to the ending. They eventually wound up concluding that she committed suicide.
What?
Now this is somewhat controversial, but let me get back to their investigation. Though they first of all they were asking around all the people. She stayed at several hotels. She had actually come and gone to the town of Bergen several times, and meanwhile gone off and traveled around Europe a little bit, returning. And while she was there, she tended to change hotels often, and sometimes within hotels she would change rooms. So interesting behaviors.
Yeah, that's a little odd.
Yeah, so the police asked around at all the hotels. They got descriptions from people. I mean, based on the bone structure they were able to see in her face from the autopsy and everything, and pairing that up with police sketch artists and descriptions that hotel employees gave them, various other people, they were able to put together a composite sketch of this person and show that around to people. They continued with their investigation. Eventually, it led them to the train station in Bergen, where they found in a locker, they found 2 suitcases that belonged to this woman. Yeah, I know. Oh.
This sounds so okay.
Sounds so much like Tom and Trude. I know. Do you think they might have been related?
Maybe.
Yeah. All right.
Or was his girlfriend?
She was the murderer.
Yeah. It's something shrewd, but anyway, I haven't checked. Actually, I need to get a globe out and find out if this town in Norway is exactly on the opposite side of the earth from Adelaide. It was Adelaide, Australia, where he was found, right? Yeah. So anyway, they find these suitcases, major find, but then they find, to their chagrin, that the labels had all been removed from all the clothing. What? Yeah, I know. No labels. They found a bottle of lotion, which was apparently prescription only, but the label had been peeled off. And in the lining of one suitcase, they discovered 500 German marks had been sewn in. Yeah.
With orange thread of a weird type? Or?
Yeah.
No?
We don't know that part.
So they found a few pieces of broken glass. Why you keep broken glass in your suitcase is kind of beyond me. But they found, these are the ones I mentioned earlier, they found partial fingerprints on those pieces of glass, which they believed to be hers, but they were not able to use those to identify her. Again, this leads me to believe that her fingerprints must have been sanded off the scene of the crime. Although, maybe they ran out of gasoline. Do you think they could pour gas on her hands and just light them on fire? It'd be a lot easier than sanding her hands.
Yeah, if this is obviously a murder and the suicide theory that came up by the police, I'm going to discount that right away because I don't take sleeping pills and then throw myself onto a rock and bang my head and then light myself on fire. This just doesn't.
Gasoline,
while I'm naked, this just doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm. So I could see if somebody botched burning the body, then they would go for, okay, what else can I do? Well, sanding the fingerprints off seems like a hard way to do it rather than, and I'm sorry, this is gruesome,
chopping the hands off.
Yeah,
that's true.
That would be an easier way to take care of the problem. But then again, you got to get rid of the hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe they forgot to bring their hatchet.
Maybe.
Yeah,
but
that must have been it.
luckily they thought to bring their sandpaper.
True.
It could very well be. What a lot of people don't realize about human bodies is that they're almost all water, and then actually burning a human body is a lot harder than it seems.
It's very difficult.
Yeah, and so they probably had a couple of bottles of gas. They threw them on there, and then she just didn't, go up in flames like they had hoped. And so unfortunately, they had no gas left over to torch her hands with. One of them had to go back to town to the hardware store and get some sandpaper.
Okay, all right, this is weird. Okay, continue on.
Anyway, so on the basis of all the various witnesses who had met this woman, they were, like I said, able to put together a composite sketch, and they were published in the local papers, and they were also disseminated across Europe via Interpol. And they were able to actually put together quite a bit of her travel itinerary between Interpol and between various inquiries that police made, and also they found a diary that had some coded references to it, which they broke. And I know.
They broke it.
They broke the code, not the diary, for some of this, and sort of figure out her travel itinerary. They found out that she had traveled around Norway and across Europe with 8 or 9 different identities, different names that she gave.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's a lot of names to keep straight.
Yeah, it seriously is. And according to some reports, in the luggage, they found a bunch of different passports from different countries, all in different names. I'm kind of discounting that because if they had found the passports, they would have had photos of her and they wouldn't have needed to put together a composite sketch.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So I hadn't even made that connection. That's a great point.
Yeah, so they discovered all these different names that she had signed into hotels using and stuff like that by using, again, police inquiries in her diary. So she went to, she was in March 1970. She was in Norway, stayed in Oslo, went to Bergen, stayed at the Hotel Bristol under 2 different names. In Oslo, she used Genevieve Lancier, and then she was Claudia Tilt in Bergen, and then moves to the Hotel Scandia, same name. And then and then winds up leaving Bergen and traveling eventually to Germany, stays there for months, and then eventually got back to Oslo in early October. After staying there for a brief amount of time, she wound up going to Paris, stayed at a couple of different hotels in Paris, and then eventually made her way back to Bergen, Norway, got there at the end of October, where she stayed at yet another hotel under yet another name, and then left Bergen, and then wound up coming back and staying in a hotel under yet another name. While she was in Oslo, she stayed in a hotel under the name Vera Jarl. She gets to Stavanger. She stays at a hotel called Fenella Lorch. Eventually gets back to Bergen, stays at the Hotel Rosenkrantz using the name Elizabeth Lienhauer.
She had a lot of names.
So on the morning of November 23rd, she left the hotel. She signed up, paid in cash, and asked for a taxi. She apparently went to the railway station, which is where when she dropped off her 2 pieces of luggage, and that was the last anybody saw of her alive. Her body was found 6 days later. So back to her many names. She also used wigs. They found wigs in the luggage, and some of the people at the hotel said they had seen her wearing various wigs. According to some accounts in the luggage, they also found eyeglasses, non-prescription, probably used just for altering her appearance. Yeah. And again, the diary with the cryptic entries. Witnesses said also that she had spoken several languages, French, German, English, and Dutch. She, as I said, stayed in many hotels and often changed rooms. She usually, in signing in, would indicate that she was a traveling saleswoman and an antiquities collector, which is suspicious. Well, not really, but yeah, they described her as 30.
Those antiquities dealers,
I
they're
know,
an
I
odd
know.
bunch.
Well, that seems to be the standard cover for spies. Antiquities
Really?
dealer. Oh yeah, don't you watch movies?
No.
Okay, so anyway, according to the staff at the hotels, she was described as 30, 40 years old, attractive, about 5'4", 5'5", with wide hips, small eyes, and that's about it. They said that she seemed to be kind of on her guard and stayed in her room a lot. They took the clothing in the suitcases, which of course didn't have any labels in it, but they showed it to some clothing retailers, and all they were able to say is that it appeared to be Italian clothing. So apparently she had a taste for Italian clothes.
Huh.
There was a connection. She'd been witnessed hanging out with apparently an Italian photographer whose name eludes me at the moment. But anyway, this photographer supposedly had given her a lift. According to some accounts, had dinner with her. One other account said she spent the night with him. And so again, some of those funny little factoids that work their way in to the story. So anyway, the police interviewed him. He said that the woman said she came from a small town north of Johannesburg, South Africa. And
That's a hard accent to fake.
Mm-hmm.
That would be.
A South African accent is a hard one to fake.
Yeah.
But I swear when I was reading on this that people said she had a quote-unquote unplaceable accent.
Mm-hmm.
If she was fluent, what was it, 3, 4, 5 languages, something like that?
German, French, Flemish, and Dutch, I think.
Yeah, so she had a lot of languages under her belt, which will mute out an accent on its own.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so that might be why they said I can't place this accent, because if that's where we're presuming that she was telling the truth, or this guy is telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
If that's where she came from, and then she learns all these other languages, she's going to water down that accent, just unintentionally or intentionally.
Yeah.
And nobody's going to know what she sounds like.
Yeah. Well, it's also quite possible this is Northern Europe, too, and an Afrikaans accent is probably an unusual one that most people wouldn't recognize, as opposed to, say, a German, French accent, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Very
so
true.
that could be another possibility. Anyway, besides the Italian saying that she was from near Johannesburg, she told him that she had 6 months to hang out in Norway, and didn't elaborate on that anymore. And so that's about all he knew. So that was kind of a dead end. So when she checked out of her room, she paid in cash, as I said, and was never seen again alive. And the only other part of the story, well, there's a couple of other parts. Supposedly, 32 years after the fact, a local 26-year-old man, 26 years old at the time, was hiking around in the same area with some friends. And I'm kind of discounting this because, the guy waits 32 years to come forward. It's like,
That's questionable. You're right.
Yeah, but I'm going to go ahead and tell this story anyway. So on 24th November, that would be the day after she checked out of the hotel, this guy was hiking with friends in that area, and supposedly came across a woman of foreign appearance who was her face was distorted by fear. He said. He said that she was dressed elegantly and very inappropriately for hiking. So, and that seemed a little bit mysterious to him. And
what does elegantly mean?
Probably like an evening
like
gown?
A formal gown or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm thinking at least a dress, if nothing else. Maybe not a big poofy prom dress, but just a
Probably
dress
a
in
dress,
general.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So anyway, so he sees her. She looks very scared and is dressed in formal wear. And they pass each other, and she said she moves her mouth as if she was going to say something, but then decided apparently not to. And also, she was being followed by 2 black-coated men who also looked foreign.
Huh.
Yeah, I know.
Did he report that to the police?
Not until after the body was discovered. And this is the thing that I find kind of incredible about it. And so this is a young guy, 26 years old, with friends. She's all by herself being followed by some guys that are going to murder her. Why doesn't she just say, hey guys, I'm going to hike with you. Is that okay? Seriously? Wouldn't you do that?
Yeah.
I sure as hell would. That's another reason I don't really buy this story. But apparently after he heard about the murder, he contacted the police, and he recognized her from the composite drawings he saw in the newspaper. But he said that the policeman that he spoke to basically said, quote, forget her, she was dispatched. The case will never be solved. And so he basically took that advice and forgot about it. and then 32 years later, apparently decided to come forward about it. Yeah, I know it's a little fishy, so I'm not really buying this.
Yeah.
But I thought I'd throw it in there because it's just part of the legend.
That sounds hinky to me.
Yeah, there was a Norwegian television network did a little story on it in 2002. According to them, Special Branch, which is apparently Norwegian intelligence, was involved in this case, they claim. And that might be when this guy came forward, because 2002, that's about 32 years after the case. So he might have been part of it. The story, I didn't see the television story about it. I just read about it in the papers, and I didn't see any mention of this guy in the newspaper articles. But according to this, Special Branch was involved, and even though apparently the police were following some promising leads, Special Branch basically told them to cut off the investigation and just label it suicide. So this is what they said.
Oh, so what they're saying is basically they were told what the answer was and just to let it be.
Yeah, basically not to follow it any further.
Although I guess that, goes along with that young man's story, right? I mean, I guess there are some circumstances in which you don't speak up. Like, maybe those guys behind her had guns and she knew it and she didn't want to.
Yeah.
Involve an innocent.
Not just that, but involve a lot of innocence, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not going to save her life; it's just going to get other people killed.
That's true. Very
if that's the case,
great. That was very noble of her. But but another thing I find incredible about his story is that the cop would say something like, forget her, the case will never be solved. If the cop was truly being warned off by Special Branch, wouldn't he say something like, well, thanks for the info, sir, I'll put it in the file. You're not going to say something as blunt
but if the guy comes forward and he tells somebody, and then they keep acting as if they've got no other information, and he pipes up again, and he says, well, I talked to, Officer Kowalski over there, and he took my statement, and then Kowalski said, it makes this, it just snowballs on itself.
Yeah, possibly. Although, Kowalski could just say, look, the guy said she was being followed by two foreign-looking men in black coats. So what was I supposed to do? Put it on an APB on foreign-looking guys in black coats?
Okay.
Yeah,
it's
that's
kind of a vague little story.
You and your logic.
Yeah. So anyway, it is a big imponderable mystery, and I've decided that what we need to do is one of us needs to learn Norwegian. And another one of us needs to get a second job to save up the money so we can fly to Norway and read the police files.
Why don't we just make a time machine?
Yeah, there we go.
That would be easier. Okay, Joe. So we've got this account of what happened to this woman. And this is one of those stories, as you mentioned, where things work their way into the story and it changes.
Often, yeah.
I came across completely different accounts of this story. I don't know if you did.
Well, yeah, I forgot to mention that there was another account where she wasn't found on the mountain at all. She was found in a hotel room with her body stuffed in a fireplace, partially burned.
Right, and they found, and in that version, they say they found not the 9 passports.
The 9 passports,
her.
Yeah.
And it was not only the 500 German francs, is that correct?
Marks,
but they also found local currency, I think it was. So it was, I mean, the details were the same, but then there was odd things injected into it. There was a monogrammed silver spoon, but the monogram had been carved off.
Yeah,
and then when they found spoons in her suitcase.
In her luggage, when they found her, exactly. And
that one, I admit right now, this version that I'm talking about sounds like the fanciful version that got spun off, but it still makes me question the original version that we're talking about and the details that we're finding in it.
Although I got the spoon thing I found especially kind of laughable, because if you buy a spoon, you've already cut the labels out of your luggage, so you buy a spoon with a monogram. Spoon that doesn't have a monogram.
Yeah, just go to IKEA.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
get a plain spoon.
Yeah.
I know how ignorant that makes me sound, but it didn't make sense. I know they don't have IKEA at that time, but it's really weird.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, although the spoon thing, the only explanation I can think of for that is that she was a bit of a klepto, and maybe she had a policy of nabbing a spoon from every hotel she stayed at.
Yeah, that's
You know,
possible.
there's people that do that kind of stuff. So,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, but I found I did run across that, and I was going to mention that. So I would thank you for bringing it up because I had spaced it off. But yeah, as far as you know, being found stuffed in a fireplace in a hotel room, I don't know. Most hotel rooms, number one, don't have fireplaces.
Actually, I mean, this is what 70 is when this happened, 1970. And we're in Norway, which is kind of cold.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised if hotel rooms had fireplaces. I mean, I've stayed in hotels in the States that have fireplaces.
Oh, it does
I'm
happen,
not
yeah.
going to say that it doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. But yeah, so
Weren't there accounts of her every time she checked into a hotel asking for a room with a balcony?
yeah, well, there was at one point, she didn't always do that, but at one point, apparently, when she was staying at, I don't remember which hotel it was, she asked to change rooms because she wanted a room with a balcony. That just might have been a way to change,
Get them
to
to
get
change the
a
room.
room change without
Yeah.
arousing suspicion.
I guess that's fair.
You know, so that's probably what that was about.
And then somebody said they heard her talking to a man in her room.
Which, a man across the hallway, and she said something to him in German.
Yeah.
Like, I'm coming, or something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah, again, that doesn't,
There's so many, like tiny
that's
little weird details.
tiny little things that don't really shed any light on anything, which is why I didn't mention they were talking to the guy.
Yeah, I
And
just
it's
think
like,
they're,
yeah,
they're interesting because, we're just talking about how it's hard to tell what's true and what's not true in this story. So, I think adding like any little detail we can, who knows what's the real one and what's not the real one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. That's the beauty of this kind of stuff. It gets people all fired up, and people start fictionalizing it. And next thing you know, it's all polluted.
Yep.
And it's hard to say what's real or not. But it's interesting, though, that the Norwegian media has gotten sort of involved with it. And actually, in one of the articles that I read, they actually questioned somebody from Special Branch, and who basically said they wouldn't comment on it. So that was about it.
Plausible deniability, or just maybe they didn't know anything?
Yeah, it's entirely possible that they just, weren't involved and knew nothing about it.
I don't know. I feel like it's so much easier in cases like that. If they don't have anything to hide, then just don't have anything to hide.
It's 30 years later.
And say, no, nope, we weren't involved.
Yep.
Sorry.
We know nothing about it. Yeah.
I can't comment on that.
So what theories, Joe, do you have on this? I mean, what the heck is going on here?
I'm at a little bit of a loss. I know that there's some talk about her possibly being a spy, but I'm not.
Shocking.
I know. Yeah, I know. But the thing about it is, and it's entirely possible she was a spy. But spies don't do suspicious things like sanding off their fingerprints. Although, again, if they were sanded off after her death, then that might explain that.
They don't?
That
seems like the sort of thing a spy would do.
No, that would attract attention at borders and stuff like that.
Oh, all right. That's fair.
That would look suspicious.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're supposed to, when you're a spy, you're supposed to just never attract attention to begin with.
That's fair.
Well, in the spy theory, what you and I had talked about this before. There's a book that's in Norwegian about this, and it's, what the heck is the name of it?
It's Operation Isotope. Unfortunately, it's in Norwegian and it's never been translated to English, as far as I know, anyway. And so, there was talk about her, like attempting to buy radioactive materials, and where.
Hey, that sounds familiar too.
Yeah, I know. Where the evidence for this, came from, I don't know.
Oh my God!
I can't read the book. I don't know Norwegian.
I have a new theory.
You do? Okay, let's hear it.
Remember our Rio de Janeiro lead masks case?
The lead mask, yeah.
They were the foreign-looking men in black coats.
That could have been it.
I think the time frame is a little.
They
off.
time traveled.
Oh, that's right. They time traveled.
They time traveled over there. That's why she looked so freaked out, right? Because they just appeared out of nowhere.
Got it.
Started following her, and they said, "We need the radioactive material," and she said, I don't have radioactive material. What are you talking about?
I'm not the radioactive material you're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they got mad and killed her, and then killed themselves.
What other theories have we got on this?
I mean, she could have been. I could see where possibly she could have been maybe a courier for, say, a crime network.
Mm-hmm.
that kind of thing.
Or a drug cartel or something funny like that.
Yeah, it's entirely possible.
That would be an easy way to transport drugs across borders if it's your quote unquote, these are antiquities and look at these old vases that I have.
Yeah.
And then they're just crammed full of whatever drug it may be.
Yeah.
That would make total sense.
Yeah.
Because the procedures for checking stuff were obviously not as stringent as they are now.
Oh yeah. So they probably would have been fairly easy to do that kind of thing. She could have been smuggling secrets, radioactive materials, who knows what. But although smuggling radioactive materials that sounds like kind of an unhealthy thing to do.
Yeah, that's
probably
not a
not.
long-term solution.
Yeah,
not a good career choice.
Yeah, there's other possibilities. Another one is that she was just kind of an itinerant, heiress type of person who had enough spare cash laying around to travel around in Europe, and she just ran across the wrong person and was murdered for some entirely random reason. That kind of stuff happens too.
Oh, stepped on somebody's toes, basically, or made the wrong person mad.
Made the wrong person mad, or just happened to make friends with the guy who turned out to be a serial killer.
Oh.
That kind of thing.
Okay, I hadn't thought about that one.
Yeah.
I don't like that one either.
Yeah, no,
that's weird.
Yeah. There's not a lot of hints or clues that really point us anywhere. That's why again one of us needs to learn Norwegian so they can read that book, and the other one of you needs to learn Norwegian so you can read the police files. And then we'll shed a little light on this whole
There we
thing.
go. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Perfect.
But this case actually did attract the attention of no less august an organization than Cracked, and they actually wrote a little thing on it. They were mainly focusing on the bungling of the investigation by the police. Especially, they were a little incredulous about the whole finding of suicide. Although, if you believe these reports that came out in that 2002 report, and Special Branch actually did get involved and basically told them to back away and declare it suicide. Well, maybe they're not bunglers. They were just told to declare it a suicide. Although even at that doesn't make any sense, because when you think about it, it would have made a lot more sense to tell them to declare it to be a murder, an unsolved murder. Because those things do happen fairly frequently.
But unsolved murders would have a higher probability of being reopened in the future.
Oh yeah.
Whereas in a suicide, well, it's a suicide. We don't go back and look at cold suicides because we know what happened.
Yeah, that's true. But at the same time, given the facts of the case, that's going to arouse a little bit of suspicion. If somebody strips naked and files their fingertips off, douses themselves with gasoline, and then bashes themselves in the back of the neck while lighting themselves on fire and eating sleeping pills, I hadn't forgot about that. It looks like a kind of a clumsy way to commit suicide.
It's a heck of a juggling act.
Yeah. It's a little
Additionally, her clothes would be there.
You would think. Well, she might have stripped them off and just run naked around for a while. She's like, I'm going to die. I might as well run naked in the wild for a while.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It was February?
It was November in Norway.
Yeah,
that's brisk day.
Yeah.
It could have been that she was running around naked and she started freezing to death. And what was that? Do you remember the Yatlov case? So I forget what that condition is called now.
Hypothermia?
Well, it's hypothermia, but the actual mental condition that develops from hypothermia.
Oh, where you think you're warm.
You think you're warm. Yeah, exactly. So maybe she was running around naked and started thinking that she was really cold, and then decided, hey, I've got some gasoline here. I'll warm myself up with a little gas.
Yeah.
That's nonsense.
This is not holding water.
I was willing to say it was like an accidental suicide before I read about the burning situation, right? Because all right, somebody takes a bunch of sleeping pills and goes a little crazy, takes all their clothes off and slips and falls. Sure.
Yeah.
And then douses themselves in gasoline and
yeah.
Although I guess only plausible scenario I have here is somebody takes sleeping pills and they're going to commit suicide by dousing themselves in fire. For whatever reason, that's the method they've chosen. All right, fine.
Mm.
So they take sleeping pills because they think it'll hurt less, or they'll just fall asleep and then burn to death, or whatever. Set themselves on fire, slip, fall. Kill themselves on accident. But it seems like there would be more burning, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, it's still not working.
Yeah.
Still not working.
Yeah.
Those are the two places I can get.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's puzzling. Well, another theory is that, that I made up just now, she decided to take the sleeping pills and also drink some gasoline, and then And then just because the gasoline would kill her on top of the sleeping pills, and then she decided to smoke one last cigarette and lit herself on fire. And I know. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is the first of a mystery that we have not actually solved.
Yeah?
Yeah, I know.
Not a first, but...
kind of a disappointment.
Yeah.
It's a first in Joe's mind.
True, okay.
He always solves them.
Yeah,
That's true.
always.
Joe has the answer.
Yeah.
We just are never on board.
Yeah. Well, what about the chupacabra? Did I mention the chupacabra? Yeah. Okay, so, she was being followed by two foreign-looking, dark-clothed chupacabras.
Anyway.
Okay, well, anyway, so there we go. Mystery solved, the chupacabra, once again. That's the end of our episode. I know, it makes you sad. It makes me sad, too. If you want to contact us, if you have any information about this case, and I'm sure one of you does, there's somebody out there probably with special branch who participated in this cover-up. We want to hear from you. Contact us at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. Check out our website, thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. Find us on Facebook, and, of course, find us on iTunes. And while you're out on iTunes, grabbing episodes left and right, be sure to leave us a rating. We like those ratings, and make sure it's a good rating. And also, leaving comments is also much appreciated.
Yeah, we always love to hear from folks.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah, we do like to hear from you folks. Oh, yeah, and also, by the way, don't let me forget Stitcher. Find us on Stitcher. So there's so many ways to find us.
We're all over the place.
We're super accessible.
Yeah. All right. So that's it for this week, folks. So long. We'll see you next week.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Story answer 2.
Well, hey, everybody, and welcome again to another episode of Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I am Steve. Of course, I am joined by...
Devin.
And Joe.
And once again, we got a mystery.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
managed to fish another one out.
We did. We got one.
Yeah, there's still a couple left in the world.
Only a few.
Shooting fish in a barrel. Well, anyway, so today we are going to talk about another historical mystery, because I'm evidently on a historical mystery
I
bend.
think some of us
Yeah.
are. Yeah, like we did the runestone
Yeah.
too. That was mine even.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, we
The
really
Runestone.
have.
That was a scary one.
We're gonna have to deal with some killing soon.
Ah.
Yeah, it's gotta happen.
For my last one that we just did, I was like, knife edge. Do I do a disappearance or do I do a murder? And I was leaning heavily towards murder.
Knife edge.
Yeah,
Nice.
Yeah. So my next one, I think, is going to be a real bloody, disgusting murder.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about this non-bloody, non-murder story.
Mm-hmm.
The mystery we're going to talk about today is, did Frederick Cook make it to the North Pole to be the first man in recorded history to make it there?
Yeah.
Now, before we get into the story, of course, as normal, we got this from one of our listeners, because you guys suggest so many great stories.
God, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks, listeners.
We got this one from Dawn.
Thanks, Dawn.
I can't remember if Dawn was on Facebook or email, but thank you, Dawn, regardless of how you sent it in to us.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the weird thing about trying to be the first person to reach the North Pole is, how do you prove it? You can't plant a flag there.
You can't. And
Yeah,
we're going
I
to go into some of that. But part of what makes this mystery so weird is that Frederick Cook, when he came back, he shortly thereafter discovered that he wasn't the only one claiming to have reached the North Pole at the same time, basically. There's a guy, I know Devon's going to laugh because she's been laughing all day, but according to the history books, the man to reach the North Pole first was Rear Admiral Robert Peary.
Yeah. I don't think he did.
I've got my opinions, but I'm going to hold that till we get through all of this.
Okay.
So let's talk about Mr. Cook.
Captain Cook?
No, not Captain Cook. Frederick Cook was born in New York in 1865, and he grew up. He became a surgeon. He almost immediately started exploring. He kind of had the bug. Initially, he wasn't really big on the idea, but his wife and child, they died in childbirth, and he wanted to get away, and it was a great excuse. And so he started going on expeditions initially he was serving as the surgeon of the team that he would go with. And then after several years started making his own or getting his own expeditions set up and then finding people to finance it, and he'd go out in the world.
Yeah. And his first expedition was with Robert Perry. Correct?
It was with Robert Perry.
The Rear Admiral.
They were actually on better terms once upon a time.
Yes, they
Until
were.
They were bitter rivals.
And you know, that's the thing is it was the 1891 to 92 Arctic expedition is the one that he went on with Perry. But and yeah, there was no bad blood between them. Actually, I'm pretty sure that if I remember correctly, Cook saved his life.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, because Perry broke his leg so badly.
Yeah, well, there was that time, but also the time that Perry looked like kind of lost or marooned up there. And then
and he went and hunted him down.
And treated him for sickness and brought him back.
Yeah.
I mean, so he really saved his bacon twice.
He did.
Yeah.
So yeah, these guys got along. You know, they didn't have any animosity, at least in the beginning. Though I will say that from everything that I've read, Cook was a bit different than Perry, and most of the explorers who were operating at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century, right in that 1900 time frame. Most guys, they'd go to an area, they'd hire a local crew, and then they would tell them what to do and ignore them. That was kind of the status quo. Cook wasn't like that. He learned the language. He got to know the people, and sometimes he's more interested in the locals, or as much interested in the locals as what he was there to find.
So he was like being a good guy or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think Cook actually was a pretty decent guy, despite all the bad things that have been said about him.
I would agree with that, absolutely.
Yeah.
The first record that Cook wanted to set or tried to set was in 1906 when he tried to be and said that he successfully was the first man to climb to the peak of Mount McKinley.
Yeah.
You might or you might not be familiar with the name McKinley because today, officially, the name is not McKinley. I believe it's Denali, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
But
which is the traditional indigenous name for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
But most folks would know it as McKinley, and we're going to keep using that name because anytime you do the reading, it's always referred to that. So just to keep it
because it was.
It was at the time, yeah. The reason that he wanted to climb it is, if you don't know McKinley, it's in basically the middle of Alaska. It's in is it the Denali Range?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Denali Range.
There's like a national park.
Yeah.
There, but it's like, it's a huge mountain, right?
It's absolutely huge. It is, here, let me grab the number, 18,000 feet from base to peak. And the peak itself is just over 20,000 feet above sea level.
Yeah.
So it's really freaking high up there.
Yeah, that's a tall mountain.
And a lot of people had tried to make it to the peak, and a lot of people would climb the lower reaches of it and then stop.
Right.
I think most people would go to what's called the gateway. That was the farthest they would go. But what happens? Cook says, I'm going to climb this. He takes his party. They get most of the way up. Then he takes one other man with him, and he climbs to what he says is the top, takes pictures, comes back, and says, I made it to the top. And everybody went, okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, well, congrats. We'll put your name in this little book we have right here of people who did things first.
Yeah. But there was obviously some dispute about that later, right?
We're talking about this now because it does come up later.
Cool.
Oh, and because this is going to be important. Remember I said he took one person with him to the top of McKinley? Mm-hmm. That guy's name is Ed Burrill. So remember that name because it will come up in a bit.
Okay.
So the climb on McKinley was in 1906.
Oh, did he plant a flag or anything like that when he went up there?
He went up there. I've seen a photo that is him holding a flag, but he's on the tippy-top peaky bit, like there's not a whole lot at the actual peak.
Tippy-top peaky bit, yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So I don't know that he planted the flag. There's a picture of him holding it, but I never saw anything that said he specifically planted it.
Okay.
But he did that in 1906. Then he went home, and he began planning his next Arctic expedition. And in 1907, he went to Greenland. And while he was in Greenland, he then announced that what he was going to do was try to reach the North Pole. And I think he made the announcement, I want to say it was in August of 1907. He couldn't actually leave, I believe, until February. Because that was when...
Got to wait for the ice to freeze up, right?
Yeah. He had to... So the timing of it was very, very specific. The thing that you need to know about where he left is he left from a place, and I hope I get this right, Anoatak, I believe is how you pronounce the name of the village. It's an Inuit village in Greenland. It's on the northwest tip of Greenland. So it's really pretty far up there.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to go for Anawatak.
Okay, well, the trip from that village to the actual where they say the North Pole is going to be is 700 miles.
Okay.
So it's a 700-mile overland journey in ice and snow and basically terrible conditions.
Oh, yeah.
Is what he's going to do.
Well, I think, for the first part of it, I think there was still like caribou or things like that wandering around.
There were animals around, and it's,
even out onto the pack ice, so they could actually they were actually able to hunt for the first part.
Yes, they were. They were for part of the beginning, and it wasn't as if he took, for the final bit of his race to the North Pole, he took 2 local Inuit with him. But he didn't just start out with those 2 guys. I think he left, if I remember correctly, he left as part of a bigger party.
Yeah.
And then he and that party split ways. They were going to do something else. And then he made his run for the North Pole. The trip wasn't expected to take but a month or 2. Everybody figured Cook was gone. When a year had gone by, they figured that everybody had died.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a reasonable assumption.
He and his companion showed back up at the village 14 months later.
Wow.
Looking a little worse for the wear, as I understand.
Yeah, absolutely worse from where. What happened is they made the run for the North Pole. They got there. According to Cook, they made it to the North Pole, and they didn't take into consideration the movement of the ice flows. They didn't think that, I guess, that they were going to be a problem, but they totally were. They ended up hitting open water. They had to make all these detours, and they ended up southwest of where they wanted to be by 200 or 300 miles.
Yeah, I think wasn't he expecting the ice to move eastward and it wound up moving westward instead?
Yes, that's exactly. It went the opposite direction. So he's like, well, I'll just keep going straight south and it'll always be okay, but everything's moving under your feet. That doesn't work. Here is the data bits, the data points that we'll use here for his actual trip. From when they split off of that larger party, they traveled, according to Cook, 360 miles, and they did that in 24 days.
Okay.
That comes out to an average of about 15 miles a day, which is pretty good pace in the Arctic. When you consider it's not smooth ice, it's going to be ice flows that are going to heave, it's craggy, it's nasty. I decided I'd go ahead and take a look and pull a Joe. I'd go on Google Earth and Google Maps and take a look at the North Pole.
Did you go on Street View?
Well, it turns out you can't because there's nothing there.
There's no streets?
There's no streets. And here's the problem. Unlike the South Pole, there is no landmass at the North Pole, so it's not a actual fixable point. You can't, as you said with the top of the mountain, plant a flag.
Yeah, well, you can. I think,
but it's not going to stay in the same spot.
No, it's not. It's going to move up. Perry supposedly planted a flag.
He did and he didn't. He planted ceremonially a flag and then pulled it down. Left a bit of it in a tube in a crevasse. But he didn't actually even bother to try to leave the flag there because that just wasn't. But the point is, it's a moving target.
Sure.
As I said, though, of course, they missed the mark when they were coming home. I found the number here. It was 400 miles because they ended up living in a cave on what is known as Devon Island. So it's your island.
Well, it's spelled wrong, but yeah.
Not according to the internet.
That's true. Apparently that is how you spell my name.
People misspell your name. Sure, it's Steve and Joe Island anywhere nearby?
No, there isn't. But they ended up living in a cave. They barely survived off of local animals. They were hunting. When they ran out of ammo, they were hunting with spears, which is pretty hardcore, if you ask me, in the Arctic.
Yeah.
They managed to get back to the village. They arrived in the spring of 1909. So they left February of 08 and arrived back 14 months later in 09. So that's a heck of a long trip.
Yeah, it is.
Cook would eventually make a initial announcement that he had made it to the North Pole. That would be the date that he said he got there would be the 22nd of April, 1908, which means that, he made it there in about 2 months from when he initially left, which is pretty good time.
Not bad.
I think, Joe, it was you that said they were looking a little worse for wear for living off of just whatever animal they could kill and hiking in freezing conditions.
Probably a scurvy at least, huh?
Yeah, I probably at least to some degree. But when they got back to the village, of course, Cook wasn't just going to turn around and head home. He hung out for a while to recuperate. While he was in the village, he met a man named Harry Whitney, and they became kind of buds. They were both English speakers. I'm sure that helped in a village where, it's Inuits and he could speak the local language. Both of them could, but it's always nice to be able to use your native tongue. I'm sure that was something to bond over.
Yeah.
Whitney was there on, I wouldn't call it a safari, but he was on kind of a sportsman's trip. So he had been dropped off by a ship. It was set to come back for him several months later. And he was just kind of having a good time. And he told Cook, hey, I got this ship coming. If you want, you could just hook a ride with me and I'll take you back down to New York and you can go home.
That's what he probably should have done, huh?
Well, I think he probably should have, yes and no, because of the way things turned out. But Cook didn't want to wait that long. So instead, he decided to plan out another overland journey to head down the coast of Greenland by sled and go all the way to go home, or as far south as he could till he could catch a boat at one of the major lanes. What ended up happening, though, is he had two guys set up to go with him. The day before he's going to leave, one of them got sick, and so it was just going to be Cook and one other Inuit, and that really put him in a bind because he couldn't take all of his stuff with him. Because one sled down means one sled's worth of stuff you can't pack.
Yeah, and you're going to have to bring other stuff like food.
He's got to bring food. So Whitney, being a good guy, said, hey, if you want to leave that stuff with me, when my ship gets here, I'll totally bring it to you. No big deal. So he left all the heavy stuff that he didn't need. So his navigational tools like a sextant, all of his records, except for his own personal diary or his journal. I guess it wouldn't be a diary. Would it? It'd be his journal. It was his journal. They call it his journal. It's manly if it's journal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just because he had stars and it was pink doesn't count. It was a journal. It was manly.
Sequins.
Just because it said Dear Diary at every entry doesn't mean it was a diary.
But he left all that stuff with him because it was heavy, and he didn't need any navigational equipment because he was just heading down the coastline. It's pretty easy to follow the coastline. So he goes ahead, he heads south, he eventually gets home, he makes the announcement that he had done it, and great. On the 1st of September, the world learns that Frederick Cook was the first man to make it to the North Pole.
He didn't just tweet it out?
He didn't tweet it out.
Yeah, why not?
He didn't have service there.
Oh, I guess that's true.
Yeah, it's way up there.
Yeah.
Can't just do that.
AT&T will cover you up there.
Are you sure about that?
No, I've never tested it.
It'll cover me in my house.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going to leave Cook's story for the moment.
I thought we were talking about Cook.
We are, but there's another big player, and we need to switch gears, and we've talked about him a little bit already, and that's Robert Peary.
Yes.
Peary, as we had talked about before, he had made a bunch of Arctic expeditions. He'd gone with Cook, or Cook had been with him a couple of times. Peary had made, if I remember the number, it's something like 8 or 9 attempts to get to the North Pole.
Yeah, and then
8 or 9 failed attempts before his last attempt, which he will learn, he says, was successful.
Yeah, and the reason Cook did stop going along with him in these expeditions, did you hear about that? He wanted to sign up, but then Peary put down the requirement that nobody was allowed to write their memoirs of the expedition before he published his.
Yes, which is a financial reason, because, of course, everybody sold their story. So that means that, oh, great, I'll pay you whatever I pay you, but you can't make any actual bonus money. until it's, your story's worthless.
Yeah,
So.
pretty much.
And one of the things I think Cook was writing more about things like the locals and that kind of stuff, which wasn't even gonna step on Perry's toes. But you're right, that is the reason that they did part ways. On the 1st of March, 1909, Perry left for the North Pole. He went ahead. He was already in the Arctic. He says, I'm going to go. He gets this big party together, and he and this large party that he has, they head 280 miles north heading towards the North Pole. And they didn't leave from Greenland. They left from a different location that actually longitudinally put them closer to the North Pole. But he was still kind of in that same region, because that evidently is where you start from.
In the Arctic Circle.
Yes, yes. On the 1st of April of 1909, Perry split off from the main big group that he had with him. He took 5 other guys with him, and they then would make the final dash for the North Pole. They did that in 6 days.
So this was a year after Cook said he had...
Right. This is when Cook is still presumed missing.
Right.
And
Okay.
so,
Just wanted to make sure.
Yep. No, so it is weird when you read it because, technically Cook found it a year prior before Perry ever got there.
Sure. Yeah, but he was still missing. So.
But, so he's missing. So Cook, Perry's like, well, nobody's got it yet. I'm going for it.
Yeah.
Because that evidently was his white whale at that point.
I think it was everybody's white whale.
Yeah, I plan to do it.
So he goes with these guys, and they go to what Robert Perry says is the North Pole. He says, we've got the North Pole. He plants his ceremonial flag. He then, like I said, tore off a strip of it, put it in a little jar, and buried it in a crevasse, and they beat feet back out of the circle. And when he got back to the party, then they go back to their launch point. Everything's hunky-dory, except that at that point, he kind of just starts lollygagging around the area. He's, they're steaming from place to place. They're going on little hunting trips. They're just kind of having a good old time. He's in no hurry to get back to the civilized world and announce that he made it to the North Pole.
Oh, you'd think he would be.
I would too, but maybe it was I'm basking in the fact that I finally did it. I finally achieved what I'm after all this time. I mean...
Well, I'm sorry. Did you say earlier that he said they were at the North Pole? Can you clarify that?
Okay, yeah. Perry was the only one of the 6, because he had the 5 other men with him, who had the ability to navigate.
Yeah, he's the only one that could use a sextant, right?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And you got to remember is that, and this is, Joe might have to help me out on this to how you would navigate, but you use a sextant to find 2 fixed points and figure out the distance between them. And as they change, you use that to figure out your longitude. Is that correct, Joe?
Yeah, I think that's how it works.
Okay.
I don't use the sextant.
I don't either. But the point is that you use it to fix on this point, and so he would have to take readings. And when nothing is north of you, everything is south. That means you're at the North Pole.
Sure.
But he's the only one who could do it, so he's the one doing all of the readings. So he's the one that has done all of that. I'll call it the hard math.
Okay.
To figure it out.
And
Sure.
Isn't it? I seem to recall something in the story around that one of his assistants was a black guy. I can't remember his name now. And they're just at this place, and one day this assistant says, this place has kind of a North Pole-y feeling to it, don't you think, Admiral?
Something like that.
And he says something, and he says basically, I think you're onto something there. And he pulls out the flag and everything.
Yeah, that is what that guy says.
Yeah,
you're absolutely right. That's not the version I know that you will read from Perry himself. Of course, he's not going to put it that way.
No.
Well, I think in retrospect, if I were either one of these guys, Cook or Perry, I would have made sure I had several people in my party and that every single one of them knew how to navigate.
Actually, the funny point is, what we're getting into here is that if you haven't already figured it out from what we're leading up to, there becomes dual claim for being the first person to go to the North Pole between Perry and Cook.
Yeah.
The guy who ended up being the first man to reach the South Pole, because of, and I think he did it in 1911, but everything that went on between these two, which it turns into a giant public battle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. That's a big mud fest.
This guy made sure to double, triple check all kinds of things and leave all kinds of signs and all kinds of markers. Like he dotted every T, or crossed every T and dotted every I.
Yeah,
Got that backwards.
Was the guy's name, like Roald Amundsen or something like that?
Yeah, Roald. Yeah, that was his first name, and I'm not positive on the pronunciation. I listened to it a couple of times, and I'm still not sure. But the point is, that's why he went to such extremes.
Smart move, dude.
So Perry finally makes it to Greenland.
He gets to Greenland, and when he gets there, he starts hearing rumors that Cook is back. That Cook wasn't dead and that he's back, and that, hey, he's also claiming that he made it to the North Pole the year before you did. And he's like, wait a minute, that's not possible. And he ends up getting to the same village where Whitney and Cook had been. And, of course, Whitney is still there because he's just having his little sportsman vacation. And Perry talks to him and says, well, what do you know about this? Cook and Whitney had talked, and Cook had told him, he said, listen, don't tell anybody. Until I've made my official announcement, don't tell anybody. And so he plays dumb. He's like, well, I don't know. I mean, he said he went north and had some expedition, but I'm not really sure. Perry then goes on and tracks down the two Inuit that went with Newsom. And he basically interrogates them. And he takes away from it, and we'll later learn he makes all these statements about how they disagreed with what Cook is claiming. But what you need to know is that natives of the area at that time, they didn't have an understanding of latitude and longitude. They knew distances in days. Took me a day to get there. So we walked north for X number of days. That's all they knew.
And it was Perry didn't speak the language.
He didn't speak the language. So they're, and he's showing them maps, and they're just kind of drawing on it. Whitney, who does know the language, talks to them after the fact, and he went on record and said, yeah, they said they didn't know what the angry white man was asking them and what the pieces of paper that he kept pointing at meant. They didn't understand.
Yeah.
But Perry didn't care. So once he figures that out, well, that lights a fire underneath him to get back to the mainland and stop all this. Here's the other thing that really, really, really bites Cook in the rear. And that is the fact that Whitney, remember he had a ship chartered to come back and pick him up?
Yeah.
His ship never showed up.
Oh.
So that meant he'd have to wait there at the tip of Greenland for another 6 months before another ship would come to take him home. And he really wasn't keen on that idea. Well, being such a nice guy, Perry says, hey, we'll give you a ride home, no big deal. Except when he brings all of his stuff down to the ship to load it up, Perry specifically stops him and says, hey, is any of that stuff Cook's? And he has to admit, well, yeah, there's these trunks here that belong to him. And he says, I don't want any of that on my ship.
What a jerk.
Total jerk move.
Yeah.
And some of the things that go on in this story make me think that he did that very intentionally, knowing that it was going to screw Cook over.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So poor Whitney, what's he do? He goes over to some rocks, he digs a big hole, and he buries them so that at least they're sort of secure and Cook could come back for him.
I mean, has anybody actually gone out looking for these things?
I imagine
know they've never
that
been
they
found
have,
again.
but they've never shown up, which makes me feel that probably if anybody found them after a couple of years, they were probably destroyed anyway.
Trashed, yeah.
You know, I mean, they would have been buried in permafrost, which is okay, but still, they're trunks. Not like they're totally waterproof.
Oh,
there is going to be some moisture, and that's going to just destroy paperwork and tools in no time flat. So we move forward. Perry now gets to work on destroying Cook's claim. He meets up with some of his supporters, What are these guys called? They are
The Perry Arctic Club?
Yes, the Perry Arctic Club, which is a bunch of well-off dudes.
Of course it is.
Who financially back his expeditions. And they get together and they start doing some kind of devious stuff. First off, what Perry does is he tells everybody, of course, that, hey, I got there. And Cook is totally full of it. And he communicates that a week after Cook has said he got there. Perry's information comes through and says, A, hey, I totally got there. And B, Cook's a liar, and I've got the evidence to prove it. Then when he gets back to the world, everybody says, well, great, let's see your documents. And he says, no, I will go ahead and put out I will give you my fully authorized version as soon as Cook gives you his. A bit of a game of I'll show you mine if you show me yours, knowing full well that Cook can't.
Because he made
Whitney. He made Whitney bury it all in the Arctic.
Yeah. I got to say, I think that between these two, not to give it away or anything, I think Cook behaved with a lot more class in this whole thing than Perry
Cook
did.
ended up for the rest of his life getting the short stick. He absolutely got the short stick, though in a way it seems to have given him peace, but he really got hosed a bunch after this.
Oh, yeah.
That was where I was headed, though, was the Perry Arctic, whatchamacallit, what were they?
Club?
The club, thank you. Yeah, his fan club. They did what was so common at that time and so despicable is, if you remember, we talked about how Cook had been the first to go all the way to the top of Mount McKinley, and he took the other gentleman, Burrill, with him. Well, for years, Burrill had been going around publicly saying, we made it to the top. It's so awesome, telling everybody about it. Until suddenly, on the 4th of October, 1909, an affidavit from him that is signed comes out saying that they faked the whole thing and it's a total lie.
What would make somebody do that? I wonder.
Oh, it's somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000 at the time.
So, like,
they totally blatantly paid him off. They made no claim that they hadn't done it, or Burrill never ever even pretended that he hadn't been paid off. It's equivalent to like $125,000 US today. So that's a huge chunk of change. I can see why he would turn on him for the money. I mean, it's kind of despicable, but I understand.
It kind of is, yeah. But then he, by pretty much acknowledging that he was bribed to sign that affidavit.
He did.
Yeah, then, doesn't that provide a little ammunition to Cook?
It should have.
Yeah.
It should have. And I never could get a good, clear understanding of why Cook went about doing things the way he did. He had his journal, and so he could provide that. And in the beginning, the public believed him. But because of all the underhanded moves that Perry was pulling, they started not believing him. And I think he realized he was defeated, and he stopped fighting. I think that's probably what happened for the most part.
Probably spent a lot of time, on the McKinley thing, he probably spent a lot of time just really, really wishing that he had buried something at the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
That's what I'd be thinking.
Yeah. Well, after that affidavit shows up, then of course this is where Perry comes out with his account of what Cook's Inuit, well, they wouldn't be companions.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of the right word for him. His companions, quote unquote, said about him and what the route that they took. I won't go into detail, but basically they, according to him, sketched out this completely different route, meaning that Cook just took him kind of in a circle and in a completely the wrong direction intentionally. Is what this is making it out to be.
Yeah, did Whitney ever show his head again?
No, not really. I mean, Whitney came out and said, hey, I had to do this. He publicly said, I had to do this. This is what Perry made me do.
I mean, leaving the stuff behind.
Leaving the stuff behind. And he said that Cook had told him that he had made it to the North Pole, but it's secondhand information.
Yeah, you don't know. But but he had overheard the conversation when Perry was interrogating the two Inuits, right?
Correct.
And so did he ever show up and say, hey, no, that the Inuits did not say this to Perry? He's lying?
We know that there are written accounts of it. I don't know the exact interaction of did he show up at some legal proceeding or something, because there really was only one legal proceeding, and by that time that happened, it was way too late. And so it may have been wasted breath.
Yeah,
Or maybe he was on safari.
Again.
Yeah, probably.
I think probably the nail that really kind of sealed the coffin for Cook, though, was the National Geographic Society, because they were a big backer of Perry. They loved him. They were, totally supported him, always published his stuff. He drew in people for them. They went ahead and they immediately said that Perry was right and Cook was wrong. And then later on, they set up a committee to go ahead and investigate the whole thing, which, of course, because there was no papers from Cook, that was easy. They went ahead and checked out Perry's story. They did it in a matter of 3 days. That's all it took for them to go ahead and figure it out.
Check out Perry's story.
Perry's story.
And this committee was like mostly his friends, right?
Yes, two of the people he knew extremely well, and one of them said that I think he came out and said that he was the skeptic. He was a total skeptic, but I get the feeling he also knew Perry as well personally. They all knew him personally, so it was totally an inside job.
Yeah,
and that really was the end of it. And for years and years and years, everybody learned that Robert Perry went ahead and made it to the North Pole, and he was the first one. And nobody really knows who Cook is.
Yeah.
He's not really in any of the history books. He's just one little footnote because of this schmear campaign.
Then it was a schmear campaign.
Absolute mud-flinging contest.
Yeah, Perry was not a classy guy.
No. But that is the end of our story, which means we are now into the theory section.
What?
Oh,
Yep.
Cool.
So this is really, it's three simple theories. There's only three headings here. And the first one is, of course, that Cook made it there before Perry. We don't have any documents to back this up, but he was the first person to ever describe the frozen polar sea, as being in continuous motion. And at 88 degrees north, the fact that he basically encountered a giant flat-topped, as he described it, ice island that was higher and thicker than the sea ice around it.
That was a fixed object, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
and that was something that was backed up by later explorers who went to the area.
They found the same thing, yeah.
Perry never that I know of makes any mention of that.
Yeah, of course, if he went a different route, he could have missed it.
Absolutely true. Cook, also seemed to be pretty good at his navigation. I mean, he knew how to use the sextant. He had been guiding himself for a while on these kind of Arctic expeditions. I don't know why I said things.
Yeah.
Stream of consciousness here needs to stop. But overall, as you said, he seemed to be a pretty honest guy, and he didn't seem to be the kind of guy that would just to grab glory say that he did something.
Yeah,
that's my personal impression.
Yeah, it's my impression too is that Cook had a much deeper sense of honor than Perry had, and that he wouldn't have deliberately faked it.
A gentleman's honor.
I think there was some question that he was making mistakes in his navigation,
which is entirely
quite possibly, probably true even, but if they were honest mistakes, so he might have honestly thought that he was at the North Pole.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, there's an easier way than using a sextant. You just lay on the ground, looking straight up, and when the North Star is right over you, you're at the North Pole. Nothing to it.
Not easy.
Yeah, it's that easy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, if only they had known that.
I know.
This whole thing would have been solved.
I
laid on my back. The North Star was directly above me. It was perfect.
There you go.
It was really easy. It's fun.
It all felt really North Pole-y.
Yeah. North Pole-y?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to let that go. Our next theory is, of course, that Frederick Cook faked the entire thing. The quote-unquote loss of all of his data Well, that means that we can't confirm that he really did it. And it could be that if we had gotten his records, we'd have figured out quite easily that he was full of it and that he didn't know what he was doing. So there is that absolute possibility. I mean, you also got to think about the fact this guy was lost for a year in the Arctic. And when he got back to his starting point, he could have said, you know what? I survived that. I deserve something for going through all that crap. I'm going to say that I got there because I've earned it.
Or, you know, for all I know, we got there.
Yeah. And intentionally, you know, directly knowing that he was pretty sure that he didn't actually do it. Yeah. That's completely plausible.
Yeah.
One thing, and again, this my lack of understanding of the sextant, though I've read about it so many times, it still just doesn't sink in. One of the things that his detractors will point out is the fact that trying to use a sextant at that time of the year is going to be not exactly reliable because a lot of times you use the sun as a reference point. But the sun was so low in the horizon all the time that it's basically a useless point to fix to.
But I have no idea how often they had clear days. You could also use stars.
That's a good point. And I haven't seen any data, I mean, none of us have actually, that says, was it cloudy or was it clear when they were making that final drive? If it was clear, it totally makes sense. But this information gives me the impression that it wasn't clear days, and so he was fixing his position based on the sun.
Yeah, it would be hard if it was cloudy and the sun's under the horizon. Well, yeah. Real difficult.
It's not, you know, I mean, we've all seen the sun go down and it's on the horizon and it's not exactly a fix. It's not, because of the atmosphere. It's not going to look or be where it actually is. It's going to have the distortion issue.
Oh, yeah.
Final theory, they both, either intentionally or not, faked it. Both Perry and Cook didn't get to the North Pole, and both of them probably knew it. That's what this theory is getting at. Okay, well, we've already talked about Cook, so I think probably we need to talk about the second half of this, which is Perry. Turns out there's problems with the writings that he left behind, his data from the trip. Now, if you remember, I said that he wouldn't release anything, or hardly anything, just very basic details. Eventually, that his papers would get released about a decade and a half ago. That's how long they were under wraps.
It was that long before they were...
Almost 100 years. Now, the National Geographic Society had them, and they had looked at them, but they didn't release them. And it wasn't until about 10 or 15 years ago that they finally were put out and people could really, really analyze them. And, well, it turns out that his numbers didn't exactly work. People have tried to trace the route based on what he had, and it doesn't work. So he was probably about 100 miles south of the North Pole.
Yeah, and that's interesting that they wouldn't release him, but he had a lot of buddies in the NGS, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
Maybe that's why they didn't release him, huh?
Here's the other really hinky thing, and I don't know why this flew, but in the beginning, Devin was laughing at Rear Admiral, because that was the status that was bestowed upon him by the U.S. House of Representatives. They gave him the title. There was an act that was passed through that, and then Congress that gave, or not an act. How do you become a Rear Admiral? That it's an honorific.
Okay, so it's like it's an honorary title. So he was never like, you know, he didn't work his way up through the ranks.
Correct. They gave him an honorary title.
Was he ever even in the Navy?
No.
Oh, okay.
He might have. Yeah, actually, he might have been at one point. But the point is, he was given this title. But one of the things that had to happen first was he had to go and talk to a Naval Affairs subcommittee. And he had to give them some of his stuff to look at. And he gave them his journal that he said he had used on his entire trip to the North Pole. Here's the thing. when these guys are up at the North Pole, it's not like they're packing, kale and carrots and all these great veggies to eat. They're eating what they can. And one of the things that Arctic explorers in the day took with them is what is called pemmican. Kind of looks gross. It's a greasy mix of fat and meat all pressed together. It's kind of like jerky.
Yeah, I like
You'll
that.
see it kind of in a ball sometimes.
Yeah, or in like sort of flat cakes, hockey puck, shaped like a
Basically,
hockey
it's
puck.
just, if you've ever picked up greasy meats and eaten them by hand, you know how much of that stuff gets on your fingers. Now, then combine that with the fact that they're in the Arctic. It's not like they can wash their hands off and their stuff off.
Mm-hmm.
That
They're gonna be
fingerprints of that stuff should be on everything.
Yeah, especially the journal.
His journal was pristine, to the point that the subcommittee asked him about it, and he stood by the fact of, nope, that's it. That's the one I used. It totally is. And they just kind of shined it on and let it go through. So
really?
This is
so
another...
he actually swore, because, if you were totally BSing, I think what I would have said is, it was such a disgusting mess that I just copied the whole thing over to a new book.
Yeah.
That's what I would have told him.
Yeah, I mean, and nobody probably would have said anything if he had said, listen, the other one is kind of going, it's going a little off now because all that grease, it's a little rancid, so I had to transfer it.
Yeah.
They probably wouldn't have worried about that.
Yeah, but this was way back in the day, though, right? And then did that
1910.
And did that journal go back to the National Geographic Society, or did Perry keep it?
I'm not positive. Perry's papers are in more than one place.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know who holds that journal.
Sure, somebody somewhere has got it.
Probably.
Yeah.
There's also some issues with the speed that Perry said he traveled, basically.
Yeah, he kind of set some land records there, didn't he?
He really did. He set some land records so that he and his 5 companions, what is it? They traveled each day. They traveled 25 miles, 20 miles, 20 miles, 25 miles, and then 40 miles.
No.
Uh-huh.
Final day, they traveled 40 miles in that final day to make their destination. That's 26 miles a day in the Arctic on foot. Bit fast.
Yeah,
Really
that's
fast.
a lot speedier than Cook went, right?
Oh, yeah. Cook was averaging 50 miles, which is still pretty good.
Yeah.
But... yeah,
40 miles.
Yeah.
No.
You want to hear my favorite detractor of Perry?
Yeah.
This is my absolute favorite, and that is there is a man by the name of Marshall B. Gardner. And he wrote a book called A Journey to the Earth's Interior, which is a hollow Earth book, all about the fact that the Earth is actually hollow. And he says that there is no way that either man actually made it to the North Pole, because as they went north, they would have discovered that the temperature was rising, the ice was melting, and it was going to be open sea because the sun's beams are all focused at the North Pole. And of course, if they had gotten on a boat, they would have gone to the North Pole and discovered the entry to the hollow Earth and then been able to explore that. So that obviously is why neither man actually made it to the North Pole.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I don't understand what your problem is. That's accepted science fact.
Yeah. Well, and so I guess that's one of the reasons then that the National Geographic Society eventually went back and looked at his and declared that
he didn't actually make
didn't
it.
Prove it. Yeah, it was unproven.
They went from totally did it. You made it to the North Pole claim is unproven.
Yeah.
Now, of course, they still left Cook's claim as disproven.
Yeah,
because he didn't have anything, so they said, "Well, you're totally making it up.
Yeah,
you don't even have anything to support this claim, so we're just going to throw it out."
Yeah, if I was going to believe either one of them, I would believe Cook.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, here's the great thing about Cook: his claim to Mount McKinley. Everybody was saying that his pictures were of different areas of the mountain, not past what is called the Gateway, which is the final ascent. People have started looking at his writing, and there was actually a Russian team that followed his route based on his writing, and it turns out they made it to the peak.
Yeah, there are people, more than one set of people have actually duplicated his route.
It's a completely unconventional or unstandard way to go to the top. And that's why most people seem to have thrown it out. But it appears that he was telling the truth on that, which is why I'm inclined to believe he probably, at least to the best of his knowledge, was telling the truth about getting to the North Pole.
I think he probably was too.
Yeah. So, I mean, personally, yeah, I think he did it, or, super close anyway. I think officially the first man to make it to the North Pole, it didn't happen until there was a guy on skis, and I want to say it was in the 1980s that he did it. And he was supported the whole way by airdrops of supplies. That's the only way that this guy managed to do it. And, of course, the airdrops help figure out if he's really there.
Yeah.
But, so it wasn't an easy thing to get to.
No, it's not. It's something I probably wouldn't even try to get to. But,
yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys, like, they have, they have some pretty rough times. Like, it was months ago that I read Endurance by F.A. Worsley, who was...
oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's about Ernest Shackleton and his attempt to get to the South Pole. And that's an amazing story. I'd highly recommend The Other End of the Earth. But it's kind of a similar thing. We're talking sleds and dogs and ships crushed in the ice and tales of incredible survival. And these guys went through an amazing set of adventures. So,
well, I mean, over the years, there's countless people have died trying to get to those places. So it's what I called it earlier. It's kind of the white whale. I'm going to be the one who gets it. And that could be why some of these guys say, to hell with it, I'm going to lie because I've tried so hard, I deserve it.
Yeah.
I still think that Cook probably thought he got there, and I think Perry knew well as a lying jerk that he didn't get there, but couldn't admit that he had failed yet again. And so went on that nasty little smear campaign that he launched.
Yeah, and by the way, when he went public with this whole thing about the Inuits said they just went out a few miles and then just sort of circled around and came back. Well, that's obviously a lie.
Well, no, they didn't circle around, but they went a totally wrong way.
Yeah, but they didn't. Yeah, but if they had just like sort of gone out there intending to fake it, and and then just decided, screw it, let's go back home. Well, why were they gone for 14 months?
Got lost.
Yeah, I guess.
Got cut off on the ice.
They were never really lost. I don't think. No, they knew where they were. They were just because on a floating ice floe, and
Cook figured it out.
Yeah.
He figured out where they were. That's how he knew how to navigate back to the village.
Yeah, he that was his big mistake though. Is he should have taken a few more people with him, and he should have made sure everybody in the expedition knew how to use a sextant.
Again, that's why heading to the South Pole was so well documented. It's to make sure that didn't happen.
Smart move there, yeah.
Yeah, but that's all I've got.
Yeah.
What do you? It sounds like you're in agreement with me on it, Joe.
I think that it's quite likely that Perry lied, and I think it's quite likely. Well, I know he lied about some stuff.
Yeah,
he was not an honorable guy.
He wasn't honest.
No, he was not. I think it's quite possible that Cook actually did make it to the North Pole, or somewhere very close to where he, maybe through errors in navigation, felt that he was on the exact spot. I think he was pretty damn close if he wasn't actually on the exact spot.
I agree. I think Perry seems like a jerk.
Yeah.
I saw you starting to use the letter A and then stop.
Yeah. And I think Cook, he's a sympathetic character. You want to be on his side.
Yeah. And the hard part for Cook. Remember how I told you he kind of got the short end of the stick for the rest of his life?
Oh yeah.
He got I think it was about 10 years later, he started investing in oil fields, and he was sending correspondence and projecting the value of the output of his oil field. And simple version is that somebody challenged it, and then they charged him with mail fraud for fraudulent claims about the value of something, and they sent him to jail for like 10 years, which was, everybody couldn't believe what a harsh judgment it was.
Well, the judge, apparently the prosecutor thought it was overly harsh.
Yeah.
But the judge was, guess what?
A friend of Perry.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the worst part is, turns out that part of Cook's oil field was on one of the giant oil reserves.
Yeah, he wasn't lying at all.
He actually undercut the amount. He was shy about the production.
Yeah, and for this he gets a good long stay in jail.
Yep,
I mean,
but
part of that due to Perry.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing is I almost wonder if it was a good thing for him, because he said that being in prison, he was a surgeon, he was a doctor in prison, and it was very peaceful for him and very calming, and he could just get away from all the crap that was going on because he could never outrun it.
Yeah.
So it might have, in a way, been the best thing that Perry could have done for him.
Yeah, but still the poor guy really suffered, I think.
Yeah.
It's like I feel bad. Okay, we settled that mystery.
Yes, we totally, at least settled it.
What do you want to talk about now?
How about our website?
Oh, yeah.
Because we've got one of those.
It's lovely.
Yes, we do. It's at thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. We, of course, this episode and all other episodes are on the website. Going to have links to research on there. If you're not listening to us on the website, you can always listen to us through any streaming service. We're on pretty much every one of them. Of course, we're on iTunes. If you are on iTunes and you're listening to the show through there, do take the time to leave us a comment and a rating. Those do help.
Especially high ratings.
Well, we've always said that it helps, but I know that it helps because we continually keep moving upwards in the rankings, and we're getting really high up there, which is awesome.
The rankings, are they based on downloads or are they based on ratings?
It's a combination. I don't think Apple tells you exactly what it is.
It's a really complex algorithm you wouldn't understand.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I bet it would.
Hipster. We're, of course, on Twitter. You can find us at Thinkin' Sideways, and we do use that. Twitter's actually been really, really busy lately, which is pretty fun. We are on Facebook. You can find us at our Facebook page. You can join the Facebook group. We can have there's lots of conversations going on there. We're getting lots of stuff all the time through that. Total fun. So come join us there. And if you're enjoying the podcast and you want to hear more, you can always go ahead and go to Patreon to support the show. Patreon.com/Thinking Sideways is where we're at. You can choose to donate however much you want per show. Totally an option, but that is something we have out there. Or if you want to do something that's just a one-timer, we've got the PayPal right there on the website.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping Bill Gates discovers our website or our podcast and pledges $1 million an episode.
It'd be fantastic, but I don't think it's
going
to happen.
Yeah, no, probably not.
The final thing I got to tell everybody is, of course, about our email address, which is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. And go ahead and send us an email if you've got a story suggestion, you've got thoughts, you've got comments, you're looking for more information. We're happy to get them all, and we'll field everything. So, think that's everything we gotta share here.
Yeah, I
I'm
think so
pretty
too.
sure you're right.
All right. Well, we're gonna go ahead and close it on out, and we will talk to all you good people next week.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Hey everyone, I just want to make a couple quick announcements before we get started with the show. I literally just got back from the airport. I was fortunate enough to fly down to Atlanta this weekend to join some amazing people at the Southern Podcasters Meetup. I finally got to meet Melissa and Mandy from Moms and Murder. We've been interacting with them since they first started their show, and they say such great things about us, and we're huge fans of theirs. So it was pretty awesome to meet them in person. Along with some other great podcasters I met at CrimeCon in Nashville. There was Erica from Southern Fried True Crime, Lauren Brooke from The Fall Line, Nina from Already Gone, Steve from Trace Evidence, Jennifer and Lindsay from Corpus Delicti, and Mo from Targeted. And I want to give a huge thank you to Christy and Larry for all their support and hospitality. It was great seeing all of you and all the fantastic people that came out to show their support for everyone's podcasts. Also, our website had a major overhaul, thanks to the talented Lisa from the Secret Lives of Weddings podcast. And if you haven't checked it out, you can at mindsofmadnesspodcast.com. Finally, this episode is pretty special to me. When we were at CrimeCon in Nashville, I got to meet Steve, Devin, and Joe from Thinking Sideways. I really have been a huge fan of their podcast for years. And for those of you who are familiar with their show, know that Team Sideways just recently wrapped up their podcast, and have stopped producing content on a regular basis. We talked about doing an episode together, and when Stephanie Moore from our cleaners team came to us with a huge and incredible script on the American Beauty murder, we asked them to record with us. Luckily, they got their parts in before they closed up shop, and I really want to give a special thank you to Devin, Steve, and Joe for helping us with this project. It really was a huge thrill for me to work with you. This episode turned out to be a little longer than our regular episodes, so we broke it into 2 parts. But you won't have to wait long for the next episode, as we plan to release it in around 24 hours. Again, thanks for listening, and on with the show.
The opinions expressed in the following episode do not necessarily reflect those of the Minds of Madness podcast. Listener discretion is advised.
A toxicologist with the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office convicted of poisoning her husband and trying to make it look like a suicide with a scene from a popular movie of that time. The victim was her husband, Greg DeVillers. She had claimed he was depressed over the disintegration of their brief marriage and committed suicide. There was a wedding picture propped up near his body. He was found lying on their bed, red rose petals sprinkled about, reminiscent of a scene from the Academy Award-winning movie American Beauty. There's also a $100 million civil suit judgment against For the parents, they don't expect to see any of that money, but at least they don't want her to profit from this either.
On the evening of November 6, 2000, in La Jolla, California, a distraught 24-year-old woman by the name of Kristen Rossum made a frantic 911 call to report that her 26-year-old husband, Greg DeVillers, wasn't breathing. When paramedics arrived at the young couple's home, they found Greg on the bedroom floor, surrounded by rose petals, and their wedding photo placed by his head. He was still warm to the touch, but unresponsive. At 10:19 p.m., Greg DeVillers was pronounced dead. Kristen tearfully explained to the responding officer that Greg had been ill the previous day and had overdosed on medication. As Officer Garcia searched the apartment for signs of drugs or a suicide note, he found only a bottle of cough syrup and a Ziploc bag containing a shredded note. Kristen told the officer that it was a love letter from another man and that Greg had spent the weekend trying to piece it back together. If Greg had committed suicide, what had he used to kill himself? And how had he managed to carefully surround himself with rose petals? Join me now as we take a look back into the suspicious death of Greg DeVillers, how these two star-crossed lovers' paths came together, and what secrets lay hidden beneath the surface of their seemingly joyful marriage.
On October 25th, 1976, in Memphis, Tennessee, a beautiful baby girl was born to parents Ralph and Constance Rossum. Kristen had been born into a family of wealth and prestige. Her parents were both accomplished, self-driven academics, Ralph, a political science professor, and Constance, a marketing researcher. Later, they had two more children, Kristen's younger brothers, Brent and Pierce. The Rossums appeared to be the perfect family. As a child, Kristen was strikingly beautiful, and her mother decided to devote the next years of her life to establishing a modeling career for her. But Kristen had other ideas. Soon after seeing a performance of The Nutcracker in Chicago, Kristen decided she wanted to give up modeling for ballet. Her parents did not object. As the Rossum family moved around the Midwest following various career opportunities that came up for Mr. Rossum, Kristen's talent for ballet continued. To the people around her, Kristen came across as highly intelligent, talented, and stunningly beautiful. However, internally, Kristen struggled with self-esteem. She felt like a failure who repeatedly disappointed herself and her parents. At 5 foot 2 inches tall, Kristen often felt physically inadequate in comparison to the other ballet dancers who were taller, leaner, and more flexible. It's possible that these feelings of inadequacy later became the driving force behind the future self-destructive behavior. In 1983, her father, Professor Ralph Rossum, Ph.D., was handpicked by the Reagan administration to act as a consultant in the field of juvenile crime. It was said that Professor Rossum was the author of Nancy Reagan's Just Say No to Drugs campaign. This prestigious position was equal to that of the Deputy Assistant Attorney General. Dr. Rossum became a recognized expert in his field, maintaining friendships with many high-powered associates, including Supreme Court Justice Scalia. In 1984, the Rossum family relocated to Claremont, California, where Kristen's father accepted a tenured position at Claremont McKenna Colleges. Claremont, a small, affluent community, consisted mostly of white, highly educated residents. Known for its picturesque, tree-lined streets and small-town feel, it was often compared to the fictional town in the movie Pleasantville. Kristen's parents, both devoted Episcopalians, expected their children to be driven, disciplined, and successful in all of their pursuits. As a young girl, Kristen excelled in both ballet and academics, consistently bringing home straight A's. At the age of 14, Kristen, still pursuing her love for dance, obtained the coveted role as the Sugar Plum Fairy in a professional performance of The Nutcracker. Later, in 1991, Kristen auditioned and was awarded a spot in the prestigious summer program with the Boston Ballet.
That fall, her father Ralph accepted a temporary guest position at a private liberal arts school in Southern Virginia so that Kristen could attend boarding school 60 miles away while continuing to pursue her dance with the prestigious Richmond Ballet Troupe. During that time, Kristen suffered a bad fall, causing her to tear several ligaments in her ankle. Unfortunately, she pushed herself to return back to dance before she had completely healed, which caused her to develop a chronic stress fracture. As the stress fracture was repeatedly re-injured, Kristen was eventually forced to give up dance.
Around this time, Kristen, now 15, started drinking, smoking, and doing drugs. There were unexpected benefits to drug use. They allowed her to stay up late and study while also helping her to stay thin. Usually weighing between 100 and 110 pounds, Kristen started to fixate on her weight. Around 16 years of age and no longer dancing, her mother and brothers started to notice that Kristen seemed sad. They had attributed her sadness to the loss of her ability to dance. While her grades were still good, her behavior continued to change. One day, her brother found a pipe, razor blades, and small mirror in Kristen's bedroom. He showed it to his mother. Naive and unaware of drug paraphernalia, Constance was clueless as to their meanings. Eventually, as her grades began to slip, the Rossums decided that perhaps Kristen just needed space from their constant attention. As Kristen was granted more independence, she started to forge new relationships with a group of kids who liked to party. It was her new friends who introduced her to the euphoria of inhaling crystal meth. As her weight and grades both began to plummet, Kristen soon realized that she needed meth on a daily basis just to maintain a feeling of normalcy. She had open sores on her hands and face from constant picking and scratching. Finally, suspecting that Kristen might have a drug problem, Constance searched her daughter's bedroom and discovered a hidden box containing white powder, a glass pipe, and razor blades. No longer naive, the Rossums confronted Kristen about her drug use. The discussion quickly escalated into a physical altercation between Kristen and her parents. During the argument, Constance slapped Kristen, who then ran into the kitchen and attempted to cut her wrists with a knife. After Kristen's father wrestled the knife out of her hands, Kristen ran off and locked herself in the bathroom, where she began repeatedly making superficial cuts to her wrists. According to reports, her parents had decided not to seek medical or psychological attention because the cuts hadn't been that deep. Having been caught, Kristen promised to stop doing drugs, and surprisingly, life for the Rossums quickly returned back to normal. However, it didn't take long before Kristen's old patterns began to resurface. Kristen's mother had finally had enough and contacted Officer Horowitz to have Kristen arrested for being under the influence of an illegal substance. Kristen was booked, fingerprinted, photographed, and ultimately released into her parents' custody. The Rossums, with their continued pattern of denial, decided the real problem with Kristen wasn't a drug problem, but rather it was a location problem. They decided the best solution was to have Kristen graduate early, then move 30 miles away to the University of Redlands in California. After her first semester, Kristen was doing so well that her parents decided to allow her to move into the dorm. With her new gained freedom, Kristen immediately fell back into drug habits, and her grades started to slip again. Eventually, campus police discovered drugs in her dorm room and she was expelled from the university. Ashamed of her physical appearance and relapse, Kristen didn't want to face her parents and their inevitable disappointment. When her boyfriend came to take her home from Christmas break, she was nowhere to be found. Her parents immediately suspected her disappearance had something to do with drugs.
On Christmas night, Kristen phoned her boyfriend and asked her to meet him at a hotel in Redlands. She told him she'd been staying with various friends for the past 2 weeks she'd been missing. While he was showering, Kristen emptied his wallet, which contained $200, and caught a train to the San Diego Mexican border. Kristen was on the hunt for meth.
While crossing the pedestrian bridge into Tijuana, Kristen ran into Greg DeVillers and his 2 brothers, Jerome and Bertrand. The DeVillers brothers were just about to push through the second turnstile when Kristen Rossum dropped her leather jacket, sparking a fateful conversation. Since Kristen was traveling alone, Greg readily invited her to tag along with them. After crossing the border, the 4 of them took a cab into a popular Tijuana tourist destination lined with bars and dance clubs. As Kristen and the DeViller brothers hopped from bar to bar, it quickly became apparent that Kristen and Greg were attracted to each other. By 2 a.m., Kristen and the brothers headed back over the border to the U.S. where Greg's car was parked. Greg invited Kristen back to his 2-bedroom apartment that he shared with his brother Jerome and another roommate. Kristen did not object. Meanwhile, back in Claremont, California, Kristen's parents discovered she'd missed her finals, and by the day after Christmas, they had filed a missing persons report with campus police. The intake report stated that Kristen's boyfriend had last seen her on the morning of December 26th. However, because Kristen was now 18, the report read that she was a voluntarily missing adult. An entire month went by before the Rossums heard from Kristen again. When she finally did call her parents, it was to share that she'd met a nice young man, was working 3 jobs, and had turned her life around. Greg then lent Kristen his car so she could go see her parents. It was an emotional reunion that ended with promises and apologies. Next, Kristen drove to meet her boyfriend, the one she had deserted at the hotel and stolen money from on Christmas Day. Her boyfriend heard an elaborate tale about Kristen being kidnapped at gunpoint by white slavers in Mexico and driven around in the trunk of a car. She told him that after she'd escaped, she'd met a nice man who helped her get back in the country. She assured him, however, that it was a platonic relationship. Kristen's parents, relieved to hear about their daughter's recovery, drove down to San Diego the following weekend to meet the wonderful new man who had saved their daughter's life. Before her parents arrived, Kristen had coached Greg to lie and tell them she was living with a coworker. Seeming to be in a healthier place, the Rossums talked Kristen into resuming college and immediately helped her apply to San Diego State University as a freshman. They collectively decided to wash the University of Redlands admission and expulsion from her application. After paying for her tuition, books, and giving Kristen rent money, her parents also bought her a car. To the Rossums, Greg was the saving angel who had brought Kristen back to them. But while Greg only saw perfection in Kristen, his brother and roommate witnessed a different side to her, one that was a liar and manipulative and a drug addict. Shortly after Kristen moved into Greg's apartment, things started disappearing, such as jewelry, credit cards, checks, and family heirloom rings. Greg blamed the thefts on Jerome's friends, and Jerome blamed Kristen. When confronted, Kristen admitted to taking the items and begged for help to get off drugs. Jerome wanted her out immediately, but Greg would not hear of it. He had fallen in love with her, and it had made it his mission to help her. While Greg and Jerome threw a party, Kristen spent the entire evening in the other roommate's lap. When someone asked if they were a couple, she burst into tears, asking the roommate to privately speak with her on the balcony. She tearfully admitted to being in love with the roommate and felt they were meant to be together. The roommate declined her offer, which prompted him and Jerome to move out of the apartment. They both hoped Greg would eventually see Kristen for the manipulator that she was.
That next summer, 6 months after their fateful meeting, Greg told Ralph Rossum he wanted to marry his daughter. Kristen's parents encouraged the couple to finish college first, which they both reluctantly agreed to. It was at this time they finally discovered that Kristen and Greg had actually been living together since the night they had met. While the Rossums were disappointed, they decided to put their thoughts on premarital sex aside and paid for Kristen and Greg to move into another apartment in the upscale area of La Jolla, California. They were pleased with Kristen's turnaround and decided to help the couple by paying for their rent. Kristen was majoring in chemistry and had become a straight A student again. Constance took Greg aside and made him promise to tell her if Kristen ever relapsed on drugs. Greg assured her he would.
Greg, like Kristen, came from a well-educated suburban family. Greg was the oldest of 3 American-born sons to French parents, Yves and Marie-France Tremolte de Villers. Greg and his brothers grew up in Southern California in a bilingual home speaking fluent French. Yves and Marie had an explosive marriage with numerous allegations of physical violence, dual restraining orders, and financial control issues. The marriage eventually ended in divorce. Marie moved herself and the boys into an apartment in Palm Springs, California, and Greg got a job at 16 to help provide for the family. Despite Yves, their father, being a prominent plastic surgeon with a practice in Monte Carlo, Monaco, and Thousand Oaks, California, he often claimed to have financial problems. Back in the 1980s, he was required to pay child and alimony support in the amount of $1,400, but somehow always managed to find a way to avoid doing so. Despite the lack of funds, the boys still had opportunity to play tennis, swim in the apartment complex pool, and ride dirt bikes in the desert right outside their front door. All 3 boys had part-time jobs while in school, and after graduating from Palm Springs High School, put themselves to work through college.
By the end of summer 1997, Kristen and Greg had been together for 2.5 years and appeared to be happily married with promising futures. On June 4th, Kristen applied for a student internship position at the San Diego Medical Examiner's Office, where she was interviewed and hired on the spot. Within a few short months, Kristen was given additional responsibilities, including drug screening, sending drugs out for analysis, and drug sample preparation. She thrived in this environment and quickly decided her future was in forensic toxicology. Kristen's early reviews were filled with praise, and she was seen as very bright and a diligent worker who learned fast and was dependable. As there was no background check required for a student intern position, no one from the medical examiner's office would have ever discovered she was a former drug addict. As such, she was given free rein to do the samples of hard drugs, including meth and heroin. At first, Kristen was able to avoid the temptation, but unfortunately, that wouldn't last.
In May 1999, Kristen graduated with honors, and a few days later she was at a toxicology conference. That year, the conference was held in San Diego, where she met some leading forensic toxicologists. Later that year, Kristen's mentor at the medical examiner's office, Frank Barnhart, left to work for the San Diego Sheriff's Crime Lab. He encouraged Kristen to apply for a job there too, promising to give her a good recommendation. She admitted on the application to having been arrested and jailed for possession and being under the influence of a controlled substance. She also admitted to using meth between 30 to 40 times between the years of 1993 and 1995. Her mother would later state she went overboard with her honesty. She was rejected by the sheriff's department as unsuitable. In February 2000, Kristen submitted her official application to become a full-time toxicologist at the San Diego Medical Examiner's Office. This time, her mother made sure she wasn't overly honest in her application, and she was readily offered the job. In addition to the easy access to illegal narcotics, she was also given a key to the office, allowing her unsupervised access. The same month Kristen started at the medical examiner's office, Greg graduated from UCSD and began looking for full-time work. He quickly found a job with a biotech firm, working for the company's vice president, Dr. Stefan Grunwald, as his assistant. Greg was quickly promoted, and when Dr. Grunwald left for his own startup in cancer research, his first employee was Greg DeVillers. The new job was demanding, giving Greg and Kristen little time for their relationship. Greg's professional life was going well, and there were plans to send him to law school at the company's expense to become an in-house attorney. Greg was the first to arrive each day and the last to leave, being described as the company's most positive person.
With both Kristen and Greg gainfully employed and succeeding in their careers, Greg and Kristen set a wedding date for later that year. Outwardly, Kristen praised Greg as her soulmate and savior to friends and family. Inwardly, she craved passion and excitement from outside sources. Unbeknownst to Greg, Kristen had secretly begun to engage in sexual relationships with coworkers, fellow students, and men from her past.
In the dark about their daughter's restlessness, the Rossums began planning for their daughter's upcoming wedding. It was set for June 5th, and Constance was making all the arrangements. She had already booked and paid for a prestigious location for the private ceremony and reception. As the months went on, Constance had the entire wedding day planned with military precision. While her mother was finalizing wedding plans, Kristen was still carrying on an affair with a man who had just left San Diego for a job in New York. Kristen began having second thoughts about her upcoming nuptials. Kristen told her mother that although she loved Greg, she wasn't sure she was in love with him. Kristen's mother thought it was just a case of cold feet and didn't think it was a good idea to cancel the wedding. On Saturday, June 5th, 1999, on a perfect sunny day, Greg and Kristen were married in front of family and friends. None of Kristen's high school or college friends were in attendance, and she had no bridesmaids. But what Kristen lacked in friends, she made up for with family. Later, Dr. Rossum would remark, "It was a perfect wedding for a perfect couple." 2 weeks after returning from their magical honeymoon, Kristen was emailing her secret boyfriend and professing her love to him. While making plans to continue her affair, Greg was immediately making plans for children. Kristen told Greg that any plans for children would need to be put on hold, and it soon became a major issue between the newlyweds. Kristen would later say she was becoming more confident as a person, and this was a threat to Greg. In early September, Kristen became fixated with the movie American Beauty and telling friends it was her favorite. By Christmas, Kristen had moved on from her secret boyfriend and embarked on a new passionate affair.
While Kristen was busy juggling 2 secret boyfriends and her husband, she became enamored with a tall, handsome, married 30-year-old Australian doctor named Michael Robertson. Dr. Robertson had just been hired at the medical examiner's office as her new boss and the chief toxicologist. From the moment they met, sparks began to fly.
Dr. Michael Robertson was the golden boy of international forensic science and had the good looks to go with the title. After graduating from Australia's Monash University with a PhD, Dr. Robinson worked at the coroner's office in Melbourne, where he was soon on the fast track to success. Dr. Robertson was soon offered a prestigious position with the National Medical Service in Pennsylvania. He and his wife then emigrated to America to start their new life. Despite his outward perfection, Dr. Robertson had a dark secret. Within a few months of moving to America, Dr. Robertson began a relationship with a close personal friend of his wife's, along with another female employee. Dr. Robertson was ambitious and joined the Society of Forensic Toxicologists, commonly referred to as SOFT, and became a regular presenter at their annual meetings. Befriending some of the nation's most distinguished toxicologists. He was a rising star in the field. He was well liked and described as the life and soul of the party during the many conference social events.
In early 2000, Dr. Robertson was offered the position of Forensic Laboratory Manager at the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office, and he and his wife moved into the affluent area of La Jolla, just a few blocks away from Kristen and Greg.
Within a few days of his arrival in the office, Kristen was going out of her way to spend as much time with her new boss as she possibly could. According to coworkers, there appeared to be a mutual attraction between the two. His new office had a perfect view of Kristen's desk, and she would be in his office constantly. It wasn't long before the two were going to lunch every day and meeting outside of work. Their obvious office romance quickly created resentment among the other toxicologists, who felt Kristen was getting preferential treatment. In May of 2000, Dr. Robertson invited Kristen to accompany him to the May conference of the California Association of Toxicologists, commonly referred to as CAT, in Anaheim, California, about a 2-hour drive from San Diego. His friend, Dr. Daniel Anderson from the LA County Coroner's Office, was organizing the event. Kristen, along with Dr. Robertson and fellow coworkers, attended the CAT conference together. Kristen attempted to avoid any impression of impropriety to minimize further office gossip, but that intention lasted approximately 1 day. Back at their hotel, Kristen and Dr. Robertson consummated their romance for the first time and decided not only did they have a future together, but they were destined for one another. Within days of the conference, their fling moved quickly into a passionate love affair. A week later, Kristen and Dr. Robertson began exchanging gifts and roses. When they came back to the office from lunch, they would enter within minutes of each other, sometimes freshly showered. On May 15th, the first in a long series of passionate emails between the two started. Sitting just a few feet away from each other, they would exchange long, flowery emails. Dr. Robertson wrote from his office, "The deepest love is being able to let down all barriers and give yourself to another who has done the same. This is what I feel for you." An hour later, a reply came from Kristen. "You're a beautiful person and an inspiration to me. I want nothing more than to give my all to you. My life, my love, my world." Their exchanges were straight out of a romance novel. That day's exchange of love notes ended with Dr. Robertson telling Kristen that he loved her. Her reply, "I'll be thinking of you and all our future has to offer. I can't wait for it to begin." That same day, Kristen was simultaneously sending emails to Greg stating that she loved him more than anything in the world and asked him if he could email her more often. 20 minutes later, she emailed Dr. Robertson telling him she wanted to spend the rest of her life with him.
The following day, she emailed her brother Brent to tell him she had doubts with Greg's ability to be a true life companion. She accused their parents of pushing her into the marriage because they had spent so much time and money on the wedding. She described Greg as unsupportive and said the most significant reason to remain in the marriage was to not disappoint their parents. The following week, both oblivious to the office gossip, spent most of their working days writing ever more passionate emails to one another. Kristen stated she wanted to leave Greg and move to Australia to marry Robertson.
By Thursday morning of that week, the two were so indiscreet that Dr. Robertson's immediate boss found it necessary to address the rumors directly. He said, "I spoke to them about reports that were reaching me that there might be improper relationships between Robertson and Kristen. I told him we could not have a relationship in the senior subordinate chain of command, and it would be deleterious to the morale of that division." Dr. Robertson vehemently denied the rumors and immediately sent Kristen an email telling her to delete all of their emails, as they wouldn't be well received by office snoops. Later that afternoon, Robertson's boss called both him and Kristen into his office, asking that they avoid being in close proximity to one another as it made other coworkers uncomfortable. Part of Kristen's job had including logging all of the illicit drugs found at death scenes before they were disposed of by the sheriff's office. It was the absolute worst place for a recovering drug addict to be working. It was later determined that illegal drugs were kept in such a disorganized and unsecure manner that any toxicologist working at the medical examiner's office could remove drugs intended for destruction with impunity. Kristen later admitted to smoking meth at the medical examiner's office during work hours in the high-pressure liquid chromatography room because the strong smell was quickly dissipated by the vented machine. Even Dr. Robertson would later agree that the office system for drug storage was woefully inadequate. However, it would be another 6 months before he discovered how Kristen was using the system's weaknesses to support her drug addiction. Dr. Robertson was soon promoted to the position of chief toxicologist. He would now be in charge of all toxicology work at the San Diego County Medical Examiner's office. Kristen was delighted and hid a congratulations card in his desk. Dr. Robertson would regularly place gifts and roses in a box under his desk with love letters for Kristen to find. They would continually give each other different colored roses with long, passionate love letters about the various meanings of the colors. Roses would become a special language of love between the two, each color signifying a different emotion. Kristen saved many of the rose petals in her desk.
In June, Dr. Robertson was summoned to a meeting with the medical examiner, Dr. Brian Blackburn, and San Diego homicide detective Terry Torgerson. It was explained that a death from 5 years earlier, which had been ruled an overdose, was in fact allegedly caused by a fentanyl overdose. As the San Diego Medical Examiner's office didn't test for fentanyl, Dr. Robertson had sent it out to his old employer in Pennsylvania. It would later be claimed that Kristen and Dr. Robertson made use of the facts that fentanyl was not part of the regular tox screening for opioids conducted by their office.
The newly promoted Dr. Robertson decided that the upcoming SOFT conference would be a good opportunity for another romantic getaway and arranged to have Kristen in attendance to co-present a paper, of which he was the primary author. However, everything changed in mid-July when Greg found one of Robertson's love letters. Kristen admitted to having strong feelings for the doctor, but denied anything physical was going on. Greg telephoned Dr. Robertson, whom he had recently met at a social function, and demanded he have no further inappropriate interactions with his wife. He also threatened to call the medical examiner and reveal their affair. To Kristen's relief, he didn't do that. But despite these warnings, the affair not only continued, it heated up. In mid-September, Kristen started writing a journal of, quote, self-discovery, unquote. However, she never mentioned in her diary her relapse with drugs or her love affair with Dr. Robertson. Later, prosecutors would claim it to be a cliché-ridden journal written for the sole purpose of deceiving Greg into believing her to be faithful and drug-free. In mid-September, she had lunch with her mother, explaining her desire to leave Greg. Her mother was supportive and offered to help her move out that very day. She told her mother she was apartment hunting and planned to leave Greg in early November. Kristen and Dr. Robertson headed to the SOFT conference, having booked just one room for the two of them. Later, they would alter hotel receipts and be reimbursed for 2 rooms out of the medical examiner's budget. Once they arrived, they were given materials that included an 8-page article on fentanyl written by Dr. Daniel Anderson from the Los Angeles Medical Examiner's Office, entitled 25 Deaths on Fentanyl. A few days later, they would both attend a presentation at the conference on fentanyl overdoses resulting in unintentional death or suicide. Later, Kristen's old friend Frank Barnhart, who had hired her for the medical examiner's office and had tried to hire her at the sheriff's department, commented she wasn't wearing her wedding ring at the conference. Dr. Robertson and Kristen then announced that they were now a happy couple, explaining they were in love with each other and in unhappy marriages with other people. Dr. Anderson said he wasn't surprised but didn't approve and thought it unfair to their respective spouses. Kristen followed him out of the reception hall, teary-eyed, saying how much she and Dr. Robertson valued him as a friend and respected his position. He said he didn't want to be part of a drama-filled scene, so he tried to avoid her the rest of the night.
Kristen returned back to San Diego more in love than ever and determined to separate from Greg by whatever means necessary. From the moment Greg picked her up from the airport after returning from the conference, the arguments between them began. Greg became suspicious that his wife had had a relapse on drugs and searched Kristen's purse. Greg found 3 different types of drugs. In an angry email, Kristen attempted to explain away each of the pills he found as something innocent. She accused Greg of violating her trust by searching through her purse and even alleged she wanted Greg to find the pills to prove a point that he doesn't trust her.
On October 25, 2000, Kristen celebrated her 24th birthday. The night before, Dr. Robertson hid roses and chocolate in her desk. Her husband gave her 24 red roses. Kristen, running low on meth and also the funds to obtain it, began looking into alternative sources to maintain her daily habit. That day at work, she made several web searches on how to synthesize meth. That evening, she logged onto Greg's computer at home and conducted searches on, quote, making crystal meth easy, unquote. That same evening, Dr. Robertson wrote Kristen a 2.5-page letter urging her to make a lifelong commitment to him and hinting he would leave her and move on if she didn't act now. The whole situation was playing out like a soap opera. On the Friday before Greg's death, Kristen became obsessed with obtaining more meth. She continued web searches for making the drug. In desperation, she took an extended lunch, crossed over the border, and met a local taxi driver in Tijuana who instantly became her drug dealer. He gave her his card and told her in the future to call him directly, and he would meet her at the bridge with her drugs. On Thursday, November 2nd, Kristen alleges she was at home reading a love letter from Dr. Robertson when Greg caught her. After he wrestled the letter out of her hands and read it, he then accused Kristen of being on drugs again. She stated, quote, he almost struck me. He read the letter and was infuriated by it and was storming around, unquote. Kristen grabbed the letter and attempted to shred it. According to Kristen, Greg snatched it from the shredder and attempted to tape it back together. At one point, Greg allegedly became so incensed that he threatened to take the letter to the medical examiner and reveal her affair along with her drug relapse.
The next day, Kristen stopped smoking meth in the event that Greg went to her boss and she was asked to take a drug test. She then went to Dr. Robertson's office and told him about Greg's ultimatum.
That evening, Kristen's parents took Greg and Kristen out to dinner for Greg's upcoming 27th birthday and Kristen's 24th birthday. The Rossums would later say that Greg was acting odd that night. Kristen's mom tried to talk her into leaving with them that night, but unbeknownst to her parents, Kristen had a plan of her own. Greg's threat to expose her affair and drug relapse had scared her. Meanwhile, Greg was at home tending his hangover from the drinks his wife had given him the night before. During a phone call that morning with his brother Bertrand, he complained of feeling tired and hungover. This phone call with his youngest brother would be the last contact he would have with anyone other than Kristen.
At 9 p.m. on Sunday night, Kristen left the apartment to call Dr. Robertson. This call lasted just a few minutes, and prosecutors believe this call sealed Greg's fate. Stay tuned for part 2, where we will unravel how the sordid love affair between Kristen Rossum and Dr. Robertson ignited more than a fiery passion between them, but escalated to involve a plan that would permanently remove Greg DeVillers from the equation. A scandalous case that would later become known as the American Beauty Murder. There's a few people we really have to thank for helping put this episode together. Firstly, and most importantly, Devin, Steve, and Joe from the podcast Thinking Sideways. I've been a huge fan of their show, and I can't tell you how exciting it was for me to work with them. Sawyer Westbrook and the team from Resonate Recordings for their assistance in editing this show, and thanks to Stephanie Moore, who researched and wrote this episode. Now, at this part of the show, I normally say, I'd like to introduce 2 podcasts, but I kind of have a feeling you already know them. They're huge supporters of our show, and we think the world of them. The Generation Y podcast.
How you doing tonight, Aaron?
I'm doing fine, Justin. How are you?
I'm doing great. We are the Generation Y, and we've been around quite a while.
Since 2012.
We've been doing true crime, murder mysteries, conspiracies,
controversies,
wrongful convictions,
missing persons cases,
anything and everything under the sun. Here's what you can expect.
They didn't know it, but they were 1,000 feet or so from where these 3 girls were being held captive.
When he brings these young ladies back to his house,
they would have this chain wrapped around their neck and their stomachs.
And they're beaten.
Under the control of a psycho. I mean, he lied about everything. Now you can't trust anything he's done.
I think this is anyone's worst nightmare.
These women were killed in one place and then taken and dumped somewhere else.
That chaos, that unpredictability made him so terrorizing.
The strongest evidence they have is the eyewitness testimony of a 6-year-old boy.
He placed his body underneath the house. I think this is less of a story about a monster and more of a story about survival.
We're Generation Y. Look us up on Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, Spotify, or your favorite podcast app, and hit the subscribe button.
And they walk among us.
They Walk Among Us is an award-winning true crime podcast. From the sinister and surreal to the brutal and bizarre, join us to hear more on the UK's most notorious and obscure crimes. Featuring well-known cases like the life and crimes of the UK's most violent inmate Charles Bronson, to the sad tale of the Gibbons twins whose string of petty crimes would lead them to be trapped in Broadmoor for 11 years before their eventual release ended in tragedy. We also cover lesser-known cases like the woman who murdered a husband with an ornamental frog and kept him mummified in her shed for 18 years, or the teenager that used his elaborate online fantasy life to plot his own murder. Listen and subscribe to They Walk Among Us through Acast, Apple Podcasts, or your favourite podcast provider.
Is not supported by the Bagpiping Unicycler. Instead, it's supported by the generous donations of our listeners on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/thinkingsideways to learn more. And thanks.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a slide.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hey there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, joined as always by my lovely co-hosts.
Oh, Devin.
And Steve.
Sure.
You know he's not talking about me when he says lovely.
Don't care. He was pointing at you, so.
Yeah.
That was a trick.
That was a trick. I'm sorry.
Steve is a pretty one, actually.
He is, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty bold one.
So for the time being, at least, we still are a podcast that talks about unsolved mysteries.
Soon transfer to cooking.
Yeah, we're gonna do something else.
I thought we were gonna be a yoga podcast.
I thought it was gonna be archery.
So we have a lot of work to do to figure out our new podcast. So let's stick with what we got today.
Yeah, for the time being, there's still a few unsolved mysteries out there. Oh yeah, and before we go any further, I want to thank our listener Linda. That's Linda with a Y, for suggesting this mystery, which I thought at the beginning was a simple little mystery, but wow, it turns out it's a lot bigger than I realized. So this week we are going to look into a very, very shocking mass murder. Is it mass murder when 5 people get killed?
No.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not
a multiple murder.
Yeah, it's a multiple murder.
Yeah, probably some of you have heard about this, and if you live in Britain, of course you've heard about it. And I'm talking about the White House Farm murders, which is one of the most notorious murders in modern British history, I think it's safe to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So depending on who you talk to, and there's a lot of disagreement about this one, either 5 people were murdered in cold blood, or 4 people were murdered, and then the killer committed suicide.
Yep.
So once again, I guess we're going to go through the whole thing, and then we're going to flip a coin and solve this thing.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
That's about how I feel about it.
Yeah, well, So our murders took place in the wee hours, the morning of August 7th, 1985, although I guess it's conceivable that it took place before midnight, too, so it'd be August 6th. But
some of them,
I'm pretty sure it was the morning of the 7th.
At least one of them.
At least one of them, yeah. The place the murders took place at was the farmhouse at the White House Farm in Tolles-on-Darcy, England, which some of you have probably not heard of. I'd never heard of it before I started reading about this thing.
It's a cute little area.
Yeah, no, I looked at it on Google. It's a nice little town, it looks like. Yeah, it's about 50 miles northeast of London. The people who owned the farmhouse were Neville and June Bamber, and they were being visited by their adopted daughter, Sheila Capel, and her twin sons, Nicholas and Daniel. They normally lived in London. Sheila had been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia in 1983, and her mental state was kind of up and down. She was apparently
going downhill.
kind of going downhill, yeah. It turned out that after the murders, a psychiatrist who had treated Sheila said that she told him, of course that didn't come out until later, among other odd statements, and she said a lot of weird stuff to her psychiatrist, but she felt that she was capable of murdering her sons. She also felt like she was capable of, mentally directing them to.
I was gonna say
she murder other people.
Yeah, she had delusions that she was in direct communication with God,
and also had delusions that she was she and her mother and her 2 kids were infected by the devil or possessed by the devil.
Yeah. She was all over the map.
Yeah, and so you can sort of see why people jump to this particular conclusion about murder-suicide. When the parents and the kids were found shot to death and Sheila was dead from what appeared to be 2 self-inflicted gunshot wounds, they jumped to that conclusion, murder-suicide. And then they changed their minds about a month later. This is still really controversial. There's partisans on both sides of this case. There's a whole you could almost call it a movement to reopen this case and retry the case.
Yeah.
Because of new evidence and stuff like that. And of course, the police investigation was really bungled.
That's actually, it was so bungled. I read somewhere that they said that in the police departments in England often call bungling a case doing a Bamber.
Yeah.
Because it was so bungled that it has become the mark by which everybody measures case bungling.
It is epic proportions.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's really a shame because there's a lot of important evidence that would really resolve this just like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
you know,
yeah, and if they hadn't,
gone.
if they'd done it correctly, if they hadn't destroyed things, I mean, there's a list of things that we're going to go through that they could have done better.
Oh yeah. If they kept recordings and kept better records and
Well, I'm sure we'll get into this now.
Oh yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about this.
Okay.
Because again, I think if we could get a look at 1 or 2 key pieces of evidence, we could probably solve it in about a minute.
Yeah.
Probably.
Oh
Yeah. More on that later, though. The Bambers, that's Neville and June, they also had adopted a son, Jeremy Bamber, who was 24 at the time this took place. He is currently in prison for life for the murders.
For 5 life sentences.
Yeah. So he sees...
No parole.
Yeah, in Britain, there are only about 20 people who are in prison for life without parole. He's one of them. The other ones are like serial killers. There are people out there who think that Jeremy is a psychopath who should be locked up forever. And then there are others who think that this thing is a huge miscarriage of justice. So we'll report. You decide.
I'd read a fair amount about actually the upbringing of these 2 children, Sheila and Jeremy. And it is very interesting that a house could have produced. At the very least, Jeremy has some sort of dissociative something. He may not be a psychopath, but there's some disaffected, dissociative something going on with him. And it's very interesting to me that 2 children can come from the same family, one with such a dissociative disorder and one with such severe schizophrenia.
I think, this is a giant debate and we're not going to go too far into it, but the parenting has some influence on that because June...
This is a pretty good case study in nurture versus nature.
Yeah, because June was extremely devout and impressed that upon her children in some very strange ways to try to get them to go along with it. So I can see how one of them would kind of break down. I don't know if that's the right term to use, but mentally just kind of give up. And then the other one just put up a wall and go on autopilot.
Yeah, I think Jeremy is not an emotional guy. But
no, not at all.
I believe it was his cousin who was involved in this whole thing to a certain extent. His cousin said that he found out at a fairly young age that he was adopted. So what does that mean? That means that somebody had you, gave birth to you, and didn't want you. And they gave you away to somebody else.
And Jeremy's case was even a little more severe than Sheila's. Sheila's parents were unmarried, and she was an illegitimate child, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Jeremy's parents had him, said, no, we don't want him, gave him up, and then got married a few years later and started a family of their own.
Exactly.
So I think that, to me, that would be a little more of a harsh reality to face of like, oh, no, they're still together. They just chose they didn't want you.
Yeah, exactly. And then after that, the parents sent Jeremy away to school, and which probably made him feel even more rejected. And then he made the mistake of confiding to a few of his schoolmates that he'd been adopted. And so then people started calling him like the bastard and all that stuff. And so that was probably a mistake on his part. But anyway, with all this rejection, I think Jeremy just sort of shut his emotions off.
Probably.
I also consider him to be a stereotypical British man. Closed, quiet, reserved.
to a very extreme extent.
Well, I know, but it's what you. It's okay. I'm not going to say this is all British men, but this is what you always see portrayed:
stiff upper lip.
Stiff upper lip.
Oh yeah.
And that seems to be, though he took it farther than most.
Really far.
That's the way I see him.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, but at the time, for his parents, were about 170 pounds a month, and plus he got to live rent free in a house that was owned by his parents. That was about 3.5 miles away.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So he was doing okay, but not making money hand over fist. Oh, and
well, that's not nothing. In
no,
1985. 85.
Yeah. It's not.
That's a good living.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, free rent.
It's comfortable.
Yeah, free rent, and and also he supplemented his income by growing pot. They had like 300 acres, and so he was able to find himself a little patch and grow pot. Yeah. On the evening of August 6th, he visited the family house, probably, for dinner because his sister was visiting from London and all that stuff.
That was the sense that I had, is that he did that fairly often.
Yeah. Well, he was so close.
Free
by.
meal.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Depending on where you hear it, he was either hunting rabbits a little bit earlier and had his father's .22 rifle out, or else he heard. Well, other versions, he heard rabbits outside, so he got the rifle and loaded it up because he wanted to go shoot some rabbits.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, he liked shooting animals.
Well, okay. I know that he has said that the family used a gun to shoot rabbits on the property. What I could never find is what was it they were growing on the property.
Yeah, I know. I don't know.
I've never found.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I looked. I kept looking, and there's never any mention, of wheat farmer, so and so. None of that. So I have no idea what they grow there.
Yeah. Well, they grow pot.
Lots of it.
And they obviously have a rabbit infestation.
Yeah,
apparently.
I don't know. I mean, if you have rabbits on your property, they're pretty easy to kill, and they're pretty delicious, so...
Well, good point.
They're also pretty destructive.
Yeah,
that's true,
so
too.
it's kind of, killing a lot of rabbits with one stone.
Yeah.
That was bad.
You're welcome.
Yeah, back to
So anyway, the gun.
Yeah, he left the rifle. It was had a scope on it and a silencer. That's kind of the cool thing about Europe, is it's a lot easier to get silencers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, also called moderators, also called suppressors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was a .22 rifle.
Yeah, 22. Yeah, it had a 10-round magazine. So fast forward a little bit about
when he left the house, he left it on the kitchen table, right? He didn't put it back in the gun cabinet.
No, he left it on the table.
That's important later.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Later on, it wound up somebody took the scope and the silencer off of the rifle. We don't know who did it or when, and the scope and the silencer wound up back in the gun closet.
Can I ask why you need a silencer or a suppressor to hunt rabbits?
I don't think you need it, but I think if you're trying to kill more than one at a time, you probably don't want the sound of the gun to be really loud and scare the rest of the rabbits off.
Yeah.
Well, if you're hunting with a scope, though, they're at a distance, and 22s aren't that loud to begin with.
No,
they're not quiet either, though.
Yeah, the nice thing about suppressors is that you can shoot without having to put in earplugs or earmuffs or anything like that. So that's kind of cool, especially if you got to listen for their little rabbit sounds, to hunt them. And so
their little rabbit sounds.
Little rabbit, whatever
sounds
rabbits make.
Little rabbit calls.
Yeah, the sounds of eggs being laid by the rabbits, that kind of thing.
That's all that.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I didn't see the need for the suppressor.
Apparently, suppressors are fairly popular in Europe just because it's pleasant. It reduces noise.
I understand it. I'm just surprised.
It might have been also that perhaps they did it out of consideration to the neighbors. And they did it because they just didn't want to wear earplugs.
Well, I was going to say, for the neighbors, I don't really see that being a problem, because when I looked it up on the map, the nearest neighbor is like a half mile away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're right next door.
But they might be on the edge of their property when they're shooting rabbits.
Sure.
Walking around.
It's a possibility. Okay.
Mooching, I heard.
Yeah.
Recently, that's a term you can use for walking around.
Mooching. I did not know that. Okay, this next thing is a little bit contested. It's either at 3:26 or 3:36 in the morning on August 7th. Jeremy called police to pass along a message that he'd gotten from his father. His father had called him, he said, from the farmhouse, saying that Sheila had gone berserk. That was his words, and that showed up in the police report, too. Had gone berserk and had the gun. He also apparently at that point called his girlfriend in London for some reason, and then he headed over to meet he had talked to the police. The police told him to meet them over at the farmhouse. So he went over there, and the police, one of the police cars passed him on the way. They said he was driving kind of unusually slowly. They thought he was, because apparently, as it turns out, he usually was kind of a fast driver. So he was driving slowly.
3:30 in the morning, and the guy sells pot.
Yeah.
Wondering if he wasn't a little loaded. Also,
Yeah.
I can just attribute that to if he's telling the truth, being nervous and afraid of what you're going to find, but still having to go doesn't
Exactly.
mean I have to go fast.
Exactly.
You want the cops to get there first.
Well, exactly. That's what I was going to
Yeah.
say. Is he definitely wanted the cops to get there 1st
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah, you can't really blame him.
Yeah, no, actually, no matter how this shook out, he wanted the cops there first.
Yeah.
No matter who's guilty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which makes sense to me on all. I don't think it proves or disproves.
I don't think it does either. Really, I don't think it's suspicious. Anyway, the police sent a car along about 4:30. I'm kind of getting out of sequence here, but Jeremy had reported that his father had called him and said all that stuff about Sheila, and then the phone just sort of cut off. Is what he said. Although when they went into the house, they found the phone off the hook. About 4:30 a.m., a British telecom phone operator checked the farm phone line and found that it was off the hook, but all she could hear was a dog barking and nothing else. So that's at 4:30 a.m.
That's what happened? What was there a dog?
Yeah, they had a little small dog.
And what happened to the dog?
I'm not sure.
That's literally the only thing I've heard about the dog.
The dog was fine. The dog was running around the house barking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dog was unhurt.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. I'm sure they found a home for it. They had an extended family.
They did, yeah.
But we'll be more about the dog later. This is kind of this might just be one of those the dog that didn't bark mystery. Maybe. Yeah. So at that point, Jeremy was kind of urging the cops to go into the house, so they didn't want to because they were afraid of getting shot. Because he had made an inventory of the guns that were in the house, and he also made a drawing of the house, so showing kind of where everybody would be sleeping, and also pointing out some spots where Sheila, if she was still alive and armed, might be hiding and could potentially ambush them from. So,
and he also told them that she knew her way around a gun, didn't he?
Yeah. I mean, she wasn't an expert, but he said that they'd done shooting in the past.
She'd used a gun before.
She's used a gun. And picking up a rifle and pulling the trigger is not too complicated, really.
No.
Well, I don't know. I would say I've used a gun before, but I don't know that I could actually hit something at any kind of distance.
Well, that's the thing about this case, though, is that whoever did the shooting,
it was close up. It was really close.
It was extremely close range. There was no skill involved.
I just mean if a police officer was rushing me, I don't know that I'd be able to be like, ugh.
Yeah, this is not the Call of Duty. No, you're done.
Yeah.
This is no Fallout or anything.
No.
Please, can we not do that again?
Yeah. I think that
it's Portal, I know.
Yeah, but in this case, I think the longest distance was 2 feet.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So no skill needed.
No, you're right.
Yeah. Because the cops were worried about getting shot, they waited for what the equivalent of a SWAT team, which apparently is called a tactical firearms group. And those guys showed up about 5, and everybody decided to wait until daylight to go into the house.
Does anybody else consider this timeline just screwy?
Oh, yeah.
Cops show up at 3:30. SWAT team shows up at 5. We have had no contact with the inside, but I'm going to have some tea. Wait for the sun to come up.
We're going to chill out. We're going to wait. Yeah.
What the heck?
I don't know. I mean, I guess in fairness, you're not hearing shot. It's not active shots happening. I guess on the one hand you think, okay, somebody could be bleeding out on the floor, right? They could be dying there, but there's not additional violence happening. It's a stable situation in there, whatever it is. If we go in without the support we need, it could quickly become destable.
And it wasn't like they have the gear they have now.
Right. And they didn't
know. That makes a lot of sense.
So once the SWAT team showed up, they probably were like, well, we could, or, the sun's going to be up pretty soon, so we could just do it then.
So we'll wait another hour and a half.
Yeah. No, I agree. It seems insane to me, but on the other hand,
Then again, now that I think about it, CNN shows standoffs for 7 hours before the cops go in, so I don't know why I think this is so unusual.
Yeah.
Maybe the cops were thinking, hey, there could be somebody in there with a gun, or maybe the guy calmed her down and got the gun away from her, and they all went back to bed. Maybe, I don't know.
Wait for somebody to get up.
Yeah. So
walk out to pick up the morning paper.
Yeah, the
what
house.
What are you doing here?
Yeah, the house was dark, by the way, and so maybe they were going to wait until the light came on.
Well, they also
go knock on
reported
the door.
seeing somebody move around in the house.
Yes, one of the cops I think said he saw, and I think also Jeremy Bamber said he saw somebody in a second floor window. But then another cop said, we just sort of moved side to side, and it looked like it was really just an illusion of like the reflection of some moonlight. And so that's not so. Nobody really knows exactly when the last shots were fired.
They also said they saw the body of a woman in the kitchen.
There was that too. Somebody said the body of a woman, but it turned out to be the body of Neville, the older guy.
Yeah.
Although I heard one report that somebody saw his body and the body of a woman in the kitchen.
That was what I had read as well.
Yeah, which is intriguing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we'll talk more about that in a little bit later. But so in the meantime, they were asking Jeremy questions like whether Sheila really might have gone nuts with the gun, and if she was really truly dangerous. And he, according to him, he replied, "quote I don't really know. She is a nutter. She's been having treatment," unquote. And well, that's insensitive, but he said it. I didn't say that.
No, I mean, truly, he said that. And
that's a very simple thing about your family members that you'll say. She's crazy. I don't know.
Yeah. See,
I would say that about a lot of my family members.
Except that you can't say they're getting the treatment.
Yeah.
I mean, that's if you tag that on, it becomes a completely different statement.
Yeah, totally.
So I can see why they would be a little hesitant.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So eventually they made up their minds, and at 7:34, they took a sledgehammer to the rear door of the house and smashed it open. And went inside. They found Neville dead on the kitchen floor with 7 bullet wounds in him, and a lot of blood. And also he was
outside of him. The blood.
Outside, yeah. I'm sure there was blood inside him too. But and he also had been beaten pretty harshly around the head. He had black eyes and broken jaw. And, yeah. So and there was some furniture overturned. Looked like there had been a struggle. Yeah. They went upstairs. They found June dead in the master bedroom. Also, they found Sheila, also in the master bedroom, lying on her back with the rifle laying on top of her. 2 bullet holes in her chin, underneath her jaw. Apparently a suicide. And also her 2 twin sons they'd been apparently shot in their sleep. Yeah. One had 5 bullet holes in him, and the other one had 3. The cops go back outside, and they talk to Jeremy Bamber and inform him that his entire family is dead. And apparently,
he kind of lost it.
Well, yeah, I think he was in shock. He cried. He even maybe vomited a little bit.
Yeah.
Everything I've read says, and he appeared to vomit.
Yeah.
That's literally how they phrase it on everything. So I don't actually have a clear sense of if somebody said, "Oh yeah, he's dry heaving over in the corner," or like,
he was dry heaving or walked around the side of a car and bent over like he was going to lose his stomach, and somebody saw it.
Well, it's not unusual. I know a friend of mine. She lost her little dog that she loved tremendously. When she was shown the little corpse of her little dog, she did that. She's like started crying. Then she threw up, and then she passed out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So Anyway, let's go back to the crime scene. So Neville Bamber was shot 8 times, and they concluded that he was shot 4 times upstairs in the bedroom. I think that this is a like blood spatter, and also just the cartridges.
The blood spatter was one of the key things, but I think you're right.
The cartridges
probably were.
Yeah, the empty shell casings. He got downstairs, and it's unclear exactly when he made the phone call. If he made it at this point, or I think more likely he made his phone call before the shooting started, but we don't know. Now, I say that because if he indeed made that phone call, the phone didn't have any blood on it.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He also probably couldn't have talked if he had been, because when he got shot, one of the shots, if I remember, it went through his jaw.
Yeah, I don't know if they know which one got which shot was where.
Or when.
Well, I think they do know which ones were where, partially because of the blood spatter. I wanted to say splatter. But I think they have some. That's why I'm pretty sure they had figured out that he had, the one that had gone through his jaw had gone in when he was upstairs. So he couldn't have really talked on the phone.
Yeah, well, and the other
thing,
it
would have been unintelligible.
The other thing, too, is when you got somebody who's trying to kill you, the last thing you do is go make a phone call. You go to your gun closet and get a gun out. And so that's probably what he headed downstairs to do. That's what I'm guessing, and not to make the phone call. So I think he probably made the phone call before the shooting started. If he made the phone call, that's controversial.
Yeah.
He made his way downstairs. There was a struggle. It appears that there was damage to the rifle, so it appears that somebody butt stroked him and headbutted him with the rifle, and that it probably bludgeoned him into unconsciousness. So I'm going to guess at this point in time, this gun only held 10 rounds in the magazine. So whoever it was that did the shooting bludgeoned him into unconsciousness, and then paused, reloaded the gun, and then finished him off when the gun was loaded.
Can I ask a question here? And maybe you don't know. I don't remember seeing it anywhere. Did they ever figure out what they thought the order of the killings had taken place in?
No, and this is, you see, I don't know how well fingerprint IDs hold up on a cartridge that's been loaded into a magazine and then fired. I would think that you would still be able to lift prints off of that empty shell casing.
I would think so. At least partials.
Yeah. So the first 10 rounds would have had Jeremy's fingerprints on them.
No matter what.
No matter what.
Because he admitted to loading the weapon and then leaving.
Yeah, he loaded the weapon. So that would tell you where the first shots took place. But I don't know if they did that. I know they gathered the casings. And they made note of where each one was. But I looked around. I was trying to find any information about if they lifted prints off the shell casings, and I couldn't find anything.
Okay. The only reason I'm asking is that I'm imagining that the encounter between Neville and whoever was doing the shooting had to have caused quite a bit of noise, just with the bludgeoning and the broken furniture.
Yeah.
So it almost leads me to believe that he was maybe one of the last ones to die.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. If the kids were killed in their sleep, well, let's assume that the silencer was on the rifle throughout much of the crime. So if the kids were killed in their sleep, well, they must have been killed first, maybe, or maybe June was. I don't know.
No, I mean, my guess would be the boys first,
and that's 8 rounds.
It's 8 rounds.
So that poses a logistic. I say that because that's a logistical issue. You've got 10 rounds total, and you've just expended 8 of them.
No. Okay, so you do that. You go downstairs. You reload. Neville says, "Oh, I heard something. It's weird." Comes downstairs and maybe it's Sheila, right, in this story, and says, "Oh, what are you doing?" She said, "Nothing." Runs away. You grab the phone, make the call, hear a gunshot. Go, oh, oops, drop the phone, line goes dead. You run upstairs. June's dead now. How many shots was that?
It was 7, I think.
7.
June was shot 7 times.
So you've got 3.
Yep.
So maybe I'm willing to accept in this case, there could have been a margin of error of 1 shot that was shot up above, right? He gets shot 3 times, run downstairs.
He was shot 4 times upstairs, I think.
I'm just saying, I'm willing to accept.
I see where Devin's going, and I suddenly see where the flaw in my logic is, and maybe probably a lot of people's logic, which is I played too many freaking video games that you expend all the rounds in the cartridge or in the clip before you reload. Because video games make that easy. But you don't. You're right. Just dawned on me, you don't have to do it that way. So that could very well be it.
Or you shoot June once.
She was shot once in the head's all it takes.
Maybe you shoot her once. Neville comes up, says, "Oh, what are you doing?" You shoot him 4 times, chase him downstairs because he's going for the phone again or whatever. Beat him to death. Come back up, finish June off.
And now we all know why this story is such a mystery, because we could do this for another 45 minutes.
Oh, absolutely.
Quick, Joe, start taking notes.
Sorry.
Devin and I are going to keep going.
Sorry. I know. So I'm just providing one.
I totally understand.
But I agree. I think the boys probably would have had gone first.
Okay.
Because otherwise they would have
been woken up.
They would have been woken up, and they would not have been peacefully in bed.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
also, I'm sorry. As a quick question, it was not a semi-automatic. What kind of gun?
It was a semi-automatic.
Semi-automatic.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah,
I'm just wondering, because that also explains why there maybe what I would say is an excessive amount of shooting happening to like a small boy in a bed. Right? You need 1 bullet for that, but if you are not experienced with guns and you pull the trigger a little too hard and it just
No, it's a semi, so it wouldn't have kept going.
It wouldn't?
It's not a full auto, just semi-auto. So you have to pull the trigger every time.
Every time. Got it. Never mind.
But yeah, whoever did it wanted to make sure the kids were dead. So
want to make sure everyone was dead.
Yeah, you could actually probably survive a gunshot wound to the head. You're probably not going to survive 5.
Probably not.
No,
that's
pretty rare.
Not a chance, really. So there was the shooting that we're not really sure what order it all occurred in. I'm guessing that let's say it was Sheila. She walks into the bedroom and she shoots Neville 4 times, thinking, well, that'll be enough. And then she turns the gun on her mother and starts shooting her. Let's say she shoots her, say 4 or 5, maybe 6 times. Well, now she's got an empty gun. Meanwhile, Neville's heading downstairs. Oops, he didn't finish him up with those 4 rounds. And he's going to go grab himself a shotgun or something.
Yeah.
So you go after him. You take that rifle and you start hitting him with that thing until he loses consciousness, at least enough that you got just a little bit of time to reload your gun and then finish him off. Then you go back upstairs and you pump a few more rounds into Mother.
Because you don't like her.
Yeah. And actually, Sheila didn't.
Neither of the kids liked their mom.
No.
Yeah.
Let's
she
be
was
fair.
a piece
So
of work.
no matter,
She sounds like a total piece of work.
Almost no matter who killed them, they didn't like June. There's one option of a person who maybe didn't really care.
Yeah, and then of course Jeremy had problems with his parents, and then he wasn't that crazy about his sister.
No.
And then he was also really kind of angry and jealous about his sister because she had had her breakdown and everything, and she'd broken up with her husband, gotten a divorce, and so they bought her a flat in London. And Jeremy was a little ticked off about that.
Yeah, they bought her a really nice flat. They probably were giving her a pretty hefty allowance.
Yeah, they were.
She was raising 2 boys, so she needed more money than he did. And
though of course her ex-husband at that time, he reportedly said he was doing almost everything for and with the boys.
Yeah.
Before they came to live with them. But I want to point out. She was 28 or 29?
She was 28.
28 when she died. So that makes Jeremy 24.
Yeah.
24-year-old men are jealous idiots of everything.
Yeah.
So, I'm not trying to justify behavior, but I'm also trying to shine a light on this is kind of normal behavior for a 24-year-old dude to be angry at everybody else because he's not getting his entitled due.
That certainly doesn't mean he's a psycho. Or anything like that. I mean, I've known a few people that had they were from not super stinking huge rich, but very well-off families, and the siblings were all really kind of at each other's throats over the money and stuff like that. And well, anyway, back to our story. What were we talking about? Okay. Oh, yeah, the twins. They were shot 8 times total. And then Sheila was on the master bedroom floor, as I said, on her back, shot twice. And there were no signs of struggle on her body. The police said her hands were clean, no lead or powder residue. And there was no blood on her feet, even though there was blood on the floor. So that was considered kind of significant, and it might be. But
that's significant. Well,
because
you're saying the blood, because if she had done all this shooting and there was all this blood flying around, she should have had it on her.
She should have walked through some of it. Yeah. But of course, at the same time, when she was done slaughtering everybody, she could have washed her hands, and there were a pair of socks found nearby that were blood stained, and so. If she was walking around in her socks and she took her socks off because they were blood-stained and sticky and gross, so she takes them off, wipes her feet off, washes her hands. So that explains the lack of blood and the lack of lead residue, powder residue on her hands.
So I think I'm willing to say that the evidence is strong that Sheila was the last one to die. Would you agree with that?
She was either the last or the first. And here's what I would say: she might have been the first. Supposing that she didn't do the killing, supposing it really was Jeremy. Now, what they have said, the prosecution has said, there are no signs of a struggle on her body. No scratches, no bruises, no broken fingernails, nothing like that. Well, if Jeremy had murdered her, and this is one of the reasons I kind of have my doubts that he did murder her, the only way he could have done it without a struggle would have been to kill her first.
Yeah, and I guess I'm going off of the evidence that's been presented with the crime scene photos and the fact that it looks like her blood is real fresh.
It does.
It's still wet.
That's the thing. It looks like she far
by
because
far.
her blood had not coagulated yet.
Right. So I am of the camp that says that she died last, and if she died last and didn't do the killing, if Jeremy or someone else did the killing,
Mhm.
it's even more suspicious to me that she was clean, because I've seen crime pictures. I mean, there was a sizable amount of blood around June, for instance.
Yeah.
There's a lot of blood everywhere. There was stuff going on. She definitely would have been woken up with whatever is happening with Neville downstairs. Either she would have gone down to investigate that, she would have seen her mom, and who knows if she would have been sad of her mom or not, but she would have walked through some blood. There would have been some damage, and then there probably would have been a struggle with Jeremy. Probably. Maybe not. I don't know how the drugs she was on affected her. I know they're kind of had sedative qualities.
Sedative. It was kind of a sedative, antipsychotic.
So I don't know if I don't know, but I think it's
the problem
really
with her
suspicious.
having been the first to die is the coagulation of the blood. That doesn't add up at all.
Yeah.
And I swear, correct me if I'm wrong, if either of you know the answer, but I swear that while Jeremy and the police were outside, they heard gunshots. Is that incorrect? I swear I read that somewhere.
I didn't read it.
No, I didn't either.
You did a lot more clicking on some websites than I did, I know. So
Yeah.
That's because you hate colored text.
I can't. I'm sorry, you guys. Make
Yeah.
make them black and white. Come on. And black on white, not the other way around. That's
White on black?
the worst.
That is the worst.
No.
Hard on the eyes. Actually, the worst ones of all are the ones where they fade away from bright to dark, the background behind you.
Yeah.
I just hate that.
I do
Oh my
too.
God, it's so hard on your eyes. But anyway,
So-
back to the mystery.
Anyway, I think she likely washed. I mean, there were notes of things like her nails were perfectly manicured still. She was in a pristine dress or sleeping gown. Everything was perfect. And that, to me, sounds like ritualistic cleaning after a crime. Versus, I just happened to make it through this basic bloodbath with not a single drop of anything on me.
Yeah, no, I think it's highly possible that's why she cleaned up, maybe even changed her clothes. I mean,
Although they probably
if
would
she-
have found the clothes.
That's a good point.
Although maybe they wouldn't have, because I know that they missed some other stuff.
Well, they
was pretty
they were
pivotal.
not thorough.
Well, there is the other answer,
Yeah.
which is she was naked. If she cleaned up and she took a quick shower, there would be no blood on clothes because she had no clothes to.
Like if she was shooting people naked.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
the naked assassin.
Hey, she was a model, or she had been.
She'd been doing nude photo shoots,
Apparently.
and
No, I make jest, but it is completely plausible
It is
that in
actually
her own
plausible.
home she may have said,
well, it was
"I
her
want to be
parents.
naked tonight. Now I'm going off the edge, and you know what? I'm doing it. Oh, I'm naked. Well, that's not going to stop me."
Well, it was her parents' house.
Yep.
But yeah, no, that's true. She could have been naked.
Well, I like that theory. That one other thing about Sheila's body is that there was a Bible next to it. It was open and laying print down,
face down.
It was June's Bible, right?
It was actually June's Bible, but it was next to Sheila's body. And when you look at the crime scene photos, you can see a note sticking out between the pages. Somebody, and I don't know if that was a note written by Sheila or by June or what.
I've looked at the photo and it's hard to tell, but I almost wonder if it's just a bookmark.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard it referred to as the note, but since we don't know what it is, I'm just wondering if it was some kind of bookmark.
I was just gonna say that my family members who are intensely religious have their study Bibles, and they have notes and stuff stuck in there too. You know, they had a thought, or they have something that they want to remember.
It relates to
something, that relates to that passage, or maybe not, but maybe it's something else. I don't know.
True. Yeah.
People keep notes in their Bibles sometimes.
Yeah, I do. So it's not necessarily significant, but here's the thing: is the note is gone. Nobody knows
so
it.
it's weird if it pertains to the case.
Yeah. It might not.
And I guess it's weird, I guess, if it doesn't pertain to the case, because then why is it gone? But
yeah, I mean, it might have just been, like, say, notes about various biblical kinds of things, you know, and so somebody just thought, we don't need this, pitch it. And on the Bible itself, the defense lawyers were asking for, like, if they had any separate, isolated pictures of the Bible, and you know, and, like, especially they were interested in finding out what pages it was open to. And the police said, no, we never took separate pictures of it. And by the way, the Bible itself was destroyed. sometime, I don't remember exactly, like 1994, we destroyed it. Great guys. They destroyed a lot of stuff.
They did.
It was
Tons of evidence.
like 10 years after the case.
Yeah, and then...
well, there's a limit, I believe, to how long they're required to keep certain evidence, but in a case where it's still being appealed continually, it's amazing that they did it.
Yeah.
That they destroyed it.
You read why they did, right? The police department that was in charge, that had custody of all this stuff, said, "Oh, we didn't know the case was ongoing."
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
That was their official statement, was we burned it because we were unaware that the case was ongoing.
Yeah, really.
Okay, I'm going to use that.
Great
Yeah,
going,
me too.
guys. Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff in this case, like the phone calls. If it's true that Neville called the police, and there is some evidence that Neville Bamber called the police.
There is
and
actually.
Then supposedly he called Jeremy, and then Jeremy called the police.
And they called differently, because I know Jeremy didn't use 999.
Yeah, he didn't.
He called the station's number directly.
Yeah, and
I believe Neville called 999.
I think so, yeah. And the thing about it is those were recorded, but the recordings were deleted after 28 days, which is a crying shame, because that would solve the mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a damn shame. I mean, anyway, back into this thing.
Well, they had... there's a picture even of the log.
Yeah, there's two